About a Witch I Will Never Forget. Volume 2. By USA Naraharu. Translated by Somewhat OK and at Kurtax 2000. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. The continuation of that day. Time is like a shooting star. Even when you're not watching, it continues to flow onwards. But no one knows where its destination might be. The 13th of October A. It was the last day of midterm exams. The bell rang, announcing the conclusion of the final test. In that instant, countless sighs echoed from classrooms throughout the school. How did you solve that last problem? I'm pretty sure I saw Aizawa-san sleeping during the second half. Seriously? It's finally over. As the exam proctor dismissed the class, you could feel the tension in the atmosphere dissipate at once. Tests were finally over. Now students could enjoy their freedom, devote themselves to club activities, use their smartphones. The restless, giddy mood was shared by top students and bottom students alike. For bottom students, this was their only chance to stretch their wings before judgment dragged them to the ground. How'd it go? Though I guess there's no point in asking you, 'cause your answer is always the same, right, Ayaka? As I began to pack my things, a girl who already had her backpack slung over her shoulder approached my desk. Her beautiful smile often made me wonder if she'd been born so that people would love her. Her name was Inaba Michiyu. What about you, Michiyu? Did it go okay? No worries. I didn't leave a single question blank. Confidence shone on Michiyu's face, as if declaring you can count on me. All I felt was a disturbing premonition though. Low marks would be troubling. Our time together would decrease, and there would be less chances for us to go places. Whoa, what am I saying? For the time being, I shelved any thoughts about the test. The listless atmosphere that still hung in the classroom affected even me, and I found myself caught up in the moment, forgetting all my worries. At any rate, school had ended before noon today, which meant I could invite Michiyu to lunch. Fast food. Cafe. Perhaps we could stretch our legs and head for the shopping center's food court. A shopping date. No, this wasn't anything like that. This was just a shopping trip between best friends. Or I could make her something myself. We could shop for ingredients, then bring them back to my home where I'd cook for her. What would Michiyu think about that? Would she be happy? Or would I be causing her trouble? Hey, want to eat lunch together? Ah, sure. Sounds good. After my anxious fretting, I hesitantly brought up the topic, only for Michiyu to answer so nonchalantly that it felt almost anticlimactic. Though that was just like her. We can eat out, or I can make whatever you want to eat if you want to come over to my place. Really? Your food is so good, Michiyu exclaimed delightedly, as if I'd already cooked the meal. And on top that, she steadily moved closer and closer to me, and she smelled so nice. That's not what I meant to say. Che. Ahehe. Tests are finally over. It's the best feeling in the world. Her enthusiasm never dwindled as she wrapped me in a hug. Her body, pressed tightly against mine, was so relentless that I imagined I could taste her sweetness on the tip of my tongue. Perhaps the end of tests had caused her to loose all restraints, but she was unusually aggressive. I felt numerous looks in our direction, but it was a sort of those two are at it again feeling. Let go, I said as I grasped her right hand tightly. They staring. Chem. Who? Everyone. It's embarrassing. All right, if you say so. Why did that feel like I was asking a favor? Michiyu reluctantly moved away, but only about 30 centimeters away. Instead of letting go completely, her right hand sought my left hand. Well, if it was only this much, I could indulge her. Let's stop by the supermarket on the way and we could have lunch together. Then afterwards, I could spend the entire afternoon alone with Michiyu. Holding back my eagerness, I stared to talk about our shopping plans. Inaba. Someone called Michiyu's name. Feeling as though I were being provoked, I reflexively let go of Michiyu's hand. I turned back towards the classroom where the voice had come from, catching sight of 3 girls. One of them was waving in our direction. Aizawa, can you also come here for a sec? The waving girl said loudly. She was Fukayasu-san. The other 2 were Miki-san and Sasaki-san. Our class's social groups mostly centered around these three. Michiru and I exchanged brief glances before moving to join them. In the past, I would have let Michiru go by herself, opting to avoid participating in their talk. Now was different. I'd made the decision to change, little by little. To learn to socialize, a skill that came naturally to other girls of my age. To move closer to normalcy. Because now, it was something I needed to do. I was saying we should eat at a family restaurant, but these two don't wanna listen. Saying that, Fukiyasu-san hemphed at Miki-san and Sasaki-san. Fukiyasu-san's language was somewhat crude, rather unladylike. I think Dota would be nice though. Miki-san offered a counter-proposal, though her words didn't have much force behind them. Dota's much too far, isn't it? Fukiyasu-san's response was swift and decisive. I know we haven't made afternoon plans yet, but I want to check out that area later, Sasaki-san said happily, seemingly unaware of the conversation flow. A friend of a friend was a candidate for a new friend. And so, I had no intention of turning them down. I was genuinely happy that I'd been invited, and I'd still be together with Michiru. And yet, I also felt disappointment. I didn't understand why. Today should have been a day with just Michiru and me, just the two of us. Ultimately, the source of my frustration had to lie with that feeling. Aizawa, decide for us. Whose idea is better? Me? Yeah. You be the judge. Fukiyasu-san's eyes glittered. Ah, so something like this, huh? They were giving me a role to play. Fukiyasu-san's blunt manner was intimidating at first, but at the same time, she'd seamlessly created a place for me in her circle of friends. She was an unmistakably caring person. I discreetly inspected the group. First, Miki-san. She was looking down at her nails uninterestedly, then for a brief second, glanced up at me. If I only cared about relationships, I should probably pick Miki-san. I doubt Fukiyasu-san would get angry if I did, and conversely, I don't think Miki-san would find it amusing if I took Fukiyasu-san's opinion seriously. But today really was supposed to be with Michiru. As I fumbled through my thoughts, I stole a quick peek at Michiru, who was smiling ambiguously at me. Either one is fine, Ayaka. Pick whichever one you like more, she seemed to be saying. Noticing my indecision, Miki-san and Sasaki-san took pity on me and butted in teasingly. If you don't know who to pick, just pick me. Don't let them pressure you. If I refused, I'd destroy the entire mood of the conversation. I felt like I was finally beginning to develop friendships with them, and they'd gone out of their way to invite me, so I couldn't just refuse. If I refused today, they might never invite me again. In reality, I spent no more than 10 seconds fretting and deliberating. Suddenly, Fukiyasu-san spoke. Aizawa, you don't have to come with us. As if she were proclaiming that my time had run out. Miki-san and Sasaki-san stiffened. Why did she say that? Was I being excluded? What did I do? Was it because I couldn't decide fast enough? Question marks filled my head. Inaba too. But no one had anticipated Fukiyasu-san's intentions. She hadn't meant to be malicious, or bully me, or exclude me. You two have other plans, right? Why do you say that? Having been completely seen through, Michiru replied with wide eyes. Well, 'cause it's the last day of tests. There's probably a million things you guys were planning on doing. I just wanted you to choose whose lunch idea is better. Why did I have to decide other people's lunch plans though? Why not just flip a coin? You mean, drop it onto the ground, and then whichever direction it rolls to, we eat at the restaurant there. I guess that's fine too. I was thinking something like, if it lands heads you eat at one place, and tails the other. What a stylish method. I should have used that method on the test too. At Fukiyasu-san's joking manner, Miki-san and Sasaki-san loosened up and laughed along. Then, see you next week, Fukiyasu-san said, waving. Yeah. Bye, Natsum-chan, Michiru replied. Carrying our backpacks, the two of us left the classroom into an empty hallway. Was Fukiyasu-san being considerate of us? Regardless, weren't her powers of observation a little too good? I was sure I hadn't let my emotions show so blatantly. As we walked, I took out a hand mirror, and from my memory, replicated the expression I'd worn back then. It wasn't as if I want to be alone together with Michiru was plainly written over my face. It was a boring expression that I'd long since grown accustomed to seeing. Ayaka. What's wrong? Nothing. Chem, a mirror? Don't worry, you look cute as usual. I didn't. I definitely didn't, but for some reason, I helped but feel overjoyed. I watched helplessly as a tiny smile began forming across my cheeks. Recently, some mechanism in my brain had gone haywire. Maybe it was because I was trying to change myself in vain. Chapter 1, Daily Life of Unforgettable Witch. I ran, as if fleeing the noise of the shrill, screeching brakes. Beneath the jet-black night, I grabbed Michiru's hand and fled. I was certainly fleeing, but who exactly was I fleeing from? What was it that I had to avoid? All I knew was that if I stood by watching idly, Michiru would die. I didn't remember, but I knew. It would unmistakably happen. My heart was burst. I could no longer tell whether that was due to the running or my anxiousness. I was squeezing her hand, so she must be safe. As long as there was still warmth and tenderness left in this hand, she must be safe. But I lacked the strength to turn around and look. I moved my legs again, as if to break free from a dreading premonition. A premonition like I wanted to break free arose, and yet now was already far too late to act. The instant I realized that, the hand I was so tightly gripping slipped away. I had failed to rescue her again. I steeled myself, and slowly turned around. Here and there, crimson-red footprints stained the ground. The footprints belonged to one person. There were none others. Ah, the owner of these footsteps must be an awful person. She was so precious, someone I couldn't ever lose, and yet she died. She saved me, and yet I was powerless, and couldn't protect her no matter how hard I struggled. It was hell. That's why I had no other choice. I brought my right hand I was so tightly gripping to my chest. If Michiru's hand wasn't there, I wouldn't be able to go on. And yet, the thing it was gripping was an unbelievably light fruit knife. I squeezed my eyes shut, unconsciously picturing the current scene in my mind. A familiar person was stretched out onto the ground in front of me, and I knew that she had passed away. A fruit knife in my hands, and someone's corpse. Had I killed her? That couldn't be right. I could remember anything and everything, perfectly, completely. If I hadn't killed her, then why was she collapsed on the ground? But who cared about the reason? She was already dead, so there was nothing left for me to do today. For a brief second, I met eyes with the me reflected in the sharp fruit knife. The rest was easy. A painless method. The ultimate act of self-harm. I flawlessly executed the motions I'd repeated thousands of times before. I dreamed that Inaba Michiru died. In traffic accidents, falling down stairs, struck by lightning, countless nonsensical, illogical events that were beyond absurd even for dreams. In especially gruesome cases, she even lost her life to a random slasher attack. The repulsively violent nature of these experiences, not to mention the dying itself, were unbelievably frightening. I couldn't resist no matter how hard I tried. Whatever preparations I attempted were futile. The conclusion had been carved in stone from the very beginning, and she continued to die. Every time, I despaired, chasing after her through suicide. Because that way, the day wouldn't be chosen. I could erase that day. I didn't know why. Why my death would result in an unchosen day. I was too self-centered to worry about that. I didn't understand why, but I faithfully followed that rule. Recently, I've been having weird dreams. I had never dreamed a single time before, but recently, my nights had become filled with nightmares all of the same variety. Sitting across the table from me was my cousin who occasionally came for dinner, none other than my niece Yuka. Sunday night, and Yuka was stuffing her face with cream puffs as she listened to my story. When she came for dinner, she frequently brought sweets along as a gift. Was she planning on turning me into a pig? Perhaps the better question was, how wasn't she fat? Maybe she was a monster. What kind of dreams? About an important person dying. With her face bulging with cream puffs, she froze, her eyes widening. I know what's going to happen, and try to stop it, but it never works. I always fail no matter how many times it happens, and I always end up feeling extremely sad. I said nothing of the specifics. Admittedly, whenever I tried to put my thoughts into words and explain to others, the process felt far too raw and emotionally impossible for me. And besides, the words Michiu died wasn't something I could utter so easily. Aho, sounds like a tragic play. In a forced motion, Yuka turned her face towards the ceiling. So in your dreams, I died every night, didn't I? I paused. I'd probably chosen the wrong person to consult. Unaffected by my scornful gaze, she continued to talk in her usual tone. But still, they're dreams, right? You can remember them. Did you forget about my absolute memory? I could never forget my innate ability. I could absolutely never forget even the smallest, most trivial of details. As long as I saw or heard it a single time, I would remember it forever. The socks I wore on the 5th of April when I was 5 years old, the number of times I sneezed on the 10th of October when I was 10 years old, I remembered anything and everything as well as I remembered last night's dinner. So naturally, I remembered the scenes from my dreams, but on account of what I'd seen, I couldn't feel at ease. That's not what I meant. I was just commenting on how you're like a superhuman, Yuka said with narrowed eyes. She probably meant something harmless, like, oh, I'm so jealous of your memory, or it's so amazing how you know things ordinary people can't, or maybe you're full of surprises, but her perfectly normal words stirred up my awful persecution complex. Don't make me out as a monster. I didn't mean to. But normally, people don't remember their dreams. She was alluding to the fact that people had 4 or 5 dreams every night. Except, the next morning, they would remember 1 or 2 at most. And by evening, humans would forget almost all of the fantasies that their brain had conjured up the night before. I didn't forget. Because my memory was perfect. Dreams were no exception. Aya-chan, you've changed. Is that so? Before, you would have never objected to being made out as a monster. That was true. Even if their words hurt, I never told others to view me as human. I thought you didn't care about people's opinions about you. Well, I wasn't sure if Yuka qualified as a person, but her words were on point. I never bothered trying to understand what others were thinking, and I had less confidence in myself than anyone else. I had given up on living, existing only as a heartless monster who easily trampled over the feelings of others. However, I had decided to put that to an end. I didn't know, nor did I really care, about what the trigger for such a decision had been, but surely it was because I had to change. You've gotten weaker, Aya-chan. Congratulations, Yuka said with a smile that bore no malice. What was with that ambiguous phrasing? The 28th of October, A. Question. What day of the week comes 4 days after the last Monday of this week, as well as 3 days before the first Wednesday? Answer. Tuesday. However, there are 7 of them total. Midterms were over. Obviously, ridiculous questions like the one above didn't appear on the test. Once more, I had successfully protected my status as a top scorer. Perhaps this might come as a surprise, but as I had 0 sociability skills, test results were a matter of life and death. As I had discovered previously to my great amazement, achieving high test results came with immeasurable side benefits. On one of those Wednesdays after class, lightly colored clouds crowded out the sky while a humidity that almost clung to one's skin permeated the air. I stood to the side of the entrance, waiting for Michiu. We'd made plans to walk home together, but she hadn't come out of the staff room yet. For almost an entire week, Michiu had refused to even acknowledge her midterm grades, and was now on the receiving end of the homeroom teacher's harsh scolding. I stood on the cold, clinical linoleum floor, leaning against the wall as I waited. The staff room entrance wasn't exactly the most popular gathering place for students, almost entirely devoid of life. The shoe rack next to me was as depressing as the rest of the place, and I could barely concentrate on the paperback book in my hands. The frigid atmosphere reached from outside all the way inside the school building. I somehow figured that the time spent waiting for a person dear to me should have felt warmer, but now that we were this deep into gloomy autumn, it wasn't exactly my fault. And even though no one was criticizing me for wishing Michiu would hurry up and leave the staff room, I felt compelled to shift the blame onto the weather. I pouted my lips. Sorry for making you wait. As I was busy sulking around like a child, Michiyu returned. How'd it go? I somehow managed to avoid getting remedial lessons. She skipped cheerfully down the hall, filled with pride as if she'd just won a court case. Swept up in her mood, I felt like celebrating with her, but I felt uncomfortable at the thought that she'd narrowly avoided failing marks. Speaking of which, her grades hadn't been nearly as bad in the spring. They'd definitely dropped recently. But if you fail the finals, we'll lose our entire winter break together, I said teasingly. Did you see what happened in there? Michiyu's face reddened. Nope. But waiting here was boring. I said I was sorry. I rarely went on the offensive, so Michiyu was understandably distressed. How devious of me. The warm, affectionate mood was dissipating, fast. I needed a follow-up for my teasing. What should I say? So. Waiting wasn't so bad, even if it was boring. But if you do badly on the next test, that will be bad, right? Doing badly is bad. I was babbling like an idiot. So, for the finals, do you want to study together? What incredibly calculating, aggressive words. I was such a calculating, aggressive person, wasn't I? I was disgusted at my own self. I had nonchalantly seized the initiative and cunningly crafted plans all by myself, appearing to consider the other party's needs, in reality only thinking about myself. I'd been insolent. Of course she'd see through my deceit. She'd scorn me. Fearfully, timidly, I peeked at Michiyu. MRDH. She was hugging me. What the heck? I'd only managed a brief glance, but I saw that Michiyu was blushing. Why? Michiyu? Ayaka. I was being constricted. Something had happened. What kind of magic was this? You're too cute. What do you mean? You're so illegally cute. Let's study lots. Our cheeks rubbed together. Even hugs I'd seen in Western movies were nowhere as feverish as this, and I felt myself grow dizzy while a pleasant scent wafted around me. The illegal one was definitely her. Expressing her feelings in such a straightforward way. I'd never managed something like that. But teasing Michiyu was unexpectedly fun. Maybe I should keep doing it. Recently, Michiyu had been aggressively seeking skinship. Ever since the cultural festival, the distance between us had rapidly shrunk. It felt bizarre. Admittedly, I still remembered that day filled with unease, and welcomed what Michiyu sought from me. Or rather, I didn't hate it. As I grappled with the odd feeling, the two of us changed shoes and headed outside. The leaves hadn't quite changed color yet, with most of foliage still a lush green. The chilly, mid-autumn wind brushed against my flushed cheeks, making it seem colder than it already was. It's so cold. It's so cold, Michiyu. I tried my hardest to act spoiled. I was acting soft and spoiled, but using every ounce of my fiber to do so. It's only October though. According the Chinese seasonal calendar, this time of year would be called the frost season. It's when frost forms. So, yeah, that's why. It's 'cause you don't have any fat, Ayaka. No wonder you're cold then. Michiyu pressed close against me, wrapping her arms around my sides. Che, don't touch me in weird places. I wonder if this fat can withstand the frost season. I can't tell if you're complimenting or insulting me. Obviously I'm complimenting you. After Michiyu had enjoyed my sides to her satisfaction, she released me, taking 2 quick steps away, as if dancing. She was kind, lively, and had many friends. My exact opposite. She didn't have the slightest qualms with touching others. But she never felt distant. Because she always stayed within arm's reach, never leaving me. Hey, Michiyu. Yeah. Can we hold hands? In a fluid motion, she took my outstretched hand. Once that happened, neither of us could look the other in the eye. I knew that both of us were blushing, but we resumed the conversation as if nothing had changed. Ours was a relationship built on a miraculous balance. Let's call each other by our first names. My heart had throbbed then. A pulse so strong it hurt. That pleasant hurt continued even now. My never-dulling memories recalled the throbbing of my heart from back then. Blood rushed from every part of my body and back so rapidly that I almost wondered whether my lifespan shrunk every time that memory resurfaced. From that moment on, I stopped calling her Inabe-san. and I was no longer called Aizawa-san. I think that was the moment our relationship explicitly changed. I didn't know if our changing relationship had caused us to address each other differently, or the other way around, but I didn't mind not knowing which it was. It was the frost season, that stretch of time immediately following the end of midterm exams. The 28th of October b. You're probably aware of this already, but the world repeats itself. This was the second iteration of the 28th of October. Yesterday was also the 28th of October. According to the common sense of the world, the same day only ever comes once. That's why one must spend each and every irreplaceable day living without regrets. Or so goes the accepted rationale. But if you asked me, all of that was entirely wrong, and each day repeated so many times that I was entirely disgusted with it all. Specifically, days repeated 5 times on average. However, only the events of one day would be chosen, and I didn't know which day that would be. Humans were only gifted memories of that chosen day, while all other days became nothingness. Which is why I had to ensure that every single day would turn out well. For instance, I needed to score full marks on every single repeated test day. Otherwise, the day on which I'd cut corners might be chosen. And at that point, I wouldn't be able to complain. I couldn't spend a day in idleness. Because while I could remember everything, I couldn't return to yesterday as long as I didn't possess something as absurd as magic. I mentioned this already, but I never forgot things I'd seen or heard once. That was simply how I was born. Neither of my parents had recognized that. They'd refused to acknowledge my claims, calling me a liar, but I couldn't change my behavior. I used memories of days that hadn't been chosen, uttering prophecies. I predicted people's actions in advance, achieving high grades on tests in school. My daughter is incredible. How badly I wanted to hear those words. As a result of my actions, I drove my mother into a corner. You must be a witch. I clearly remember her trembling voice. I couldn't forget. I wanted my parents to recognize me for who I was. I didn't need anything else. And my sole wish was fulfilled in the most ironic sense. In our cramped garden, they constructed a detached building, quarantining their daughter. Thus, my claims were recognized, and I was treated as a witch. At that time, I was resentful. Thinking back on it now, well, I understood where they were coming from. Their young daughter uttered baseless statements about a repeating world, bringing up promises that they had never made. Of course they'd treat them as lies. And yet the daughter said everything with a dead serious expression, refusing to rectify her behavior no matter how many times she was scolded, and finally, they brought her to the hospital, but even the doctor gave up after finding nothing wrong, at which point they were out of options. At that time, I was undoubtedly a witch. Thus, I slept and woke in my cramped, makeshift building, even to this day. I had a carefree lifestyle, but the building lacked insulation, so summers were hot and winters were cold. In other words, rather inadequate living conditions. Elderly people should empathize me, because in terms of bodily experience, I was over 75 years old. By the way, aging 5 times faster than normal takes its toll on one's mental. Instead of waiting outside the staff room as I'd done yesterday, I was standing in front of the art room's entrance. I roughly knew when she'd be back, so I figured I'd spend my time somewhere that wasn't the cold, lifeless corridor. When I stepped into the room, the person inside turned to look at me. Aizawa-san, you came. Please teach me today as well. Sure, I guess. Hameno Aria was alone, and once she spotted me, ran up to me with the zeal of a clingy puppy. After the cultural festival, we'd briefly talked. 2 weeks had passed since. I never would have dreamed that she'd become this friendly. Are you alone? Where's the club president? The weather doesn't look great, so everyone left early. Apparently, they wanted to get home before a full-blown storm erupted. Hameno seemed dissatisfied. You're quite passionate, aren't you? I want to get good, Hameno declared, exhaling deeply from her nose. I didn't mean any rudeness, but her phrasing and pronunciation was too funny. I couldn't help but be reminded of that awful meme. Please teach me. All right, I get it. This week, I'd visited the art room several times already and talked to Hameno. To put our former antagonism in the past had been difficult, but we talked and painted together as if it had all been forgotten. How do I create something like that? Hameno gestured at a unique crack in an old painting. That's not a texture you can just paint. Paint only cracks like that after 500 years of aging. Currently, Hameno's area of study was centered around a painting I'd painted a long time ago. Now, it was a piece I was pretty embarrassed about though. So, how would you do it, Aizawa-san? I'd bake it in an oven. Hamano's eyes became saucers. She stiffened, her mouth hanging halfway open. I found her appearance a little comical. Bake it 1 hour at around 100 degrees, and if you're careful, small cracks will appear on the paint, which is the result you see. The ignition point of paper was 450 degrees, while it was 200 degrees 4, so as long as one carefully oversaw the temperature, the technique in question wasn't particularly difficult. It was originally developed as a forgery technique, but as long as you didn't try and sell a painting as an original, it was 100% legal. In the past, I'd done a fair bit of research into it when I'd thought about achieving financial independence, so I knew all about it. Amazing. Aizawa-san, you know everything. I don't know everything though. Perhaps I did understand finer details better than others. But my cheap, superficial knowledge would never beat her passion. Ever. One day, this petite artist would surpass me. My natural-born ability of never forgetting would ultimately be overcome by her sheer dedication and hard work. I couldn't wait to see that day. I was deeply moved by Hameno and held no regrets in helping her. Aizawa-san, can I ask one more thing? What? I supposed she wanted to know something else about the painting, since I couldn't imagine Hameno interested in anything else. You're really close with Inaba-san, right? The question came from left field. I guess you could say that. You don't have to play dumb. The whole school knows at this point. The whole school. And besides, look who was talking. But Hameno wasn't done with her inquiry, her next question even more unexpected than the last. Are you lovers? We're not, I tried to say, but not a single sound came out. I was at a dead loss for words. I'd never thought about that before. Who was I kidding? If I hadn't, I would have been able to respond to Hameno or dodge the question. Why, do you ask? In other words, I'd thought about it before. And not just once or twice, I continuously pondered that question on a daily basis. What was Michiu's and my relationship? Peep, someone was talking about how you and Michiu were dating. Hameno had originally meant to say people. So people were gossiping about us? Exactly who did people refer to? How many? Hamano's close friends? Hamano's class? Was it such a hot topic that people from other classes were talking about it? Dating. Hameno tilted her head. Rather adorably, might I add. Her wide eyes stared directly at me. It's not like we're not, but neither one of us had explicitly said it out loud. I could only weak move my mouth. I thought of us as best friends. But best friends didn't normally kiss each other. Which we had done. And not just once. At first, I'd been on the receiving end, and then on a different day, I'd been the one to. So which one is it? It seemed like Hameno wouldn't accept my half-baked answers. I don't know. I didn't know what our relationship was. I hadn't made it clear. It was a realization that sent chills down my spine. For all this time, had I been unknowingly hurting Michiu? Now that I was thinking about it, I realized that I had never spoken the words I love you to her, nor had she said them to me. I was aghast. You're kidding. A mumble escaped from within my chest. Without even a confession, feelings of love could only remain vague and indefinite. But we kissed. While swept up in the mood. Had we simply gone about it in the sloppiest way possible? You don't know? Even though this is about you? Hameno said peevishly. Fine. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. Beneath the gloomy, cloudy evening sky which marked the inevitable rain, inside the art room, Hameno sulked, pouting her lips. The 28th of October C. Ever since I was young, I didn't have friends. Everyone eventually grew distant. Meanwhile, I could do everything. Jump rope, cat's cradle, I could do anything and everything extraordinarily well. Chores, studying, I could break down and learn anything and everything. Do that, teach me this. I responded to everyone's demands, whatever they might be. I happily obeyed. Not just children, but even adults acknowledged my superiority. But as I continued to oblige, I eventually reached a point where I was alone. What the heck? How can she do literally anything? That's really weird. In the end, it all turned out the same. Ever since I grew accustomed to their bitter words and suspicious stares, I remember wearing a mask of indifference. A mask made of ice. It was heavy and cold, but at least it was no longer agonizing. I had grown numb to sensation, to the taste of loneliness, to what it meant to be sought after by others. I even forgot that I was lonely. Even though I shouldn't be able to forget anything, it was Michiu who let me remember what I had lost of all the sensations that I had resolved to ignore. That's why I wanted to become human. In the 3 weeks following the cultural festival, I painstakingly tried to change myself. The latter half of lunch break in the classroom. Ayaka, want to come? Yeah. Led by Michiu's hand, I joined the group. Fukayasu Natsum, Fukayasu-san, and 2 others she was close with. Miki-san and Sasaki-san. The latter half of lunch break, and while they shared photos on SNS and talked about sweet shops, they also clutched English vocabulary flashcards in their hands. This school put a decent amount of emphasis on good results, which is probably why they were preparing for the afternoon quiz. Our gazes clashed as 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously looked at me. It reminded me of Huntington's Clash of Civilizations theory. For a just split second, I felt the tension flare, but it wasn't something I concerned myself with. After all, I was essentially a complete stranger in their friend group, so they were naturally wary. Heyo. Michiu waved amiably. I feel like I always see you 2 together. After carefully observing the 2 of us, Fukayasu-san smiled wryly. Intimacy is a beautiful thing, isn't it? Sasaki-san spoke her assent while Miki-san nodded. I guess. It was like I was auditioning for a play. I firmly held back any self-deprecating thoughts and responded with a careful smile. As well as I could smile, I guess. Fukayasu-san motioned for me to take a seat, giving me a broad grin. Aizawa, you look happy. You're too good at reading me. After Michiu sat down, I felt my posture relax. Hehehe, don't pretend. Midterms, right? Ah. Fukayasu-san was talking about my midterm results from last week. I hadn't heard anyone mention them apart from Yuka, so I didn't know how they'd spread so far in this short time. What kinda brain you got in that head? Fukayasu-san bantered. She was deliberately trying to break the ice for me, and I couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The test was just too easy, I joked back, and the others giggled in response. I was extremely unpopular among the teachers, so if I didn't do well on tests, my school life would quickly turn into misery. I wouldn't have much fun during classes, to say the least. Luckily, there are teachers who let me off the hook because of my scores, or those who respected students' autonomy, so they didn't say anything. On the other hand, there were also passionate teachers who wanted to train character alongside brains, as well as enemies of students who idiotically believed that hard work transcended all. Just thinking about them made me despondent. Geez. Was it Yano-chan from the class next door who was shouting out the window? Said Fukayasu-san, smiling. She was talking about an event that occurred on the Monday of this week. During lunch break at around 12:30, it was reported that several students' voices could be heard from outside the window. As they were shouting why, the disturbance was dubbed the How-why incident. The main culprit behind it was Yano-san from the class next to ours. Poor girl. The fact that she couldn't achieve full marks wasn't my fault. If I were a witch, then I wouldn't mind her blaming everything my curses. Her oversleeping, spilling her money right in front of the convenience store counter, her undesired grades. But I'd decided to quit being a witch. So it was troubling that she was now faulting me. But still, I did super good this time. I didn't just not fail, I got average. Fukayasu-san exclaimed. Sasaki-san interrupted. That's not exactly something to be proud of. Fukayasu-san countered while adjusting her seat. It is. 'Cause I got to talk to Aizawa-san as a result. We are blessed. We are blessed, Sasaki-san and Miki-san chanted, clapping their hands together as if praying. They wore reverent expressions. Their charade made me exceedingly uncomfortable. On the other side, Michiu remained oblivious. I wouldn't expect any less. Any less of what, exactly? I had no idea. You should study harder though, Fukiyasu said. But cramming all night is bad for my skin. At Fukiyasu-san's composed straight man act, Michiu brought up a completely unreasonable protest. Then study regularly. Although I guess that's not something I can say. But speaking of skin, the super goddess prodigy Aizawa's skin is super pretty. What time do you sleep? 10 p.m. I wanted to reply immediately. I didn't want to make it seem like a big deal. That way, they'd be a little surprised, then the conversation would continue to flow naturally. But when I noticed Michiu's presence, "Are you lovers?" Hamano's words echoed from the recesses of my memory. My thoughts were halted by her words for an instant. And in that instant was my last chance for an immediate reply to Fukiyasu-san's inquiry. But I ended up saying nothing. If I replied honestly, they might start to doubt how I didn't study at all, so I was tempted to lie and adopt the character of the diligent student who stayed up until 2 a.m. every night, but then they might think of me as a nocturnal monster with perfect skin. Ayaka sleeps at 10. That's the secret to perfect skin, Michiu said. What? I wanted to clutch my head. I wouldn't ever think about criticizing the innocently smiling Michiu. I hadn't been able to respond, and Michiu had saved me. But I was undeniably ill at ease. Perhaps noticing my dilemma, or perhaps not, Michiu happily began caressing my cheeks, cheerfully chanting smooth skin. Smooth skin. Michiu's skin was extremely pretty, so I didn't see why she couldn't just caress her own skin instead of mine. Actually, I wanted to touch them. I wonder if she'd let me if I asked. You're not serious. Sleeping at 10 isn't that abnormal, is it? It wasn't as if I was sleeping at 7 or 8 o'clock. Not that there wasn't anything wrong with sleeping early in the first place. In fact, for most of human civilization, people have slept and risen with the sun. Only with recent advancements of electric lighting had humans begun to sleep later and later past sunset. It's extremely abnormal. It's a waste of precious time. But you have amazing test scores. That's so unfair, Sasaki-san said, sounding jealous from the bottom of her heart, interrupting the flow of conversation. The others were dumbfounded. I understood how they felt. I slept at 10 p.m. even while my test grades were flawless. They could only think that I was cheating in some way. As it was already, some students had already spread rumors that I bribed teachers and whatnot. However, their dumbfoundedness was for a different reason. So soft. I wanna keep touching forever. Hey, Michiu-san? What? Everyone's watching, so can you save that for when we're alone? What was I saying? I felt feverish and couldn't think straight anymore. Ooh-ah, my cheeks were being toyed with in front of other people. I can't become a bride anymore. Take responsibility for that. Idiotic thoughts floated through my brain. Ah, you're right. Sorry. Michiu obediently let go of my body. Dubious stares peered at us from all directions. Miki-san was the first to break the silence, cutting through the awkward atmosphere. She spoke hesitantly, as if she wasn't sure if asking was appropriate, but couldn't contain her curiosity. Are you too? Dating? I paled. DDA, teeting. It was as if a woodpecker was pecking my empty head over and over again, and all I could hear and feel were the reverberations rippling through my skull. Hamano had also asked, but the impact of Miki-san's question was exponentially greater. Maybe because other people were around. Or maybe because she was the second person to ask. Perhaps some common event had led them both to ask the same thing. Ah. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. The mood changed. Everyone waited with bated breaths, watching intently to see what would happen next. I was afraid of doing something and raising suspicion, so I couldn't even glance over at Michiu. I wondered what kind of expression she was making right now. Did she look disgusted? I imagined that my lifespan would decrease if I dwelled on that possibility too much. It was like lying on a bed of nails. I felt noticeably conspicuous, as if I was some sort of suspect. We're not. Michiu answered brightly in an easy tone. Drop it. She was clearly saying, "You don't have to hide it. We won't look at you differently." Yeah. Fukiyasu-san, Sasaki-san, and Mika-san spoke consecutively. "However, we're just friends. Look, Ayaka looks distressed, so let's just stop this conversation." Michiyu fired back with a reply that deserved full marks. The recesses of my heart stung. Even though nothing about this conversation should have felt hurtful. That was irrefutable evidence that I'd been hoping for something. This feeling that I'd just been betrayed must have been because I'd been hoping for something. Being suspected was nothing new. And Michiyu denying those accusations was also a common occurrence. But this time, I had felt unusually unhappy. I was filled with a sense of displeasure, resembling irritation. "Right, Ayaka. Sure." The voice that rose from my lips was so monotonous that it even surprised me. What was I to Michiyu? After class. At the usual, today's clouds were heavy and dense, while the bone-chilling air smelled of rain. I planned to head back to the staff room to wait for Michiyu so that we could walk home together. Go home ahead of me. However, Michiyu's behavior was different. In all the previous 2 days, she'd asked me to wait for her. Why? I was going to wait for you. Maybe it had something to do with Mika-san's dating comment. Was she dwelling on that lunch incident, and thus distancing herself from me? A brief stretch of silence followed. I have a feeling this might take a while. Deja vu? Yeah. I knew those words were a lie. In the past 2 days, she hadn't mentioned anything of the sort. However. All right. Then, see you tomorrow. Yeah. See ya. She was hiding something, and once again, my heart stung. Everyone had 1 or 2 secrets they didn't want anyone to find out about. Everyone did. As for me, I still hadn't been able to tell Michiyu. About my memory, about ever-repeating days. Technically, I told them to her, but those days hadn't been chosen. If I really wanted her to know, I could simply confess over and over until one of those days was chosen. If I wanted her to understand, I could just repeat again and again. But I didn't. They were my secrets. So I couldn't blame her. Section 2 days in a row. Hameno and Miki-san. 2 individuals with no common ground, yet asked the same exact question. Are you dating? I had heard Mika-san's thoughts loud and clear behind those words. Everyone knows it. Michiyu probably heard those thoughts as well. So, Michiyu distanced herself from me. Just a little. Just the tiniest amount, or so I wanted to believe. Why did Miki-san ask something like that? I had thought it was for the same reason that Hameno asked, but perhaps the truth was much more obvious. In other words, because my behavior had been different in relation to the first 2 days. As I walked back home from school along the familiar path, I ruminated on all the events of today. The reason for my change in behavior was because of Hamano's question, and the reason for Hamano's question was probably due to the way I normally behaved. In other words, you reap what you sow. What did I want to become? What did I want from Michiyu? I was unsure and unsteady, feeling uneasy. I had so many years of experience, yet I couldn't even answer questions as paltry as this. Michiyu always made me feel inexperienced. With her, I encountered so many new emotions and thrills. I repeated and repeated, repeating similar days again and again, aging mentally much more quickly than physically. It wouldn't be wrong to call me old. The cycle of never-improving days had drastically aged my mind. In particular, predetermined events and phenomenon like the weather and television broadcasts hardly ever changed, and their constant dull repetition plagued me like some deadly poison. Amidst these repeating days, the only things that could change were vague, ambiguous things, like coincidences or people's whims. So if I hoped for change, I needed to create it myself. As a result of leaving the school at an earlier time than previous 2 days, I came across an unforeseen scene once I reached home. Was it an inevitability, or just coincidence? I couldn't know from just a single 28 of October C. I heard a voice from the main house's front door. Thanks for today. It's cold today, so make sure you take care. Yap. Without really thinking, I hid. I concealed myself in the shadow of the front gate, concentrating intently as I eavesdropped on the conversation. Someone was talking to someone else near the front door. Having you watch over her well-being is such a relief for me, Yu-chan. No problem. Leave it to me. That pompous voice was unmistakably Yuka's. I could picture her confident expression and her chest puffed out with pride as she talked. If Yuka was the one talking, then the other person was. I'm really grateful. Take care. Yap. See you next month. Yuka's footsteps sounded against the pavement, and a short while later, I heard the sound of the front door being closed. I heard Yuka's even footsteps, 1 step, 2 steps, but the third never came. What was that? I folded my arms, blocking her way. I stood face to face with Yuka, who was wearing long pants and a shawl wrapped around her long cardigan. Gare. I've been discovered. She stood awkwardly, like a criminal caught red-handed, and I, the detective who caught her, exercised my authority. What were you doing in my house? Yuka was simply meeting with my mother, the rational corner of my brain answered. Nothing wrong with that. Yuka was free to enter and leave my house whenever. I could also imagine their conversation. Yuka had reported my behavior to my parents. Obviously. I'd find it troubling if she hadn't. But while I understood all that everything was perfectly normal, I was angry. I think the part that irked me was that she had hidden it from me. I'm only going to ask you one more time. What were you doing over there? I repeated my question, trying to sound as forceful as possible to make it seem as if she had one last chance to explain herself. However, when I approached her, Yuka avoided my eyes, still dodging my questioning. Nothing, really. What? I looked at Yuka, and when I thought about her freely entering the very same house I'd been banned from, my anger boiled. That's obviously a lie. You were meeting with my parents, right? I wasn't cheating on you though. Obviously. I really didn't want to be arguing this loudly out on the lawn, but I simply couldn't stand her indifferent attitude. Even the thought that my mother might overhear us didn't deter me. Explain yourself. What were you talking about? Nothing important, honestly. Last night's dinner, your dreams. Yeah, that. Look, can we go inside first? The sun's setting, and you'll catch a cold at this rate. Yuka continued to dance around the point. Anyone could tell that she wasn't being entirely honest. I told you to explain. Did you not hear me? Yuka said nothing. I had no intention of moving until she obliged. So in response, Yuka chose silence. Apparently, she was exercising her right to remain silent. Is it something you can't tell me? More silence. I finally snapped. Well, I had been fed up since the start, but even more so now. Ha! What? Aya-chan, where are you going? I turned my back to Yuka and walked out the gate. If she wanted to evade me, so be it. If she wanted to trick me and lie to me, fine. If she was going to use every last drop of effort to keep me in the dark, then I'd accept her commitment. I'd go along with her, allowing myself to be deceived. However, if she was simply ignoring me, then that was a different story. If she was treating me like a child, not caring enough to explain, then I wasn't going to bother with her. Aya-chan, wait. Come on. I'm sorry, okay? Even though I'd made a show of leaving the gate, I didn't actually have anywhere to go. Still, I kept walking. Glaring at my shoes, I continued to stalk forward. My back turned to Yuka, as if I were fleeing. Past homes, apartments, flower shops and bakeries, cleaning stores, general stores, scenery of my hometown flew past me. Eventually, with nowhere to go, I found myself at the park around 20 minutes away from my home. In Konohana City, a plot of land near the high school had been transformed into a public park, with both a waterside area and a large playing field for sporting events. There were expansive, well-maintained fields, trees that provided shade, and an outer track for running. In addition, it was equipped with a gym, an indoor pool, and even a community center. I didn't have any business there today though. I settled down on one benches overlooking the playing field, trying to calm my breathing, ragged from speed walking all this way. Hey, Aya-chan. Let's go back, okay? Yuka had followed me from home, and sat down beside me. Unlike me, she wasn't even out of breath. I'm not going anywhere with you. Aren't you cold? I'm not. It was the last week of October, and sunset was drawing close. It was freezing. Aya-chan, I don't want you to catch a fever and feel miserable. I almost never saw Yuka flustered to this extent. For now, I'd leave her to flounder around by herself for a while. Yuka, changing tactics again and again, tried to placate me. First, by sweet talking. You're so cute when you're angry. I wanna kiss your pouty lips. Then praise. You had a test last week, right? And you got full marks, right? You're not just cute, you're also so smart. She tried to reel me in with material goods. I should reward you. Wanna go shopping this weekend? I'll buy you anything. Here was a model example of a useless adult who couldn't take a firm stance against her child. It was pitiful. I thought about the fact that my current life and well-being relied upon this woman in front of me. It was so pitiful I wanted to disappear. Why was I reliant on someone like her? A mountain. A mountain. Buy me a mountain. Like one of those plateaus in Hokkaido or Kyushu, with pastures that stretches as far as the eye can see. Pastures. You'll buy me anything, right? Buy me a relaxing life on a pasture. That's, really. Yuka was completely flabbergasted by my absurd demand. Realizing that I was beyond reasoning, she stood up from the bench, arched her back, and trudged off somewhere, leaving my sights. Why was I like this? I was being childish. Conduct not even befitting a high schooler. Only my body had grown, while the rest of me was like a kindergartner. I hadn't become sincere. I hadn't become an adult. I had tried to change. I thought I had changed. I had believed that the encounter in the spring had changed me. I'd believed it until seconds ago. That frozen time had thawed, and that I'd finally grown. I was wrong. I was too naive. People didn't change that easily. Even for humans, creatures filled with potential, change was difficult. So for an aged witch like me, it was nigh impossible. I remembered the taste of reality's cruelty, what they called hardship. Perhaps nothing had changed. Ever since that time I had refused to compromise with reality. Just by thinking about it, I found myself staring at decades of resignation. Give up on everything, it whispered. If you don't expect anything, you'll never be hurt again. Sweet, alluring words. Oh, Aya-chan? I looked up, only to find that Yuka had returned, a carefree smile dancing across her lips. Here, I bought you a steamed pork bun. Eat it while it's still hot. The pork bun was still steaming hot. It was bigger than the palm of my hand and looked tender, warm, and so irresistibly delicious that I felt myself drooling. It was the poison that dissolved my hardened heart. Oh, come on now. A young girl like you shouldn't cry in public. I'm not crying. Here I was, no different than a bratty child, yet she had patiently endured my tantrum and continued to care for me. I'd hurt her, troubled her, stubbornly refused to concede even a single inch, acting in a way completely unbefitting of someone my age, but Yuka had readily accompanied me all this way without complaint. So perhaps this time, I should get off my high horse and try to reach an agreement with her. As I began to reconsider my actions, Yuka opened her mouth. I like it when you resist. It makes me want to ravage you even more. I take back everything. She was truly awful. Let go. Don't touch me. And that's how I ran away from home. Where was I headed? There was only one place to go. Section. Michiu's house was 3 stops away from the train station near Konohana High School. There was a big fuss. I'm home. Did I hear correctly that my Michiu brought a friend over? Alright, Dad, I get it already. Was it really that out of the ordinary? Michiu was friendly with everyone, so I wouldn't have been surprised if she had friends over all the time. But I recalled her telling me during the rainy season that all the way up to middle school, she'd been a rather gloomy, reserved child. Though looking at her now, I couldn't imagine that. My Michiu has grown up. After running away from home and shaking off Yuka, I only had one place left to turn. Cheerful laughter rang throughout the neat kitchen which doubled as a dining room and the connected living room. As expected of Michiu's parents. At our first meeting, but they didn't hold back. Their home was completely different from my cramped room. The kitchen island glistened and the high cabinets were stocked full with bowls and plates. The refrigerator was huge too. Unused to the lavishishness, I meekly let myself be guided towards a soft, fluffy sofa. Anyhow, I had to thank them for their hospitality. You're that Ayaka-chan, right? Thank. You know, Mi-chan always talks about you non-stop all the time. Oh, you too. As I began to talk with her parents, Michiyu burst out, flustered. Michiyu can be quite frivolous at times. I hope she isn't causing you any trouble, Ayaka-chan. Tha. We really appreciate you being friends with Mi-chan. Thank you for your hospitality. Those words felt so out of reach. I will say that I never felt shy or afraid no matter who I was talking to. It was just that the thought of talking to Michiyu's parents made me uncharacteristically cautious. Besides, both her parents talked so quickly that I barely had time to squeeze in a yes or I see between their comments. My parents are a little strange. Don't mind them. A little. I'm guessing you're staying overnight. I don't mind, but don't you have school tomorrow? Michiyu's father asked. It should be fine. I'll stop by my house tomorrow morning. That works. Michiyu's father nodded enthusiastically. Once, then again as if he understood even more, then a third time. All right, I'll go make dinner. Michiyu's mother waved and headed towards the kitchen. I quickly got up and followed her. At the very least, I wanted to help. Also, a small part of me admittedly wanted to try cooking in this kitchen. Just a tiny bit. What do you want to eat, Ayaka-chan? Oh, I know, I'll make sushi. Excuse me. Tchem. Her sparkling eyes waited for my next words. Thank you for everything. Especially after I suddenly barged in without warning. No problem at all. You're Mi-chan's precious friend, which means you're precious to us as well. I was taken aback by how earnest her response was. Her father, who bluntly said whatever was on his mind, and her mother, who treated me with such kindness and warmth. Michiyu truly embodied the two of them. A daughter raised by both parents. Currently, that daughter was standing a little to the side at a loss, her mouth half open as if she wanted to protest against what her parents were saying. Michiyu had a good family. I felt a twinge of jealousy. I borrowed their bath, bought a pair of underwear from the convenience store, and Michiyu lended me pajamas. It was probably due to the shampoo and fabric softener, but I became distinctly aware of the fact that my whole body smelled like Michiyu. For some incomprehensible reason, I found my heart racing. Michiyu's room on the second floor was crammed with her belongings. There was a foldable table, a bed, and a futon had been spread out for me to sleep in tonight. She had a ton of girlish accessories, as well as furniture, curtains, and cutely colored objects. It was a direct contrast to my room, a monotonous, bleak hovel which surpassed the meaning of plain. As I gazed at the aroma candle atop the table, I decided to venture a question. So, your mother calls you Mi-chan? Ever since I was little. My grandmother and uncles and aunts too. I don't get why they refuse to drop that name. Having just come from the bath, Michiyu's hair was down, and her pretty skin particularly stood out, almost seeming to glow. She sat down on the bed, hugging a cushion to her stomach, her cheeks blushing in embarrassment as she explained. Probably because it's cute, I commented. I took a seat in front of the table, facing Michiyu. That's not the point. At this rate, I'll still be Mi-chan when I turn into an old lady. That won't happen for decades. No point in worrying about it now. I guess so. But it'll happen eventually. Michiyu sounded convinced, but I wasn't so sure. It'll happen eventually. Michiyu wasn't wrong, but I couldn't begin to imagine what Michiyu and I would look like in the distant future. Given that I thoroughly remembered everything from the day I was born, this much I knew. I knew what the passage of time could do. When each minute seemed to stretch for eternity, when tomorrow wouldn't arrive even as the poison of tedium pervaded one's entire body, I knew that cruelty well. Can I call you Mi-chan too? Never. I said it as a joke, but to my surprise, her refusal was adamant. Why's that? If you're asking me that, would you let me call you Aya-chan? Ah. That was. I instantly understood. I hated Aya-chan. It reminded me too much of that woman. Besides, I liked how we were currently. How I called her Michiyu, and she Ayaka. Fair enough. I understand. I'll stop it now. Appreciate it. A satisfied smile crept up Michiyu's face. Ayaka, you're so meek. You don't have to be so nervous around my parents, you know. Of course I'm going to be polite. It's fine. My parents love you. It seems like you've been talking about me behind my back. In a good way, of course. I wondered what she'd told them. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious, but she obviously wasn't saying anything negative. I'd never felt so welcome anywhere else. Especially not after suddenly entering unannounced. Most of the time, I was shunned as opposed to welcomed, so a large part of me felt bewildered at the current situation. Michiyu, you're pretty used to this sort of stuff, right? What, sleepovers? Yeah. But I was well aware that it was my ability which had led to me being shunned. It's my first time inviting someone over for a sleepover. I averted myself from the memories of a day that hadn't been chosen, and pretended to not know. Oh, really? That's surprising. Yeah. Up to middle school, I was a little different from how I am now. You were? Yeah. Compared to now, I think, I was a little gloomier. On that rainy season day which hadn't been chosen, she had confessed this very story, which I was now hearing again. I listened to her speak about what I already knew. It wasn't strange. I experienced events from an unchosen past on a daily basis. Like the second showing of a play, our present words melded with a forgotten day from the past. There's no way. That's because I changed when I entered high school. Was it because you entered high school? Well, it's a bit different, I guess. Though some words and phrases were slightly changed, the overall feeling was exactly the same. It was because I came to know what the afternoon weather would be. Michiyu was admirable. She continued to speak about her personal experience, believing that I wanted to know. Meanwhile, I sincerely wanted to support her. Just thinking about the fact that you alone know something that no one else knows, it's like you're invincible, right? I repeated the words that her former self had once said. Michiyu was dumbstruck. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to say. I couldn't endure it for another second. It was like doing well on a test by cheating. What I was doing right now was no different than intruding into Michiyu's mind. Which, more or less, wasn't too different from what I normally did, but now that Michiyu was the target, my heart wrenched in pain. I knew at once that my conscience was crying out. So that's why you called out to me? No, I think that was for a different reason. Her momentary hesitation must have been to sort out her complicated emotions. I just felt like I had to do it. Just as on that former, rainy day, her words carried the same inflection, her eyes bowed downwards in exactly the same manner, without a shred of self-confidence. The instant I saw your face, I just felt like I had to call out and become friends with you. I see. No wonder it felt strange. I didn't want to be a romanticist, nor would I ever say out loud that our first meeting had been a result of fate, but at the same time, I didn't hate that idea either. Even if our meeting had truly been fated, thereby proving the existence of fate, I didn't mind. For a short while, our conversation came to a pause, and a stillness settled throughout the room. Outside, past the curtains and windows, the sky was pitch black, with only the sounds of crickets breaking the silence. It was a comfortable quiet. I wanted to abandon myself in that comfort forever, but we didn't have that much time. Not yet. I walked over and sat down beside Michiyu. Sorry for barging in all of a sudden today, I said. Don't worry about it. It's totally fine. Are you going to ask me about what happened? Only if you want to talk about it. The tenderness of Michiyu's voice made my back tingle. I was overwhelmed with gratitude, delight, emotions too large to comprehend, and I couldn't look at her straight. Am I causing trouble for you? No, I was just surprised when you arrived so abruptly, that's all. Sorry about that. In a forced motion, Michiyu drew her body towards me, and in the most Michiyu-esque way possible, spoke her next words so sincerely and straightforwardly without a trace of jest. Besides, I don't mind it when you cause trouble for me, Ayaka. Thanks, Michiyu. In response, I leaned towards her as well. In the cold autumn night, we shared each other's warmth. Now was the time for me to confess. About my memories. About how each day repeated. Now was the time to talk. However, I promise I'll find a way to return your kindness. I couldn't say it. Hehe, so you're the type of person to make those kinds of promises. Because I was scared. I was scared of being scorned. I was scared that the innocently laughing girl from yesterday would grow to fear me. After all, I knew things about people that they themselves didn't even know. Who wouldn't be disgusted by someone like that? What do you mean? I never forget the tiniest details. I knew what would happen each day. Like anyone else, Michiru must have things she didn't want others to know, or things she was hiding. If she learned my secret, would she fear that I might expose them in one of these ever-repeating days? You're like one of those rival characters, Ayaka-kun. Really? I thought we were accomplices. Because I could never forget. I couldn't forget no matter how much the others around me wanted me to forget. Because this world repeats. There was always the looming possibility that I might bring up secrets that people had never divulged. Such tragic accidents, histories that should have disappeared, my memories would carry all of that into eternity. You're right. We're best friends, she declared brightly, without a trace of suspicion. Michiru trusted me from the bottom of her heart. What else was I to do but return a half-hearted chuckle? We're best friends, Ayaka. So even if I hadn't told you today, I would have told you eventually. Our sleepover was one of the best experiences of my life. When I saw Michiru having so much fun, I could even forget the passage of time and focus on our time together. Not to mention the fact that I was spending time alone with her at her house. Michiru let me try her hand creams that she liked, and of course we talked extensively, we laughed, and spent our time together in bliss. I wanted to have daily sleepovers if I could spend each day like this. Maybe next time, I could invite Michiru to my house. The only reason I could think like that was because the clock hadn't ticked 12 a.m. yet. We'd better sleep now. It's only 10 though. Michiru protested. In just a short while, I would be assaulted by the usual unbearable urge to sleep. I had never been successful in staying awake, regardless of how much I napped during the day, or how much coffee I drank at night. Unlike you, I'm not a night owl, I reminded her. True. I guess you're right, Michiru said reluctantly. I want to keep talking, keep playing, keep touching each other, her forlorn expression seemed to say. Then, how about we sleep together? Michiru asked. Sure. Yay. Just now. What just? Sleep together? As in, together in the same futon, next to each other, my heart pounding, all the way to morning while there was no way I would be able to sleep in that situation. Though admittedly, that might be a way that I could stay awake past 12 a.m. So maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. No wait, what was I thinking? It was way too premature for us to be doing this sort of stuff. Way too premature. Wait a sec. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Did you say sleep? Together? Like, sleep side by side? A nod. Yeah, she said as a matter-of-factly as if it were no big deal. Though the bed might be a little small for the two of us, she said. In the exact same tone. No thanks. Why? Our bodies had been pressed together for the entire night. I could sense even her smallest movement, taste the scent of her breath, feel her warmth. I'd definitely go crazy. When I imagined waking and seeing her sleeping face, my heart jumped uncontrollably. I don't mind sleeping on the floor. Look, the futon's really fluffy. Ayaka doesn't want to sleep with me. I found my resolution crumbling at Michiru's adorable pouting, but I couldn't let myself be swayed. That's not true. Really? Will you let me hold your hand? What for? When you lie, you always squeeze your hands. I couldn't exactly refuse her request. I gently extended my hand, our fingers probing for each other, and once again, for some incomprehensible reason, my heart raced. But I could only compromise this much. Sleeping together was too much to ask. We hadn't even explicitly stated what our relationship was. I didn't know what we thought of each other. So sleeping together in the same futon, for the entire night, was shameless. I don't want to sleep. Ahaha, I figured. You were lying, weren't you? Michiru proclaimed, satisfied. I stammered. Ayaka, your face is bright red. With her free hand, Michiru touched my forehead, checking for a fever. I couldn't suppress my happiness she'd asked to sleep together, even going so far as to concern herself with my health. But her face was extremely close. My face grew hotter, spots danced in my vision, and the clock was ticking down to midnight. Ayaka. All at once, everything seemed so far away. Strength left my body. My eyelids grew heavier and heavier and heavier, until I couldn't keep them open. The world faded to black. I collapsed into her arms. Did you fall asleep? A tiny sound escaped my lips. I tasted a delicious fragrance. It was sweet, fresh, comforting. It was soft and warm. It belonged to someone who accepted my everything, who affirmed my existence, who supported me. In my dimmed consciousness, I was vaguely aware of Michiu moving my barely functioning body, spreading a blanket over me. The world moved increasingly further away. I didn't have the will to resist. But I wanted this moment to last, even for just one more second. I wanted to preserve this time into my memory forever. Good night, Ayaka. A hand brushed away the hair from my forehead. Her arm moved past my eyelids, briefly blocking out the light, then the light returned, then it was dark again. That was my last memory of the 28th of October C. I never wanted to leave this place. I wanted to be together, forever. I didn't want to leave and revisit that dream again. The 28th of October D. This day proceeded in much the same was as the 28th of October A. I waited for Michiu to return from the staff room, standing in the cold corridor. Sorry for making you wait. How'd it go? I greeted her with the same expression as last time. I somehow managed to avoid getting remedial lessons. I chose my words carefully, paying attention to my tone and gestures, replicating the first 28th of October. Repeating the past was fine. It was easy. All I had to do was reenact the scenes from memory. However, it didn't go as planned. Hey, Ayaka. Acham. Since tests are over now. Removing my shoes from the shoe rack, I glanced over at Michiu, uncharacteristically stumbling over her words. You didn't get the most ideal scores though, I joked. Setting that aside, Her eyes darted back and forth, and her cheeks tinged with a slight pink, until she finally seemed to gather her resolution and stand up straight. If you don't mind. Want to have a sleepover? A sleepover? The conversation changed. Words that hadn't been spoken a single time in the past 3 days suddenly flew forth. Yeah. Do you not want to? Not at all, but on a weekday? I guess not now. I stared closely at Michiu's innocently smiling face, who outwardly appeared to be relieved. Did she remember? Yesterday. How about this weekend? Sure. At any rate, I didn't have plans this weekend. Woohoo. It's a promise, Michiu exclaimed, her voice echoing through the hallway. Had the outcome of one day influenced another? That couldn't be possible. I hadn't experienced such an occurrence in all my 75 years of living. I could say that with absolute certainty. So even if Michiu's sleepover suggestion might have appeared to be influenced by yesterday, that couldn't be anything more than a coincidence. The 29th of October A. I opened my eyes first thing in the morning. The color of the ceiling was different. So were the curtains. I fumbled around my sleepy thoughts, trying to locate the source of this irregularity. The weight of the futon, the smell of the room, the quiet breathing of someone sleeping that I heard, were all different. As if I'd become someone else. That's right. The 28th of October C had been chosen. The day of the sleepover. The best day had been chosen. At the same time, I remembered that I was a human who couldn't forget anything, and went by the name of Aizawa Ayaka. Our promise had become no more. Her voice still lingered in my ears. Her request to hold hands, the conversation with Hameno, everything that had become no more. It was fine. I was accustomed to it. Besides, they'd all been exchanged for the very best day, so I wasn't in any position to complain. Straining my ears, I could clearly make out her gentle, quiet breaths. The 28th of October C, the day that had ended up in a sleepover after I'd barged into Michiu's house, had been chosen. It was time to live out the continuation of the yesterday I'd been granted. Michiu's mother saw us off at the entrance as we left for school. I didn't know how I should thank her properly for everything she'd done. I really appreciate you letting me stay over. Had Michiu been in my position, she might have said something like that. Instead, I went with, I apologize for intruding so suddenly yesterday. Negative, retrospective words unbefitting of the pleasant morning. However, Michiu's mother smiled. Even a hunter won't shoot a bird that seeks his help, as the proverb goes. I certainly wasn't expecting those words. Michiu looked a little troubled. Mom, what are you saying? It was a proverb meaning that one should help those fleeing danger and seeking shelter. Ayaka-chan. Yes. In truth, yesterday, I received a call from your house. Your family apologized for the sudden intrusion, but asked for permission for you to stay the night. That was probably Yuka. Of course. She was an adult, so she had properly laid the groundworks for everything. However, what if? I had to ask. Do you know who called? It was your mother. I figured. Yuka had contacted my mother, and my mother contacted Michiu's mother. They were adults, so they did everything the proper way. Even when I stubbornly ran away from home, I was still dancing in the palms of their hands. My mother. Did she say anything else? She was really worried. Whether we were being troubled, whether you were okay, she sounded extremely anxious. The first thing she said was that she'd come pick you up immediately. Michiu's mother was misunderstanding the situation. She probably thought that I had a fight with my parents and fled the house. That was correct. Halfway correct. The true cruelty lay hidden in the other half. But I refused. I was excited at the prospect of having 2 daughters for a night. Michiu's mother smiled playfully. It was like hundreds of marbles were rolling about in my chest. I wanted to stay here longer, and I wanted to go home right away. For the entire day, I couldn't stop thinking about the chosen 28th of October. Hermanos, are you lovers? Question had hurtled into the next day, becoming Mika-san's stimulating question of are you two? Dating, altering the entire day's flow. The altered flow had caused the fight between Yuka and me, after which the sleepover had ensued. A hectic day filled to the brim. Even now, the softness of her pajamas lingered on my skin. Her sleeping breaths still clung to my ears, as if I'd only just woken from her futon. I'd probably been in a daze all day. I mean, we'd kissed before, right? We even had a sleepover, right? Nothing happened there though. Though I'd only heard about it from someone who'd heard it from someone else, I had a vague impression that more was supposed to happen between close friends at a sleepover. Like a pillow fight, I guess. Or maybe that was just what happened in movies. What about love gossip? Like Michiu asking for love advice on someone she liked. No, that would be the literal end of the world. Besides, what did I really want from a sleepover? What was I to Michiu? After class ended, the 2 of us alone remained in the classroom. I took a glance at Michiu, who had been kept back to study on account of her poor grades. I had a book in my hands, but I couldn't concentrate in the slightest. I mindlessly flipped through the pages, my eyes glazing over the pages without registering a word. That was fine though. I could go through my memories of the text at a later date. Hey, Ayaka. Have you kissed someone before? What? At first, I thought she'd read my mind, but I quickly realized. Michiu had been thinking the same thing as me. Michiu blushed faintly. I have. I thought back to the cultural festival. The day that hadn't been chosen. The time Michiu desired to advance our relationship. The vivid memory sprang to life within my mind. And then, a few days after that, after class. When I initiated it. That day had been chosen. Had Michiu forgotten? Well, but, while I was the one who initiated it, that didn't mean that I was the only who wanted it. Michiu had technically kissed me first, even if that day hadn't been chosen, so it's not like she didn't want to do it. My thoughts kept backtracking into one another in an endless loop. How did it feel? I looked up and saw Michiu's confident, honest gaze aimed straight at me. All my defenses were instantly obliterated. You were there, you know. Don't tell me you forgot. No, but a tiny part of me is doubting whether that was a dream. Michiu's brazen gaze became anxious, almost apologetic for making me uneasy, and her reply was rushed and spontaneous, as if trying to make up for it. Then, why don't we confirm it? Whether it really was a dream. I wasn't acting like myself. When I woke up in Michiu's room, I'd been overcome with an odd sensation that I'd become a different person. Perhaps I'd indeed been reborn this morning. Are you saying? Yeah. Our eyes interlocked. Eyes so fiery that they might melt. Even though we were still in the classroom, even though neither of us had uttered the words "I love you," our mutual feelings lay plain to see in broad daylight. We didn't need words to communicate. You don't mind? Nope. Michiu's face sneered. I closed my eyes. She squeezed my hand, and I squeezed back, and our breaths intermingled. It had been 126 days since our first kiss. 90 days since our last kiss. The brakes had long since broken down. We're both girls though. Don't make me say it. A sweet fragrance beckoned to my nose. Her delicate warmth reached out across the minuscule gap between us. That gap became nothing, was about to become nothing, when a disturbance broke in. Help, Aizawa. The atmosphere vanished like mist, leaving not even a trace. The intruder's breaths were ragged, gasping for air. Thank God. You're still here. I didn't see any particular reason why I should be thanking God right now. Having been interrupted at a good moment, my voice naturally came out stiff. What's the matter? I need your help, Aizawa. Natsum-chan? Michiu, with faint tints of red still lingering on her cheeks, replied to her friend in her usual, slightly quiet voice. The intruder, Fukiyasu Natsum, sounded dead serious. I need your help for theater club. That was the sound of the first domino falling. I fidgeted restlessly during Fukiyasu-san's entire explanation. I felt guilty for being discovered trying to kiss someone at school, and there was also a small irritation at the interruption, and a discomposure at seeing a serious Fukiyasu-san who was always smiling and cheerful, and somewhere along the line, my brain stopped working properly trying to process all these emotions. I listened to Fukiyasu-san's explanation in a daze. Apparently, all problems stemmed from the fact that her friend and theater club president, Komikawa-san, had broken her leg. Of course, Fukiyasu-san was also part of the club. So you need me to be her replacement? Ayaka, have you ever acted before? I haven't. Michiu had thoroughly calmed down, and I couldn't help but notice the difference in our body temperatures. She even had the time to worry about me. Not in a million years would I be up for this task, I pleaded with my eyes. Michiu noticed and covered for me. And besides, your joint performance is this Saturday, right? Michiu continued. Still, Fukiyasu-san interrupted in a loud voice. Her usual, composed demeanor was nowhere to be seen. I need your help. Komikawa, she's normally an irresponsible, hopeless idiot. The one thing she's passionate about is theater. Of course, Fukiyasu-san couldn't allow her friend's precious play to be irreparably destroyed. So why me? You can do anything, right Aizawa? But can't you ask someone else? Michiu protested. Aizawa's really smart. It's a huge role and there's a ton of lines, so I can't rely on any random person. Fukiyasu-san was nearly spitting her words. Anyone could tell she was desperate. While I was somewhat exasperated by her exaggerated praise, if I refused her request, their play would shut down. Fukiyasu-san clearly knew that in all probability, the play was doomed, and was frantically searching for a miracle. Ah, but I could do it. Make a miracle happen. If there are recordings of the past stagings, I'll do it. Even a hunter won't shoot a bird that seeks his help, was it? I wasn't impressed by Fukiyasu's desperate plea. But if she needed my help, and it was in my power, then I should help. That's what I thought, is all. Ayaka. Michiu shrieked, astonished. Her eyes trembled with apprehension. In the past, I certainly would not have budged. Acting as a replacement for a play was both annoying and tedious, and I would have no inclination towards getting involved. It didn't affect me. Why should I die on a hill that I didn't even care about? But I had decided to change. I had decided to stop pretending to be a loner, and deal with life's annoyances and tedium. For the time being, at least. You know it's Saturday, right? You only have 2 days left, Michiu said. Today was Thursday, the 29th of October. On average, I had 10 days left until Saturday. At the bare minimum, I would have at least 4 days. There were no problems. Aizawa, I'm just making sure with you. Our show is the day after tomorrow. Can you make it? I'll be fine. I'm a genius. That's. Michiu obviously didn't want me to push myself too far. To be honest, the script alone would be quite tough already. And though I didn't forget things, I didn't often watch plays, much less have experience acting in one. I was no professional. I couldn't just read over the dialogue and stage directions and create a convincing performance. But if they had recordings of their previous stagings, that was a different matter. Copying a model was easy. To anyone watching, it'd be apparent that I was doing a soulless charade, but at least I could try to look good as a substitute. I'll pull up the recordings. Fukiyasu-san took out her phone and began tapping the screen furiously. If you have 2 or 3 different recordings, that'd be ideal. Got it. I didn't forget. I could not forget things I'd seen or heard even a single time. I could replay my eternal memories as many times as I wanted to, comparing them to my movements and checking for any minute differences. I remembered all my mistakes and never made the same one twice. And once I happened to do something correctly, even if by pure coincidence, I could repeat it as many times as necessary. My memories absorbed everything, so that even movements achieved through blind luck became fluid, well-practiced motions in a heartbeat. With 2 or 3 different recordings, I'd mostly be able to cover everything. Because while I detested repeating the same thing again and again more than anything, that was also my greatest strength. Ayaka, don't push yourself. I'll be fine. Michiu looked at me nervously. Sometimes, she aggressively demanded skinship out of the blue, while other times, I could keenly feel her concern for me. There seemed to be some sort of disconnect. But I didn't think it was something I needed to dwell on. The outcome wouldn't change no matter how much I thought about it. The entire situation floated high above, beyond my imagination. My daily life where nothing happened. The mundane relationship between her and me that I was so exasperated with. But our relationship was slowly beginning to change. I didn't notice these unprecedented, fresh feelings that began to creep up in me. By this time, a curse had already begun to spread, eroding the half-broken world. Chapter 2, The Story of Mind-Reading Witch. The first time Fukiyasu Natsume noticed her ability was on day 2 of midterms. She was stuck on problem 2 of the Math I exam. This was after she'd spent considerable time unsuccessfully trying to solve problem 1, which she ultimately left unfinished, with no choice but to rely on partial credit. She was beginning to panic. At this rate, she'd fail. It was then that Fukiyasu became keenly aware of the sound of her heartbeat. Its steady, rhythmic pulsations beckoned at her consciousness, inviting her to a faraway place. There, she heard a voice. Line segment BC has length 4, therefore according to the law of signs. It was the voice of Yoshida, a hard-working, diligent student in the seat beside her. We're in the middle of a test, Fukiyasu whispered urgently. Even if Yoshida was only talking to herself, she'd be disqualified in an instant for suspicion of cheating if she were heard by the test proctor. Yoshida glared at her. You're the one who needs to shut up, she whispered back. Fukiyasu huffed internally, feeling unjustifiably attacked. Yoshida had no right to randomly lash out at her, especially not after she'd gone out of her way to warn Yoshida. Discreetly, Fukiyasu glanced around at the test proctor, checking for any changes in his manner to see if he'd noticed. What was that? Why the hell are you talking to me during an exam? Though I guess it's nothing out of the ordinary for Fukiyasu. Yoshida continued to grumble without a care in the world. Yet the test proctor paid no heed, nor did any of the students around them. Maybe only I can hear her, Fukiyasu mused, then her entire body suddenly turned cold. Only I can hear her. An auditory hallucination mixed in with the sounds of mechanical pencils scratching against paper. Problem 3 done. I can use the rest of the time for problem 4. What in the... Fukiyasu spent a good 3 seconds in shock. This test was too easy. What was even the point of studying so late last night? I could have slept early. She was hearing someone's thoughts, reading their mind. The lack of sleep must be making me go insane, Fukayasu decided. She had frantically studied well past her usual bedtime last night, cramming for the test. She had gotten no more than 3 hours of sleep total. Fukayasu would have screamed had she not been in the middle of an exam. She wanted to grab Miki and Saki, who she usually hung out with, and rattle on and cry endlessly about her current, inexplicable dilemma. But she was in the middle of an exam. A hugely important test that she couldn't afford to fail. A test which her current, inexplicable dilemma was telling her the answers to. Mind reading was simply too convenient to pass up, especially given the circumstances now. At first, the ability was small. If she focused her entire being, she could barely make out the thoughts of a person sitting next to her. For the remainder of midterms, and after as well, Fukayasu continued to use her ability. The ability to hear someone's secretive, inner thoughts was too convenient and too useful for her to exercise self-restraint. So she practiced and developed her power, and when the test results were announced, I didn't know she was this capable. She must have been working really hard lately. Without any real conscious effort, she was able to hear the voice of her teacher handing back the tests. As Fukayasu looked down at her test, she began to idly wonder about the full extent of her capabilities. Maybe, she thought, maybe if I could just read the mind of Aizawa Ayaka, who sits across the room from me, then I could also get a perfect score. The lone, inhuman prodigy who happened to reside in the same class as Fukayasu. The single individual who had caught the attention of everyone in the school. No one doubted that she'd be accepted into whatever college she applied to. People even whispered that she would be accepted if she applied right now. Fukayasu thought back to the days leading up to spring break. A very particular, picky math teacher had reproached Aizawa for her attitude during class. It wasn't because Aizawa was disturbing class, on the contrary, she hadn't done anything at all. The teacher simply disliked the fact that she always looked sullen and bored during his lessons. Now, let's look at some practical applications. For this problem, let's see. Let's have Aizawa-san solve this problem. Aizawa-san, come up to the blackboard. A broad, disingenuous smile was plastered across the teacher's face as he forced the problem on Aizawa without any warning at all. The entire class was sympathetic. Aizawa picked up the chalk, and for a brief moment, everyone imagined her standing awkwardly in front of the board for several seconds, not knowing the answer or even where to begin. They silently extended their condolences. However, Aizawa Ayaka didn't even as much flinch. She faced the board and began to write, the chalk scraping against the blackboard as she wrote out the answer line after line in unbelievably perfect handwriting. Her answer was flawless. The teacher and students alike were stunned into silence, their mouths dangling open. When she finished writing, Aizawa turned only her head, looking straight at the teacher. She didn't say a thing, but there was no need. Her gaze alone broadcasted her message loud and clear. Anything else I have to do? That will be all. Wonderful job. If Aizawa was proud of her answer, she didn't show it. She barely acknowledged the teacher, despite being called out without any provocation, and returned to her seat wordlessly. Everyone watched her in complete shock. That was the day that the entire world became aware of Aizawa Ayaka's incredible offensive power. She was harmless when left alone, but she would strike back hard and fast when provoked. Even fate would not save you if you made an enemy of her. During the period before the rainy season, the class reached a collective consensus. Let sleeping gods lie. Dare not to touch her. Challenging her, or talking behind her back, was out of the question. Even looking at her the wrong way was forbidden. Inaba was the only exception, so after idly daydreaming about achieving a perfect score on midterms by reading the mind of Aizawa Ayaka, sitting a little aways from her, Fukayasu snapped back to reality. There was no point in a full score if she didn't achieve it herself. In fact, it might even prove detrimental. Hence, Fukayasu, while ecstatic that she hadn't scored below average in any subjects, was equal parts uneasy. And next time, even if she got a full score, she wouldn't feel nearly as ecstatic, but would most certainly feel 10 times as uneasy. She never imagined that a trivial stroke of luck could make her feel so happy. But at the same time, a small part of her was delighted. By nature, Fukayasu was a cautious person. By some bizarre twist of fate, she gained the ability to hear others' inner voices. She wasn't so naive as to believe that she was the only one in the world like that. If it had happened to her, then she couldn't rule out the possibility that other people also possessed similar superpowers. That hypothesis came with problems of its own. Compared to the previous quiz, her test score had substantially improved this time around. As a result, she was rather excited about the parent-child-teacher conference in 2 weeks' time. But what if one of the teachers there could read minds? If Fukayasu even thought about her ability, she'd be found out. All in all, she was a pretty smart high school girl. It was during Wednesday lunch break on the 18th of October. The classroom was filled with a noisy, chaotic chatter. Fukayasu was one of the contributors to that chatter. I'm telling you, if you wanna get likes, you have to like other people's posts too. Just like everything you can. And do daily posts. But you can't just post anything. No one cares about your average daily life. Fukayasu was explaining how to get popular on social media, while Miki and Saki bent over backwards exaggeratedly and sighed loudly. That sounds so hard. What am I supposed to take pictures of then? There's a lot of options, Fukayasu said, hiding her exasperation beneath a sweet, thin smile. Food is always fine. You always eat a ton every day, right? What a pain. Their blunt, inner thoughts were plainly audible to Fukayasu, despite her sound reasoning. There was a multitude of options in just a single day: meals you ate, the sweets you bought at the bakery, makeup, your hairstyle, the list went on and on. You just had to pick a single one. And if Miki and Saki weren't willing to put in even the smallest amount of effort, they only had themselves to blame. In stark contrast, famous influencers always put in extra effort, constantly looking for ways to innovate. I don't eat a ton. Then, how do you explain the fat on your arms? The trio of high school girls burst into laughter. These moments where she could spend time with her friends and forget about everything else were precious to Fukayasu. Because of that, she even occasionally found herself looking forward to school. I wanna get popular while having fun. I want everyone to adore me. Neither of the two could fathom what social media was. They couldn't imagine how your happiness and sadness could be intertwined with the amount of likes you received, or how you inevitably began to measure your worth as a human being based on your follow count. The two were so blissfully unaware that it made Fukayasu jealous. At that point during the conversation, Inaba, with a smile so pure that no one who saw it could possibly dislike her, approached their table, bringing along Aizawa Ayaka. Also, it might have appeared at first glance, but it was strikingly obvious that those two were a set. Heyo. I feel like I always see you two together. Fukayasu gave a broad smile. She was particularly interested in these two. Intimacy is a beautiful thing, isn't it? Miki said, her lips curling into a small smile. Miki hummed in agreement. However, their inner thoughts were entirely different. Aizawa-chan looks like she's struggling. I wish she wouldn't force herself. Naturally, as Aizawa couldn't read minds, she was oblivious to all of it. I guess. Am I smiling properly? It was adorable how Aizawa worked herself up over nothing. Fukayasu didn't dislike her. On the contrary, she'd thought that Aizawa's cold attitude towards others was remarkably striking, in every positive sense of the word. And after gaining the ability to read minds, Fukayasu was constantly surprised by the clarity of her thoughts. Aizawa, you look happy. You're too good at reading me. Inaba sat down, and Aizawa followed her example. What are you, her wife? Fukayasu wanted to joke, but she could already imagine them pitifully blushing in embarrassment, so she refrained from saying it out loud. Heh, don't pretend. Midterms, right? Ah. What kinda brain you got in that head? The test was just too easy. I feel like I'm watching a cheap comedy skit, Fukayasu thought dubiously, but still laughed loudly anyway. Mostly because Saki and Miki laughed first. Meanwhile, Aizawa wasn't happy in the slightest about her reputation, or the whispers floating through the school about her perfect score. With a cold look, she sat down, her thoughts detached from the conversation. The teacher hates me, so at the very least, I have to do well on tests. Fukayasu sympathized with her. Aizawa's self-evaluation was on point. Despite her apparent reluctance to make friends and being shunned by society, she seemed acutely aware of her social standing as well as those around her. Fukayasu didn't dislike smart people. Geez. Was it Yano-chan from the class next door who was shouting out the window? Fukayasu smiled. The so-called Hawaii incident. Last Monday during lunch break, Yano-san from the other class began shouting out the window as loudly as possible. How? Why? Aizawa smiled back. Poor girl. Inside, it's not my fault. I have nothing to do with her inability to score perfectly. If I was still a witch, then I wouldn't care if she blamed everything on me, but I quit being a witch, so I really would prefer if she didn't blame me anymore, she defended herself. Aizawa Ayaka's heart was like an open book. The only part she didn't understand was the witch, but she probably just misheard. But still, I did super good this time. I didn't just not fail, I got average. That's not exactly something to be proud of. It is, Fukayasu said, parrying Saki's interruption. 'Cause we got to talk to Aizawa-san as a result. We are blessed. We are blessed. Oh Lord Aizawa, please bless us with good grades next test. Saki and Miki clapped their hands together, praying. Aizawa, the subject of their prayers, looked exceedingly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Inaba was oblivious to her struggles, grinning broadly upon hearing her partner being praised. I wouldn't expect any less. Her innocent grin was a tad too oblivious for Fukuyasu's taste. You should study harder though, she chided. But cramming all night is bad for my skin. Fukayasu felt the urge to press. Then study regularly. Although I guess that's not something I can say. But speaking of skin, the super goddess prodigy Aizawa's skin is super pretty. What time do you sleep? Her question had unexpected repercussions. Are we lovers? I wonder. How do others see us? Fukayasu had no idea how that thought was connected to her question, but evidently, someone had asked Aizawa about her relationship with Michiyu. That much, Fukayasu could gather based off the fragments of Aizawa's thoughts. Fukayasu understood the sentiment. No matter how you looked at it, those two had to be dating. Aizawa paused, saying nothing. Somehow, Fukuyasu's question had rendered Aizawa Ayaka speechless. Ah, crap. I have to answer now. But, should I reply honestly? If I tell them I sleep at 10 p.m. No, I definitely can't say that. They'll be suspicious of the fact that I don't study. If I lie, that won't work either. They might think of me as a nocturnal monster with perfect skin. Beneath Aizawa's expressionless features was a flood of flustered panic. As the conversation came to a brief pause, Inaba Michiyu answered for Aizawa with fully good intentions. Ayaka sleeps at 10. That's the secret to perfect skin, Michiyu said. What? Aizawa was on the verge of curling up into a ball. Her careful deliberations had all been ruined in an instant, and Inaba, the ruiner of her deliberations, was innocently rubbing Aizawa's cheeks, cheerfully chanting smooth skin, you're not serious. Fukayasu was taken aback. She had accepted the fact that Aizawa was an unrivaled prodigy, but still. 10. Sleeping at 10 isn't that abnormal, is it? Aizawa interjected. It's extremely abnormal. It's a waste of precious time. But you have amazing test scores. That's so unfair. Fukayasu didn't even have time to process Miki and Saki's complaints. She was too focused on Inaba and Aizawa, who, by all measures, were going overboard. I knew they were on good terms, but to this extent. Maybe they really were dating. She needed to verify it from them directly. So soft. I wanna keep touching forever. Hey. Michiyu. What? Everyone's watching, so. Can you save that for when we're alone? Ah, you're right. Sorry. Fukayasu was getting second-hand embarrassment watching them openly flirt. Get a room. Are you too? Dating? Miki, unable to contain herself, was the first to interrupt, facing the two head-on. Finally, the question was out in the open. I said it. I said the forbidden words. Miki screamed. How should I answer? I wonder what Ayaka thinks. Saki was visibly agitated. Meanwhile, Inaba maintained a neutral expression, already in the process of searching for a way to salvage the conversation. Even in this situation, she still manages to keep her cool, Fukiyasu thought, impressed. Inaba was second to none when it came to social interactions. Her partner Aizawa, however, was a different story. Dda, teeting. She paled. We're not. Inaba replied cheerfully without a moment's delay, trying to forcefully steer the conversation towards a different direction, no doubt. You don't have to hide it. We won't look at you differently. However, Miki continued to pursue the question aggressively, and Saki followed suit. We're just friends. Look, Ayaka looks distressed, so let's just stop this conversation. Inaba denied them profusely. Ha! At that moment, she felt a small hole form inside Aizawa's heart. Her pain was distinctly transmitted to Fukiyasu. Unrequited love, an emotion that Fukiyasu had never experienced before, but if it hurt this much, then Fukiyasu never wanted to fall in love. She was feeling Aizawa's pain, and it made her want to flee to a deserted place where no one else could see or hear her, and writhe and twist and scream out in pain. It stung her, burned her, tormented her. Taking pity on Aizawa, Fukiyasu decided to throw her a lifeboat. But Inaba spoke first. Right, Ayaka? Sure. Utterly oblivious to the end, Inaba forced Aizawa to confirm, promptly delivering the death blow. Her heart having been violently gouged out, Aizawa's expressionless face was on the verge of tears, a sight so pitiful that Fukiyasu couldn't bear to watch. Section. It Tuesday during lunch break. Fukiyasu was in the gymnasium. In front of her was a single female student. She was sitting on the edge of the stage facing the gymnasium, thoroughly engrossed in her phone which she held sideways. She was Komikawa Sharon, the president of the drama club. Hey, Sharon. Oh, Natsum. What's up? She was someone that Fukiyasu could call a close friend. They were 1 year apart, and ever since they'd met in preschool, they'd been together ever since, throughout elementary school, middle school, and now high school. What are you doing over there? I want to learn this stage down to my cellular level. So I'm spending as much time here as I can. Fukiyasu hoisted herself onto the stage, taking a seat beside Sharon. She was watching a video of a performance from another school's culture festival. Even Fukiyasu, with her untrained eyes, could tell that the performance was spectacular. The actor's words sounded from the phone speakers. Occasionally, the audience stirred, sometimes with screams, sometimes with laughter, so loud that the audio clipped. The culture festival was quite the disaster, wasn't it? Finally someone says it the way it is. A part of Sharon's composed features contorted, revealing her true thoughts. Don't pursue the topic any further, her expression said. The drama club's performance at the culture festival, which had taken place on this very stage, had ended in utter tragedy. No one in the club cares. Every one of them thinks that enjoying the process is more important than the result. But you're not satisfied. That's not true at all. If we had fun, then that's what matters. Sharon's tone came out dark and emotionless. Before Fukiyasu could wonder about Sharon, she noticed that something didn't feel right. She couldn't hear Sharon's thoughts. That was why she'd come to see Sharon in the first place. In most situations, Fukiyasu could generally guess what Sharon was thinking. In other words, she was the perfect person for Fukiyasu to verify whether or not she could truly read minds. However, no matter how hard she listened, she simply could not hear Sharon's voice. She was the first person whose thoughts Fukiyasu couldn't hear. Natsum. Oh, yeah. I'm listening. Her concentration broken, Fukiyasu returned to reality, where she found Sharon staring at her curiously. I wasn't talking though. That was a trick question. Did you trip on air again? Sharon said with a look of wonder. Fukiyasu shot back a dirty glare. Fukiyasu couldn't hear Sharon's true thoughts, and for the first time in her life, she couldn't help but think of her childhood friend as an ominous existence who didn't quite belong. Fukiyasu, Natsum, and Komikawa Sharon first met in the playground of the preschool that they both attended. The two were 1 year apart, and the teachers always treated them like a bundle deal, the older student giving affection like an older sister, and the younger student the subject of her affection. On the other hand, Seniority and the likes were a complete non-factor for the two. It didn't matter that one was a year older, or in a higher grade they were equals, more like friends or siblings. Though their relationship wasn't quite the same as normal friends or siblings. Unlike normal friends, they belonged to separate friend groups in their respective grades, yet their friendship flourished in spite of, or perhaps due to, those differences. And Fukayasu was well aware that they were different from normal siblings. She herself had 3 sisters of different ages, and the ones closest in age always ended up fighting amongst each other. One year, fate brought along a decisive event that would change the course of their future. Every autumn at the elementary school that Fukayasu and Sharon attended, the Parents' Association would invite a professional drama troupe to come perform at their school. It was during their earlier years of primary school, and the play that year was The Little Mermaid. The mere 2-hour play impacted the two in drastically different ways. Fukayasu enjoyed the play for those 2 hours, and not a minute more or less, and meanwhile, during that very same play, Sharon's lifelong dream flashed before her eyes. I want to be an actress. It was the summer of Fukuyasu's 2nd year of middle school, and Sharon's 3rd year. Sharon declared her dream boldly with unshakable confidence. You mean, like a job? You realize what you're saying? I know it'll be difficult. Difficult wasn't the right word. Trying to make a living as an actress couldn't be called a goal, it was more of a pipe dream. Did Sharon realize the hardships and misery that awaited her on such a path? Fukayasu was doubtful. The Little Mermaid's close friends, who cherished her and her once beautiful voice, sought the sea which had ruined the futures of countless young men and women before. That sea monster is commonly known to as dreams. Well, I support you. Fukayasu simply couldn't disapprove. After all, she belonged in the same boat. Still, she was convinced that her boat was preferable many times over. After all, she didn't believe that hers was a distant future dream or impossible aspiration. What she'd written on her future planning worksheet was simply a goal. To become a hairstylist. To graduate from high school, complete 2 years of vocational school, and receive her beautician certificate. It sounded so simple when she put it into words, but in reality, the path she'd chosen was incredibly treacherous. And she would have to walk the entire way without stumbling a single time. At any rate, cutting people's hair without the certificate was illegal. It didn't matter how skillful she was at styling hair, or how many tens of thousands of viewers she could garner on her YouTube channel. Without the bare minimum, she wouldn't get anywhere. To realize her goal, Fukayasu had no other choice. She needed that certificate. Certificate. In that word, Fukayasu felt the weight of an unbudging reality that refused to move an inch, and the understanding that she needed to face it head-on. Precisely during the very same 2nd year of middle school, Fukayasu realized it. The people who had become her parents often told her, as long as you live a long, healthy life, nothing else matters. It was at that point of her life that she learned that those beautiful, idealistic words were only for show. In all fairness to her parents, perhaps those words had been sincere for the first few years of her life. However, as their little daughter grew older, she became unable to meet their trifling wishes. I hope she grows up as an honest girl became a smarter, better girl, and from then on, their realistic expectations became unachievable ideals, piling on without her parents even aware of what they were doing. The animal known as the Homo sapiens might have eliminated their dependence on Mother Nature, but they could not eliminate their own. Greedy nature still pervaded every aspect of their lives. Mama, I'm gonna become a hairstylist. It was the day before Fukayasu submitted her future planning worksheet. Fukayasu announced her future intentions to her parents, sitting next to each other in the living room. For a while, Fukuyasu's parents said nothing. Their expressions were anything but pleasant. Her mother, who had continued her job as a businesswoman even after giving birth to Fukayasu, received the news with an especially cold reaction. This is your future, you know. Have you thought about this seriously? Is there anything wrong with being a hairstylist? You wouldn't ask that question if you watched the news at all. Understand? We're living in an era of a rapidly declining population. So basically, the population is shrinking, so robots are going to replace humans as hairstylists. Is that what you're saying? Sulking, Fukuyasu abruptly remembered a documentary she'd watched recently about developments in AI technology. That's not it. If the population shrinks, then there'll be less hair to cut. Have you researched the number of beautician licenses they give out per year? And to become a hairstylist, you'd have to go to vocational school and receive the certificate. Yeah. I'm not saying you can't retake the test if you fail it the first time, but you'll have wasted 2 years of your precious youth. Her mother approached the topic in such a roundabout way while sounding clearly disappointed, and Fukuyasu churned with anger. But there was no point in yelling and arguing back. Yelling would make her feel good in that moment, but she wouldn't gain anything out of it. Fukuyasu wasn't a cool-headed person by nature. She only managed to keep her composure by thinking about what Sharon would do in her spot. Sharon most certainly wouldn't yell, that she was sure of. Go to a regular 4-year university. Somewhere that will actually be useful to your future. Her mother's mind had been made up from the start. Her father said nothing. If Sharon, who was more earnest than anyone else about her dream, were in Fukuyasu's shoes, then she would have eaten mud if it meant realizing her dream. Regardless of the circumstances, Sharon would have suppressed her self-esteem and done anything and everything possible, stubbornly fighting for her belief. What do I have to do for you to agree? Fukuyasu asked. Let's see. Get into Konohana High first. Then I'll think about it. Her mother named one of the prominent high schools of their region. Her mother hadn't named that condition arbitrarily. The harder a school's admissions process was, the smarter the students that attended it. If Fukuyasu managed to somehow get in, then perhaps the influence from those students would change her mind. It was a cold, rational calculation. Parents see their own dreams in their children. Whether it be realizing some unfulfilled ideal, or being recognized by society for their achievements, or simply earning a lot of money, everything that the parents couldn't achieve is pushed onto the children. Of course, it is completely unreasonable. But parents can't be blamed for it. Until you tell them how you really feel, parents are free to set as many unreasonable expectations as they want. On the day following the incident with her mother, Fukuyasu unexpectedly ran into Sharon on her way back from school. They ended up walking back together side by side, their route leading them to the top of a hill overlooking the town. From here, the entire town was visible in a single, unbroken view. Sharon broke the ice cream she was carrying into 2 and handed half to Fukuyasu. I think a hairstylist sounds good, she said curtly. My parents won't let me. Fukuyasu thanked Sharon and took the ice cream, catching a glance at her profile. Sharon had always been good at swimming with the tide. Despite their strict middle school's rules prohibiting it, she often secretly took money with her to school and bought ice cream on the way back. She knew exactly which stores wouldn't sell to a child in uniform, or which times to be vigilant for patrolling policemen, deftly avoiding capture. When she was discovered carrying a phone in school, she convinced the teachers that it wasn't hers, offering up another student as sacrifice. When she was caught with ice cream, she skillfully persuaded the teacher that it was someone else's fault. As her friend, Fukuyasu received a portion of the fruits of her accomplishments. Parents are parents, I guess. Mine keep trying to tell me that I can't make a living as an actress. Well, yeah. The town's silhouette stretched out beneath the hill. It looked tiny. And Fukuyasu, who lived there, was even tinier. It's so dumb. It's my life. Don't tell me what to do. It was refreshing to see Sharon speaking so bluntly for a change. To Fukuyasu, Sharon was an extremely easygoing friend, and someone she wanted to stand on equal footing with. And though Fukuyasu would absolutely never admit it, there was no one else on the planet who she admired and respected more. So, have you given up? Asked Sharon. Under Chiron's intense scrutiny, Fukuyasu had nowhere to hide. Don't be stupid. Obviously I haven't given up. I'll never give up. It's just what? My parents said if I get into Konohana High, they'll think about it. Fukuyasu told her about the condition her mother had set forth, her voice betraying her lack of confidence. It was an unthinkably difficult condition, after all. I got it. Sharon shouted all of a sudden. A speeding car rushed by them barely a few feet away. The car's engine was still barely audible when Sharon declared her idea. I'll go to Konohana too. Ha! What the hell are you saying? Fukayasu began to seriously worry if there was something wrong with her 1-year-older childhood friend's head. But Sharon continued as a matter of factly. All I need is to continue my schooling. Then I'll be fine. I don't see how that's going to convince your parents. And what does going to Konohana have to do with becoming an actress anyway? No, that's not the point, Natsum. Sharon stood up, and with great vigor, she began to talk without pausing once. As long as she continued her education, as long as she did well in school, then her parents had no reason to complain. If she continued her education through high school, college, and graduate school, she could stay in school until she was 24. That gave her plenty of time to find her big break into the world of acting. It was a life-prolonging scheme, so to speak. And in order to extend the amount of time she could spend chasing her dream, she would aim for a top-tier high school. Several thousand hours spent studying for entrance exams was a cheap price to pay for years of time in the future. Sharon explained her plan proudly. What? It's already September though. Do you realize the difference in level between you and Konohana? Fukayasu didn't understand. It's not impossible for me. Well, that's not true. It's impossible for me, but not for my dream. Besides, it'll be more impressive this way. I haven't shown my true power yet. She definitely had a screw loose, Fukayasu thought with a sigh. She looked at Komikawa Sharon pitifully. However, half a year later, she realized that she had underestimated Sharon. Sharon had gone all out in her studies and gotten accepted to her #1 high school. That harsh, frigid February, Fukayasu couldn't bear to look her childhood friend in the eye. Sharon was dazzling, her bright smile and outstretched peace sign shining more brilliantly than ever. However, Fukayasu, now one step further away from her friend, didn't fail to notice a critical detail. Sharon hadn't bothered to factor school tuition into her calculations. Perhaps she'd assumed that her parents would shoulder the cost, or perhaps she figured that she'd take out a student loan and pay it back in the future. At any rate, it was an extremely short-sighted and dangerous calculus. At the same time that Fukayasu re-evaluated her assumptions about Sharon's capabilities, she learned something else. Sharon would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Even so, Sharon's endeavors moved Fukayasu. Fukayasu decided to pursue her dream, urged on by a sense of duty more than anything else. And so, Fukayasu passed the Konohana entrance exams. It should have taken an entire year's worth of frenzied studying. That year should have been crammed with painstaking work, endurance, and self-denial. Yet for that entire year, she felt nothing of the sort, passing into Konohana as if it were the most natural thing in the world. In all honesty, Fukayasu didn't think that she had worked particularly hard at all. Sharon passed, so she had to pass as well. That was all. She simply studied for 5 hours on weekdays after school, and 8 hours on weekends and holidays, every day for 1 year. She wasn't exerting herself, she was simply studying. It was the day after the Hawaii incident. Fukayasu, with an immensely pleased look on her face, was showing her report card to her mother. Thinking that she'd be able to please her mother with her passing grades, her happiness manifested itself as simple childish delight. "Mama, look at my midterm results. That's unexpected. Did you really study that much?" "I studied tons." Ignoring the sense of guilt, Fukayasu claimed full credit for her achievement. Her mother's conditions were to get into Konohana and keep up with her studies. Based on these midterm results, Fukayasu wasn't doing bad at all. So, what about beauty school? Let me show this to your dad and see what he thinks. Give me a second. The parent-teacher conference is in 2 weeks. Don't forget. So make sure you come to a decision about your daughter's future, Fukayasu implied with her words. Her mother seemed to understand her intentions. This isn't good. This isn't good at all. Did I set my condition too low? As she stared at the report card she was holding, Fukayasu's mother rubbed her white cheek with her other hand, as if trying to stop her facial expressions from betraying her thoughts. However, her thoughts themselves were all too plain to see. How can I scare her away from her foolish dream? Her voice, which never should have ever made it out of the recesses of her mind, broadcasted her large disappointment directly to Fukayasu. Section. After classes ended on Wednesday, Fukayasu went to watch the drama clubs practice again. The ballet club was also practicing in the gymnasium while the basketball club was running an informal game. Meanwhile, the drama club was hustling about the stage. Amidst the practice, Sharon alone stood out from the rest of the club members. Even someone who'd never seen a play before could have easily picked out the star actress. It was hard to put into words, but it felt like the other members weren't made to act on stage. Perhaps they'd be better off doing comedy sketches, Fukayasu thought dubiously. The club president even went so far as to pretending to cry at how terrible they were. "Wah, Na-chan, I told you to not call me Nakan. It's annoying." Sharon hopped off the stage and sprinted towards the entrance where Fukayasu was standing and watching the practice. It was a scene that Fukayasu had gotten used to by now. The club members allowed themselves to chuckle for a brief moment before returning back to their practice. In their childhood, Sharon always called Fukayasu Nakan. Now, the nickname was used more often than not as a way of teasing. On a separate note, Fukayasu used to call Sharon Shiro-chan. "Why wouldn't I call Nakan Nakan? I swear to God you're still gonna be calling me Nakan when I'm an old woman." "When you're an old woman? So you're saying we're going to be friends forever?" She winked cutely. Fukayasu shivered. "Don't act innocently in front of me. It gives me the creeps." "TCH. I was giving you fan service." "What part of that was fan service?" Fukayasu sighed. No amount of cutesy acting on Shiren's part would improve her mood. "Did y'all see that? That was my overdramatic character performance." Sharon couldn't contain the excitement in her voice as she addressed the other club members. "You speak to your members like that? I feel sorry for them. Just you watch. I'm gonna drown the entirety of America with a storm born from the throes of passion created by my performance." "You mean you're going to take them by storm?" "No, I'm gonna drown the continent with a storm made of tears." "Ah, you meant drown them physically." Fukayasu dutifully played the part of the straight man, enabling Shiren's antics. Sharon looked towards the ceiling exaggeratedly and boomed in an announcer voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the dumbass play. We can hear you." Angry shouts rang from the stage, where the club members had suddenly become riled up. This year, Konohana's drama club's performance had been especially terrible. It was so terrible that a scathing student from a different school had dubbed it the dumbass play. Originally, Sharon raged with indignity, but after she had vented out most of her anger, she decided that the student hadn't been wrong and began using the name as well. Konohana High School's drama club was at an all-time low, to the point where the president admitted it. To begin with, their props were horrible. Their fake flowers withered and died. Dolls they made would shed all their hair. Their chairs always collapsed. They tried store-bought chairs instead, but those kept collapsing anyway. To top it all off, during the actual performance, one of the ringtones of a smartphone they were using as a prop went off. And somehow, the call was automatically accepted via a hands-free feature, following which a shrill girl's voice was blasted throughout the hall, accusing the smartphone owner of cheating on her. At any rate, legends of the drama club's incompetence would go down in the school's history. Fukayasu doubted that their fake flowers had actually withered away, but she knew the smartphone story was real. She'd seen the tragedy unfold with her own eyes. She had gone to see the play, keeping it a secret from Sharon. Saki and Miki, accompanying her, had burst into uncontrollable laughter, and Fukayasu couldn't help but giggle despite herself. So this is what Sharon meant by the drama club being at an all-time low. A tragedy that could have easily been prevented had they used a fake phone instead. Or, they could have just turned on Do Not Disturb. But instead, they'd destroyed their entire performance because they couldn't even think that far ahead. How could anyone be blamed for criticizing the drama club? They really should just stick with comedy, Fukayasu thought. Ah man, we were so good last year. Sharon stared at the stage with a faraway look in her eyes. We were so good last year. We had way more practices then. Everyone loved our performance, and our club was filled with people who lived for theater. You're still as obsessed with your seniors as ever. That's 'cause they were amazing. I know without a shadow of doubt they'll get their big breaks into the world of theater. Alright, I get it. But first, I have to sort myself out. Shiren's expression darkened. Sharon. But Fukayasu was an outsider who had nothing to do with the drama club. There was nothing she could say. Sharon had never invited Fukayasu to join the drama club. Other members, who'd grown accustomed to seeing Fukayasu pop in for visits, often joked that she may as well join, seeing as how she was basically an honorary member already. However, Sharon herself had never once extended such an invitation. It's better this way, Fukayasu thought. Sharon was truly devoted to theater. It was pure, unadulterated devotion. If Fukayasu ever donned the title of actress, she'd probably become the subject of Shiren's contempt. Nor did Sharon ever invite her to see a performance. There was nothing more embarrassing for Sharon than to be seen in a bad play. Fukayasu was keenly aware of their distance as friends. And for someone as knowledgeable in social affairs as herself, there was no way she could misread something like that. Section. Fukayasu knew it well. She knew that while humans carry out their daily lives under a beautiful guise of universal equality, the face behind the mask is often less than beautiful. She knew that invisible flaws separated the students in her class into castes. And she also knew that the floor she walked on was a ceiling for everyone else. Fukayasu belonged to the class's nobility. She never felt uncomfortable surrounded by her classmates. She wasn't a peasant, so even when she had to show consideration for someone else, well, such situations were rare to the point of being non-existent. She never said it out loud, but unlike the peasants who were her peers, she was never particularly concerned about being disliked. Human relationships meant being bound up with fetters of obligation. They were suffocating. It didn't matter whether you were an adult or a child. If you said what you wanted to say, your words would turn into gossip and come back to bite you. If you did what you wanted to do, they would say that you got carried away and that would again turn into gossip. If things got out of hand, that gossip turned into malicious bullying. Getting your chair kicked out from under you, your belongings being stolen, and getting stuffed into a locker. Fukayasu had seen it all happen to others before. It was inevitable, the result of shoving a bunch of teenage boys and girls into a cramped classroom. Human beings weren't angels, they were more akin to monkeys, Fukayasu thought. Such was the caste system within their class. Animals created hierarchies, and they always obeyed those hierarchies without fail. Groups of Medaka fish living in a small container bully and kill their family members without batting an eye. Fukayasu constantly worked to maintain her status as nobility. She never disturbed peace, avoided everything deemed uncool, and demonstrated her values by honoring trends. But there was a student in the class which the caste couldn't place. Aizawa Ayaka. She didn't hang out with anyone other than Inaba. Someone who you could never expect cooperation from. The other nobility considered her an outcast. They looked down on her as unfit for society, someone who couldn't ever compare to themselves. They were idiots, all of them. Those who failed to realize the true nature of her existence were fated for an untimely social death. Fukayasu, who had survived this far in the school's vicious environment, knew that all too well. Some primal instinct deep within Fukayasu strongly warned her that Aizawa wasn't an outcast. Harmless if left untouched. But if aggravated, you would end up paying the highest possible price. So what exactly was Aizawa's true nature? Fukayasu only clearly understood it once she gained the ability to read minds. She was royalty. No one else was aware of it, but Aizawa and Inaba were queens, Fukayasu thought. They ruled over no one, so they weren't nobility. But nor were they ruled by anyone. They were free, unshackled beings. If you tried to control them, you would be the only one who ended up hurt. Fukayasu, with her acute sense of smell, sensed this whilst no one else had. They said the things they wanted to say, and did the things they wanted to do. They did it as naturally as breathing. And if they felt like it, they could become the center of the class whenever they liked. Whenever Fukayasu looked at the two, standing calmly in solitude apart from the rest, a sour taste would fill her chest. It was a taste commonly referred to as envy. Fukayasu knew how to read the atmosphere better than anyone, and she paid attention to the tiniest details that others might not even consider. Thanks to her efforts, she had attained a certain level of freedom in what she could say and do. But no matter how much she persevered, she could never attain the degree of total freedom that those two embodied. Her jealousy was only natural. It was Thursday morning, and Fukayasu was despondent. First, she had overslept. Her hair was a complete mess, tangled in every which way, and she agonized over how to salvage it. In the end, she decided on a half-up style. Still, she ended up arriving 5 minutes late. She entered the classroom only to find it uncharacteristically noisy, and she didn't have time to ask someone to let her copy their classical Japanese translation homework. But that was fine. Fukayasu didn't panic. After all, she could hear thoughts. If she was called on, she would just read the teacher's mind for the answers. There was nothing to worry about. It was at that point that she heard the voices. The reason behind the classroom's noise. Something's weird. Did we have a quiz first period? No. Why's everyone so fidgety? Fukayasu glanced around the classroom. Everyone seemed aware of the fidgety atmosphere, and were deliberately avoiding looking at a certain spot in the classroom. In that certain spot, 3 girls were cheerfully conversing. So after the test, I went to see the movie. It was really good. I haven't seen it yet. I've only read the book. What about you, Michiyu? I'm sleepy. The usually docile Kotani was going on excitedly about a movie. Aizawa chimed in with comments, while the usually sociable Michiyu seemed awfully docile. The main problem was how they were positioned. Inaba was sitting on the edge of Aizawa's chair, as if the two were sharing a chair, which couldn't have been comfortable for her, but she didn't let out a single complaint as she sat calmly while every part of her body from waist to shoulder was glued tightly to Aizawa's. How dare those two act so shamelessly in front of others? What am I watching? I'm obviously third-wheeling here. I want out. Kotani, despite her inner struggles, kept up her appearances remarkably well. Everyone else pretended not to see. No one said anything. Everyone acted as if they were busy with something else, as if nothing was wrong. After all, royalty lived in a world of their own. Still, the classroom was filled with turbulence that morning. One boy passed by their desk, and his nose twitched. Wait. What? Out of pure curiosity, Fukayasu dropped in on his thoughts. What's with Aizawa's hair? Why does it smell like? It wasn't just him. Several other students sitting near them or passing by noticed as well. Aizawa and Inaba used the same shampoo? Did they have a sleepover? Really? It was Thursday morning. Yesterday was a school day, and today was a school day. Naturally, it was hard to believe that one would have a sleepover. The atmosphere had infected nearly half the classroom. Aizawa, the person in question, seemed to be acting perfectly normal. Hey, shouldn't you sit in your own chair instead of squeezing me out of mine? But on the inside, I slept over. Beneath her expressionless demeanor was an uproar of activity. There was one more person in question. I like it here. Inaba leaned her head against Aizawa, dozing off. Interestingly enough, her thoughts were exceptionally pronounced. I missed my chance to tell her. I have to tell her eventually, but I couldn't tell her. And why the hell does Ayaka always fall asleep so fast? She's so defenseless while sleeping, and so cute, so how do you expect me to get any sleep? Her thoughts flew by at unthinkably high speeds, and Fukayasu struggled to make coherent sense out of them. Always. Fukayasu choked. Did they have sleepovers on a regular basis? When did they develop that sort of relationship? Their pure, honest friendship dropped like a bomb in the middle of their unaware classmates. In that way, morning homeroom passed, and classes started. All throughout class, Aizawa's mind was soaring through clouds somewhere far, far away, her textbook left unopened. Normally, she was far from being a diligent student during class, but at the very least, she always had her textbook open. She at least pretended to listen to the lesson, though she didn't really take notes. Fukayasu kept sneaking quick peeks at Aizawa and Inaba. Aizawa might as well not even have been there. The classical Japanese teacher saw that as a sign of weakness. Alright, Aizawa-san, please read starting from page 83 line 4. Quite obviously, the teacher was hoping to bring down the prodigy when her guard was down. Okay. Aizawa looked straight ahead and smoothly read through the passage. Her voice sounded perfectly normal. She never faltered once at the difficult vocabulary or strange pronunciations. It was a praiseworthy performance, but at the same time, that was well within expectations. But one small detail was extremely abnormal. Aizawa didn't have her textbook open. She hadn't even taken it out of her bag. Yet she was reading. Her clear voice rang throughout the classroom, entering Fukuyasu's ears. Her words resounded through every person in the classroom. They matched line for line, word for word, character for character with the textbooks open on everyone's desk, but she didn't have hers out. "Excuse me. How far should I read up to?" This much is fine. Thank you." The classical Japanese teacher flinched. Such was the girl who'd never gotten anything lower than full marks on anything from tests in school to mock exams out of school. The genius who was said to be capable of passing any college exam. Had she already memorized the contents of the textbooks? Her interest piqued. Fukuyasu observed Aizawa Ayaka for the whole day. Fukuyasu took every opportunity to gaze at Aizawa, much like how middle school students stare longingly at their crush sitting across the classroom. A few of her classmates noticed Fukuyasu's apparent interest and interpreted it the wrong way. Fukuyasu's being reckless. "I can't believe she's trying to get in between those two." Fukuyasu scoffed at their stupidity. In the end, Aizawa never did take out her textbook. The entire incident only reaffirmed Fukuyasu's belief that Aizawa was different, that she had sleepovers at Inaba's house, which is also why she hadn't brought her textbooks or notebooks to school. Coincidentally, Fukuyasu also learned that Aizawa didn't store her textbooks at school. After class, Fukuyasu went to the drama club's practice, where she found a nearly unfathomable sight awaiting her. The first thing that seemed off was Komikawa Shiren's face. Her expression looked vaguely grim. She was still in her school uniform, which Fukuyasu thought strange. Shiron was an actress, and given their limited amount of time, she should have been in full costume. The next thing that stood out to her was so horrifying that Fukuyasu couldn't bear to look once she realized what had happened. Her childhood friend's leg looked odd. In particular, something was plainly off about the region from her right knee down. A cumbersome, bulky cast was wrapped around Shiren's right calf. She was sitting slouched in a plastic chair, watching disinterestedly at the other members practicing. "Broke my leg," Shiron said when she noticed Fukuyasu approaching, chuckling nonchalantly. What the hell? It hurts real bad." She stuck out her tongue, which was exceedingly difficult to watch. Fukuyasu stared at Shiren's right leg in utter disbelief. What had happened? She couldn't even imagine. But the reality of the situation was that Shiron had gravely injured her leg. Fukuyasu felt like her body had turned to ice. What had happened couldn't be undone. Up until today, Shiron had frantically prepared for their next performance. She'd given her life and soul for the sake of the drama club. However, with this leg, how could she act like everything was all right? What happened? "I dropped a dumbbell." Shiron stuck out her tongue. Was she an idiot? She wasn't in any position to joke around. "You have your performance on Saturday with the other schools, don't you?" "Yeah. Looks like I'll have to drop out." "But you're the main lead." Sucks." Fukuyasu could almost see Shiren's invisible tears. While she couldn't read her childhood friend's thoughts, she could somewhat understand what Shiron felt. Somewhat. Screw that. She didn't need to be a mind reader to know exactly what Shiron was thinking. Fukuyasu came. Finally, someone who can give President a good ol' whacking. She deserves it. Guess the Saturday performance isn't happening after all. The club members' thoughts revealed their concern. Their despondent eyes spoke for themselves, and their thoughts conveyed their desperation far more poignantly than words could. "Please. Someone please help. I mean, what can you do, Amy, right?" Fukuyasu looked at Shiron imploringly. "Please, Shiron. This isn't like you." Shiron said nothing. Fukuyasu felt an indescribable sense of discomfort. It was as if Shiron had calmly accepted her fate without any sort of resistance, an attitude that raised goosebumps on Fukuyasu's skin. "Why do you look so unhappy, Nakan? I'm the one who's been affected the most." "You're lying. You're lying." It was a terrible act. If Chiron's calm and composed attitude was a performance, then it was one of most unconvincing performances Fukiyasu had seen. For someone like Chiron, it was an abomination. Wait here for a sec. Nakan. But Fukiyasu was already sprinting out the door. Currently, she was stuck at deadlock, without any clear way out. But she knew someone who could help. I hope she's still at school. Fukiyasu ran. Time was ticking down to Saturday, and there wasn't a second to spare. Clutching at the hem of her fluttering skirt, she ran down the hallway, school rules be damned. She nearly flew down a flight of stairs. As panicked as she was, a part of her mind remained clear. First step, head to the entrance. After checking that Aizawa's shoes were still there, thereby confirming that she was still in the classroom, she climbed up the stairs again. She was panting from exertion. As she neared the classroom, two voices became distinctly audible. Such long eyelashes. Ah, she smells so good. One voice belonged to Aizawa. And of course, the other could only belong to Inaba. Thank God Fukiyasu felt like she had already been saved. What sounded like a flustered voice echoed from the classroom, but Fukiyasu didn't stop. Ayaka. Hurry up, do it again. Normally, Fukiyasu wouldn't have dared to burst into the classroom at a time like this. Just from their thoughts, it was more than obvious that they were in the middle of something. Interrupting their romantic moment would be like kicking a horse she was just asking to get murdered in cold blood. However, Fukiyasu didn't have the leisure of considering her life right now. Help, Aizawa. Fukiyasu clapped her hands together and prostrated on the ground. Aizawa would help her, somehow. Aizawa the royalty, Aizawa the genius. Aizawa would find a solution to a problem that Fukiyasu would never be able to. For Aizawa, who achieved full score on all her tests, who read without opening her textbook, who even predicted the earthquake. For Aizawa, the witch of the classroom. For that Aizawa, surely something like a high school theater performance was nothing. Aizawa could undoubtedly save the performance before breakfast tomorrow. Unconsciously, Fukiyasu pushed all her absurdly unrealistic expectations onto Aizawa. What's the matter? At first, Aizawa Ayaka was flustered. She was shaken, so much that she had lost her composure. Fukiyasu silently apologized for barging into her time with Inaba, but it didn't matter right now. I need your help for theater club. Fukiyasu didn't hesitate as she went on to explain the situation. Several drama clubs from various high schools would gather on Sunday, each giving their performance. Konohana's drama club was participating as well. The president Komikawa, the main lead, had broken her leg. Without a replacement, they'd be forced to drop out. Naturally, the lead actress showed up in most of the scenes and was responsible for a mountain of lines, so no one could possibly fill that role. This has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me, but I could help Fukiyasu-san. If I do nothing and let her hang by herself, then nothing will have changed up to now. But ever since I met her, I've changed. If I believe that I've changed, then even a hunter won't shoot a bird that seeks his help. How fitting. Aizawa, who fully understood the situation, replied tersely. If there are recordings of the past stagings, I'll do it. She didn't ask about the script, nor compensation. She simply asked for a model. Ayaka. Inaba reacted sharply. She was being considerate of Aizawa. You know it's Saturday, right? You only have 2 days left. To put it bluntly, forget about Fukiyasu. But Fukiyasu barely reacted. She'd known that Inaba would react like that. And more importantly, Fukiyasu took comfort in the fact that Aizawa didn't falter in her conviction. It's fine, I still have 10 days until then. At the bare minimum, I'll have 4 days. That's plenty of time. But she had no idea what Aizawa was thinking. Aizawa, I'm just making sure with you. Our show is the day after tomorrow. Can you make it? I'll be fine. I'm a genius. While Fukiyasu did question whether Aizawa was aware of the situation's pressing reality, a single thread of hope had been dangled in front of her, and she clung onto it tightly. That's... Michiyu started worriedly. Fukiyasu took out her phone. Naturally, she would first contact Chiron. Before anything, she had to resolve the question of tapes. It went without saying that Fukiyasu felt bad for Sharon, but the performance was the only thing she could salvage for now. Stop it, Ayaka. At this rate, it'll be the same as last time. Ah. Inaba met eyes with Fukiyasu. Fukiyasu felt a torrent of unease envelop Inaba's heart as she waited for Sharon to pick up. Last time? Natsum-chan, did she just read my MRGHH? Fukiyasu felt a sharp pain as Inaba's heart skipped a beat. Ha! Did she find out? That I can read minds? Inaba, what was she about to think? Natsum-chan, did she just read my mind? I can't think anything unnecessary then. Something along those lines. If you're scared of the dark, then every shadow will start to look like a monster. Fukiyasu was no exception as she carefully studied her classmate's expression. Inaba Michiu, averting her gaze, had a faraway look in her eyes. Aizawa hadn't picked up on her change in demeanor. Undeterred, Fukiyasu considered the implications of what that meant. But before she could read too deeply into anything, the line with Sharon connected, and she let go of her worries. Aizawa had agreed to help, meaning that the drama club was saved. Whether Inaba had figured out her ability or not was irrelevant. And Fukiyasu wasn't the type of person to bother with an irrelevance. In other words, Fukiyasu was good at swimming with the tide. If she encountered a wall she needed to get over, she adept found a tunnel underneath. If there was a roof she needed to scale, she intuitively knew where the ladders were stored. However, she never realized her mistake. The wall she thought she had to get over was actually a roof, and one look from the roof at the surrounding scenery would change her view completely. The roof she was supposed to climb was actually the neighboring one, and she had placed her ladder in the wrong position. In other words, Fukiyasu, with utter efficiency, advanced down the completely wrong path. Section. A miracle had occurred. Everyone in the drama club thought so. Before then, they'd all given up. On Thursday morning, they all thought that they'd have to drop out of the performance. However, the small-statured first-year student that Fukiyasu had brought along perfectly filled the void in their cast. It was almost magical. Her speech was fluent, her movement smooth and practiced, with perfect understanding of the script. If one was taken by some wild delusion, they might even be led to believe that this was better than the original. There were absolutely no complaints to speak of. On Saturday, the joint performance was held in the park grounds of the community center. The drama clubs from nearby high schools all gathered, and with every school in attendance, the event began and ended without a hitch. Fukiyasu wouldn't forget it for her entire life. It was seared into her eyes. The magnificent performance of the replacement actress, bathing in the spotlight. She seemed to glow from the very tips of her hair to the soles of her feet. Her movements were refined and masterfully executed, as if she had practiced them hundreds of times. Her clear words echoed grandly through the audience, her voice so pleasing to hear. Subtle expressions skillfully told the play's story in their own way, while color seemed to emanate from her lively eyes. If she sighed, the audience sighed with her. When she smiled, the audience felt reassured from the bottom of the heart. Aizawa Ayaka was born for the theater. And so, what followed was an inevitability. On the way home after the event, Fukiyasu and Sharon headed home together. They rode the bus from the community center, and by the time they get off at the stop near their homes, the autumn sun was already setting. Apart from Shiren's crutches, the scene reminded Fukiyasu of the occasional times in middle school where the two had walked back along this very path. Sharon narrowed her eyes against the sun. Where did you find a talent like that? Isn't she amazing? She's the pride of our class. Fukiyasu couldn't resist the sudden urge to brag. But immediately after, she regretted her lack of prudence. Shiren's heart was wrenched by complicated emotions. I can't believe someone like that. It's too weird. Fukiyasu made out snatches of her dark emotions. It went without saying that she was thinking about Aizawa Ayaka. Fukiyasu shrank back in fear away from her friend's mind. The strong emotions brewing in Sharon threatened to overwhelm even Fukiyasu, who began to feel traces of Shiren's darkness spread through her own mind. What a monster. I want her to show up for practice tomorrow too, Sharon said. Her existence shouldn't be possible. Tomorrow's Sunday. Then Monday. Then, Should I invite her? Fukayasu asked. Her heart stung. Everything was always about Aizawa. Sharon hadn't ever offered Fukayasu an invitation to the drama club. And now? Yeah. Why was she so quick with Aizawa? She was like just the seniors from last year. Before she even noticed, she had started to read Shiren's thoughts effortlessly. Fukayasu knew her ability was growing stronger. She no longer had to concentrate in order to read thoughts. Not only could she hear Shiren's previously unreadable thoughts, Fukayasu could distinctly sense her waves of emotions that couldn't be put into words. She's probably had acting experience before, right? Or been to some special school for theater? Sharon asked. Nah. I haven't asked, but I don't think so. Fukayasu wasn't sure whether the cracking noise of Shiren's heartbreaking had been real, or whether she had imagined it. Once reverence reaches a certain point, it becomes something akin to jealousy, and once that jealousy becomes concentrated enough, it transforms into hatred. As with all emotions, negative feelings change rapidly and colorfully. How is she that good? Why? Unfair. What about me? Amateur. Dream. Same school. Impossible. How many others like her are out there? Am I going to have to compete with people like her and beat them and come out alive? That's absurd. Then, Fukayasu heard the decisive words. After I went this far, Nakan ruined everything. Fukayasu's legs stopped moving. Shiren's crutches continued to clunk against the ground as her back receded further and further away. The bright rays of the evening sun shone unwaveringly, and her hair fluttered in the autumn breeze while the sunset hid her features in an orange silhouette. Their distance increased, but Shiren's thoughts were still infuriatingly clear, and though the sun hid her features, they were clearly audible to Fukayasu, whose heart reflected Shiren's thoughts like a mirror. Natsum. Several meters ahead, Sharon looked back. Shiren's expression was carefully composed, betraying nothing, only expressing puzzlement at why Fukayasu had suddenly stopped. Not even in her wildest dreams could Sharon have imagined that her deepest thoughts had all been exposed. Fukayasu, who wanted to cry at such her childhood friend's mask, stared back. Sharon. She forced away the trembling in her voice. How did you get that injury again? I told you, I dropped a dumbbell on my leg. As irritating as Shiren's lazy tone was, she wasn't lying. Fukayasu had been deceived. And it was her own fault. I dropped a dumbbell on my leg by accident. I dropped a dumbbell on my leg on purpose. Without further clarification, both meanings were possible. Sharon, did you do that to yourself? Silence. The autumn wind blew against her skin, and Fukayasu felt an itch on the back of her neck. A sigh. Shiren's usual gaze had turned grim somewhere along the line. Then, you really see through everything. She admitted it. Why, did you? You're always coming to our practices. Surely you know the reason. The drama club has no future. Fukayasu considered her childhood friend dearer than anyone, but at that moment, she seemed ever so far away. I'd rather die than let people see that garbage performance. A leg is a cheap price to pay, Sharon spat. Fukayasu should have been well aware by now. This girl would stop at nothing achieve her goals. She should have been well aware after Sharon had passed the Konohana High School entrance exams. But she hadn't been able to face the truth. Sharon, that's not. You can't just do that. It wasn't supposed to end up like this. Results weren't the only important thing when it came to high school clubs. Clubs were places for individuals with a common goal, where they gathered and toiled and cooperated and marched forward together. Naturally, achieving the goal was ideal, but even if they failed, they accepted the result together. Clubs were places to grow. It really hurt. Sharon wasn't looking at Fukayasu. She laughed brightly, gesturing grandly with her hands as she talked. At first, I was hesitant, and I dropped it from waist high. But my leg didn't break from that. It hurt a ton, but I could still walk and move properly. Sharon, stop. Suddenly, Shiren's memory broke into Fukayasu's mind. A torrent of mental images slammed into Fukayasu, who had lost all control of her ability as Shiren's recollection became her own. Late afternoon, in a room dyed red by the setting sun. Beyond the red was black. The metal dumbbells she used to lose weight were cold, unbudging, cruel. but their weight was more ruthless than the metal itself. No need to hesitate, no need for delicacy, so I had to drop it from shoulder height instead, right? Stop. I don't want to hear any more. When Fukiyasu had sought help from the witch, she hadn't known anything. What else to call a girl with superhuman abilities other than witch? No doubt, Sharon would have known. She would have known the implications of relying on a witch. At that moment, the event which had forever changed Sharon's life surfaced in the recesses of Fukiyasu's mind. The elementary school gymnasium's lights were all dark, casting the hall in pitch black. The actors shone brilliantly beneath the spotlight on stage. The Little Mermaid. The Little Mermaid who saved the prince couldn't tell him what happened that stormy night. The Little Mermaid who'd fallen in love with the prince couldn't even confess her overflowing emotions. After all, she had no voice. In order to obtain feet and discard her life in the sea, she had offered her voice in exchange. The witch demanded her voice, so beautiful that it garnered the envy of the entire world, as compensation for her magic. Every child alive knew how the fairy tale went. Unable to convey her feelings, unable to return to sea, she could only watch pitifully as time passed, and eventually a beautiful bride-to-be for the prince appeared. The witch then offered two choices to the Little Mermaid, who was still oblivious to the witch's true nature. The first, kill the prince, and in return the witch would give her back her voice and fins, and her life in the sea. Or give up on everything. The Little Mermaid had reached a dead end. Tragedy awaited regardless of which she picked. Why? What had she done wrong? Why did the world respond to such an innocent, brave girl with merciless brutality? The answer is obvious: because she sought the help of magic. When the little girl borrowed the witch's power, her future became muddied. The witch demanded compensation for her magic. And it wasn't a price that normal girls could pay. I went through all that trouble to destroy our shit performance, and you spoiled all of it. Sharon glared daggers at Fukiyasu. Fukiyasu instinctively drew back. Sharon's emotions no longer took the form of words. Only wave after wave of black amplified by Fukiyasu's mind-reading ability, directed at her, and they resonated within her, staining her heart. Fukiyasu was on the verge of tears, half protesting, half pleading. More than anything, Fukiyasu was devastated by the unwavering corruption in Sharon's heart. Don't say that. Everyone worked so hard for this. Natsum. Sharon sounded like she was scolding her. No one worked hard. Everyone was lazy and no one did anything. Unless you're telling me everyone worked hard to achieve that shitstorm of a performance. Fukiyasu understood Sharon's grievances. She understood them all too well. Even before she had attained her ability, Fukiyasu and Sharon didn't need words to communicate. So right now, her mind-reading ability, which magnified that to the greatest possible extent, had transformed into a curse. She wasn't just hearing Sharon's thoughts anymore. She was sharing them. Sharon's thoughts were now Fukiyasu's. Sharon's pain, her hatred, her grief, all of it, belonged to Fukiyasu as well. The scars and wounds lining her childhood friend's heart were now carved into her own. Sharon's actions were wrong. Fukiyasu refused to concede that part of her beliefs. But due to her ability, Sharon's feelings resonated with her. Sharon's agony and resolve were simply too strong, and Fukiyasu had no choice but to empathize. And now is the time. If there's a monster like her in the same grade as me, there's no future for me in acting. Resignation poured out of the gaping hole in Sharon's heart. She was going to quit theater. No. But for Fukiyasu, that was something scarier than death. I don't want that, Sharon. Fukiyasu loved the Sharon who chased after her dream. Because of Sharon, who acted recklessly without hesitation, who did whatever she wanted to, who was always there for her, Fukiyasu could endure the melancholy of the everyday. However, I'm quitting. Those words came out quickly and indifferently, without any emotion at all. But those bottled-up emotions were violently rampaging inside of Sharon. You can't do that. Fukiyasu cried in desperation. I mean, it's not like I have a choice. Hey Nakan, were you trying to help me? Sharon was dead serious. She had gambled everything for theater. Unlike Sharon, Fukiyasu had never devoted herself so zealously to something. She never realized how much it meant, how precious that feeling was, and how much it hurt. It was like being stabbed with a blade straight through her heart. An onslaught of unbearable pain accompanied by raging flames, tormenting Fukiyasu. Invisible blood seeped from her raw, open wounds, drowning her feet in a red, sticky sea. Or were you making fun of me? Sharon forced herself to smile as her eyes brimmed with tears. They were standing in hell. The world of the living was being repainted by her blood, by darkness, transforming into hell. Her wounds created by the curse grew wider and wider as if they wanted to devour the world. No, that wasn't what I was trying to do. Is that so? Nakan, you're such a good girl. But you see, I'm a bad girl. There was a twinge of self-mockery in her voice. In that moment, Fukiyasu felt herself overcome by a strange sensation, and at the same time, became clearly aware how much she had truly admired Sharon. She admired Sharon for chasing after her dream despite knowing the difficulties. She was cooler than anyone else Fukiyasu knew. But now, her aspirations were gone, smashed into pieces and scattered to the winds. Sharon once had a dream, but all she held now were broken fragments. Sharon continued on dreamily. You're a good girl, Nakan. Don't talk to me anymore. That was the moment that Fukiyasu's world shattered. Just as she realized how much admired Sharon, she was rejected by that very person, and the pillars supporting Fukiyasu's heart collapsed. When people act on strong desires, they always end up involving the people around them. Desires and wishes that are too strong frequently end up transforming into curses, contaminating everyone else involved. A witch's curse is infectious. Thus is the magic of a witch. In this previously stable world, only a single witch existed. One time, that witch, caught in the midst of the workings of the world, performed magic to fulfill her wish. The world repeated for far beyond what was normal, and as a result, the world became unstable, allowing for the proliferation of curses. In this unstable world, the oblivious witch wanted to befriend more people and open her heart to others. When people desire something strongly, they end up involving others, whether they like it or not. To be befriended by a witch is to be cursed. And so, the unforgettable curse continued to evolve as it dispersed throughout the world. Section. On Monday, the 2nd of November, Fukiyasu's luck hit an all-time low. If supernatural beings like prophets or witches really did exist, then they probably would have warned her to stay inside. Aizawa's getting carried away with herself. So just because she's friends with Inaba, she automatically gets to join the Our Social group. It started during break between classes. The two nobility she normally hung out with, Miki and Saki, were acting strange. They'd probably been talking about something idiotic on Saturday. Fukiyasu cursed her luck. If she'd met them on Sunday, at least she would have known what they were planning. She's always so gloomy. Just cause she looks kinda pretty doesn't mean. Therein lay the problem. Originally, Aizawa had been the unattainable flower. Anyone who tried talking to her would be met with an unshakable, cold response. However, to Inaba and Inaba alone, Aizawa showed such a lovely smile that many others couldn't help but wish that smile was directed at themselves. But recently, Aizawa had become more approachable. It would have been no problem at all had she continued to shut out the rest of the world, but instead, she began to open herself up and interact normally with others. I want her to smile at me like that. Endless numbers of students had approached Aizawa with high hopes, only to have their short-lived fantasies dashed and promptly destroyed. To put it plainly, Aizawa had stolen the spotlight from Saki and Miki. What a boring person. Are we gonna let her join? What does Fukiyasu think? No way Fukaya's gonna let someone like that join, right? Idiots, both of you. Fukiyasu cursed at them silently. The feeling of emptiness within Fukiyasu intensified. I'm the one who has to suffer. Aizawa and Inaba were royalty. Making an enemy out of just one of them would make your life hard enough. But the instant you antagonized one, the other automatically became your enemy as well. I can't do this, Fukiyasu groaned internally. In this place where teenagers undergoing puberty of all backgrounds and philosophies had been gathered, the pit of demons known as a classroom, Fukiyasu and the rest of her social group managed to maintain some degree of freedom, to say what they wanted and do what they wanted to some extent. They were only allowed this freedom because they never broke the peace and followed all the social customs. This was all common sense to Miki and Saki as well. They knew it as much as Fukiyasu did. However, the two had lost control of their rationality. They were mermaids among fish, and should have been able to swim better than anyone else in this water tank known as a classroom, but they forgot their sense of self, and forgot how to swim. "Stop, please," Fukiyasu begged inside. "I don't need this on top of Sharon. I'm going to talk to Fukiyasu-san about Saturday," Aizawa said to Inaba, getting up. "Ah, I'll go with you." "Oh, sure. Thanks." Aizawa showed no signs of noticing the strange change. Inaba probably sensed something was off, which is why she didn't want to leave Aizawa alone. Unfortunately, her sweet considerations were meaningless. Fukiyasu and Aizawa's seats were across the room from each other. Between them were Miki and Saki's seats. The incident occurred when Aizawa passed through. "Ha!" Inaba's internal voice cried out. Miki thrust her leg out to the side just as Aizawa passed, clearly intent on tripping her. The tips of Miki's mouth curled upward into a small smile of contempt. Fukiyasu didn't believe her eyes. "You're acting already," she wanted to shout. Miki's solo act may as well have been social suicide. It wasn't anywhere close to a childish prank. She hadn't even talked to Fukiyasu, who was equal social rank as her, beforehand about her plan. "Watch out." Fukiyasu's voice got caught in her throat as she shot out of her seat. Without any time to react, it was evident that Aizawa was going to fall. But Fukiyasu could try to cushion the fall, or something, anything. In that frantic millisecond, she met eyes with Aizawa. Or perhaps that was only her imagination. And then, an unimaginable deviation followed. Aizawa, her emotionless expression personifying the definition of ruthlessness, stepped on Miki's leg, trampling it. The Ice Queen didn't falter for 1 second, her frosty eyes not even bothering to look as if Miki was nothing to her. Miki shrieked in pain. The entire class turned to look. Her shriek reverberated through the room, opening a massive hole in the bustling, rowdy conversations of break. "Ha! What was that? Who just screamed?" "Miki-san." "That was her just now. What just happened?" Miki's body was stooped over and she clutched her leg in pain, her head tilted upwards towards Aizawa. She almost looked like a pitiful slave dangling her head submissively as she quickly averted her eyes. "What the heck? Sorry. You stuck your leg out so suddenly I didn't have time to react, and ended up stepping on it." There wasn't an ounce of emotion in her voice. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees at once. Miki's back began to tremble. She shivered, as if her spine had been replaced with ice and it was costing her entire force of will to stop herself from breaking out into uncontrollable shaking. Fukiyasu had witnessed the whole thing from beginning to end. Just before Miki had put her leg out, Aizawa had changed her pace. It was almost like she'd known her classmate would try and trip her, and she'd deliberately stomped on her leg. "Don't pull that crap with me. I apologized, didn't I?" Obviously, Aizawa's apology was just lip service. "Apologize? You're really going to drag this on? Are you stupid? Despite the fact that you tried to stick out your leg and trip me? What is this, elementary school? Why? Why would I try and trip you? Obviously because you don't like me. That much is clear. If you're so eager to declare war, that's fine with me. Let's get on with it." Finally, Miki broke in the face of Aizawa's threats. She began to shake uncontrollably. Fukiyasu didn't understand. She couldn't fathom it. Why? What had prompted the ever-quiet Aizawa to murder Miki in cold blood? "Ayaka, isn't that enough? You shouldn't do stuff like this." Eventually, at Inaba's chiding, Aizawa released her captured prey. Miki and Saki's glowered at Aizawa's back as she walked towards Fukiyasu's desk. Her approaching silhouette blurred. She didn't look human. Her figure seemed to swell ominously. What was she thinking? Ayaka's, angry? Inaba's puzzled voice? Aizawa's cold expression? The mind-reader extended her reach, peering into what lay on the other side of Aizawa's exterior but stopped herself a fraction of a second before. Her power didn't simply read minds. It amplified thoughts, feelings, whatever lay in others' hearts. If she ventured into Aizawa's and stirred up whatever lay inside of her, Fukiyasu wasn't positive she would emerge unscathed. In fact, she was almost certain that she wouldn't be able to bear it. It was an animalistic instinct that warned her against it. Let sleeping gods lie. Dare not to wake her. Dare not to speak of her existence. Even looking at her the wrong way was forbidden. Poking fun at her was taboo. So Fukiyasu divulging the contents of Aizawa's heart wasn't simply about breaking a rule. It was about avoiding her utter ruin. The witch who had saved the drama club stood directly in front of Fukiyasu. Panic numbed Fukiyasu's mind, and words refused to form. She stiffened and her pulse quickened. Aizawa, who Miki and Saki were staring daggers at, was at point-blank range. Fukiyasu tried opening her mouth. "You're kidding me," Fukiyasu thought, realizing her predicament. Her head spun. "Forgive me. Please let me go. I've suffered enough already." "Hey, Fukiyasu-san, about Saturday." Sounds came out of Aizawa's mouth, but it took Fukiyasu more than half a minute to understand that they were words. Why did she have to choose this particular moment to talk to me? She lamented. Her throat was dry, incapable of producing noise. The two glares from far away condemned Fukiyasu. "You're going to talk to her?" Their stares screamed harshly, as if they were testing her loyalty. The entire class waited with bated breath for Fukiyasu's next move. After class, Inaba, bringing up some arbitrary reason, promptly told Aizawa to go home ahead of her. It was a cruel move. Just from watching, Fukiyasu could see Aizawa's shoulders droop, and it was at times like these that she looked like an ordinary high school girl. Normally, Fukiyasu would never have directly confronted Inaba. In front of others, the two might pretend to get along and talk pleasantly between themselves, but the familiarity that should have existed between them was missing. They were in the hallway leading towards the gymnasium. "Even I know something has to be done." Before Inaba could say anything, Fukiyasu beat her to the punch. Obviously, Fukiyasu was talking about the entire stability of the classroom hierarchy, and with just one glance at Inaba, it was clear what she wanted to say as well. "Can you talk to Miki-chan and Saki-chan about it?" Inaba got straight to the point. "Can't you do it?" Fukiyasu hadn't intended on sounding so dismissive, and she was taken aback at herself. "However, I feel like that might have the opposite effect. You know." Fukiyasu re-evaluated her impression of Inaba, viewing her with a newfound sense of respect. Without a shred of agitation, Inaba parried Fukiyasu's provocation. "Yeah, you're probably right." Inaba was far too close to Aizawa. It'd be impossible for her to mediate as a third party. No matter what Inaba said, Miki and Saki would assume her words came from Aizawa. But did something happen to Aizawa? She acted pretty uncharacteristically today. Ayaka's always been like that. Was Inaba telling the truth? Fukiyasu thought about Inaba's claim, only to be met with a small feeling that something was out of place. Reflexively, she used her ability, reaching out to pick out any words from Inaba's heart. "Inaba." Her doubts grew, quickly becoming certainty. To prove that certainty beyond a doubt, Fukiyasu chose to remain silent. It was a clash of wills. Like the game children played, where they stuck their head underwater at the same time, and the first to take it out lost. The more time passed, the more certain Fukiyasu was. "So Inaba, you're not thinking about anything?" "Why not?" "I took her to be more mild-tempered." Fukiyasu's tone came out extremely flat. She was truly a terrible actor. "No wonder Sharon never invited me to join the drama club," she thought half-jokingly. That was when Inaba's concentration faltered. For a brief moment, Fukiyasu heard Inaba's alarmed voice loud and clear. "Crap. I lost focus. Caught you." This was definitive proof that Inaba was deliberately thinking about nothing. There was no need to wonder or theorize about why. It was simply because Inaba knew her thoughts were being read, and she had something that she didn't want others to hear. She's just not used to people, so she can be a bit socially awkward. "You call that awkward?" She was straight up scary. What was those two's deal anyway? They both knew things they shouldn't have known. Somehow, Aizawa had known. She had known about Mickey's cowardly tactic beforehand, about her intentions on tripping her. She had known, but she hadn't backed down. She'd returned the favor head-on. That was probably because Aizawa didn't have much experience in social groups. She likely wasn't aware that there were other ways of combating these situations, other than the most obvious and direct approach. Ah. Okay, fair enough. She was certainly socially awkward. But knowing that, Fukiyasu couldn't help but wonder, why? Why hadn't she quietly dealt with it? Why couldn't she just avoid Mickey's leg? Aizawa wasn't an idiot. One glare from Aizawa and Mickey would have been just as terrified. She probably wouldn't dare attempt something like that again. Hey, Natsume-chan. Please, help me. The one talking was a person resembling the Inaba that Fukiyasu knew. Her head was bent downward pleadingly, her voice honest without any vanity or pride. She had thrown away her dignity for the sake of Aizawa, who knew neither restraint nor sociability. Why is it always? Fukiyasu heard herself begin. Fukiyasu hated it. Is she that special? Why is everyone so obsessed with Aizawa? What? Natsume-chan? Why does Natsume-chan care about that? Everything that had been contained within herself finally came bursting out. It's always the same thing, over and over and over. Everyone only acts for their own convenience. I'm sick of it. She remembered her mother. Her parent who continued to selfishly nudge Fukiyasu towards an arbitrary future without considering her daughter's feelings. She remembered Sharon, her childhood friend who, in a fit of stubborn obsession, tried to destroy her entire club because her ego was too big to handle reality. And now, Inaba, standing before her. Her friend who was pushing her to solve a problem that Fukiyasu wasn't even part of, never wondering if Fukiyasu might be against it. What if I don't want to? You want me to tell Mickey and Saki restrain themselves, right? All for Aizawa's sake. Well, I really don't fucking want to. Inaba surely didn't expect to be rejected so forthrightly. Her face hardened and her fake smile collapsed. Fukiyasu had never seen this warped side of her classmate before. You might be royalty who has everyone answering at your beck and call for your every whim, but don't send your dirty work to me. Fukiyasu silently prayed as she glared at Inaba. Natsume-chan. Why? At this rate, Ayaka really will. Again, with Aizawa. Was she really that important? A scornful laugh bubbled past Fukiyasu's lips. She had grasped her enemy's weakness. Got it. It's not my problem. Mickey and Saki and Aizawa can continue to fight for all I care. But that's... It's not your problem. Fukiyasu had no intention to mediate. Whichever side won or lost, she watched until the end as a spectator. Natsume-chan, please reconsider. You don't hate Ayaka, do you? You're acting quite out of character, Inaba. Fukiyasu said, cutting off Inaba's plead. The current Inaba was far too removed from the friend that Fukiyasu knew and talked with on a daily basis. So are you, Natsume-chan. You sound so childish. Did you always hate her? Fuck off. Inaba tried to approach her, but Fukiyasu forcefully shook off her arm. She probably never imagined in her wildest dreams that Fukiyasu would raise a hand against her. Letting out a short yelp, Inaba stumbled backwards. If only she'd been knocked down and fallen flat on her back instead, she stumbled directly towards the concrete steps. Carried by inertia, her body fell precariously backwards. Cold, unforgiving right angles made of concrete awaited her, ready to impale her head. Fukiyasu's heart stopped cold, assaulted by an abnormal pain, while blood rushed throughout her body, agitating every inch of her fiber. Yet, there, a small shadowy figure flew towards the bottom of the staircase. Aizawa caught Inaba's fall. Well, more accurately, she intercepted it. They were both knocked down, falling flat on their back. It was an awful situation, but the worst-case scenario had been avoided. Fukiyasu-san. The calm, even voice that echoed from below pierced Fukiyasu. It was quiet, transparent, and filled with clear murderous impulse. Making an enemy out of just one of them would make your life hard enough. But the instant you antagonized one, the other automatically became your enemy as well. Two figures collapsed onto the ground as if they were groveling, and Fukayasu was standing fully upright on her 2 legs. But in reality, their positions were quite the opposite. Fukayasu had come dangerously close to accidentally killing Inaba. Though she might have been standing, her heart was prostrating on the ground. She wouldn't even have thought it strange if Aizawa walked up to her and murdered her right there and then. That's why Fukayasu couldn't help but feel curious. What was Aizawa thinking right now? Obviously, nothing favorable. But exactly how much animosity did she harbor? Nothing was more important to Fukayasu than finding out. In a moment of carelessness, she listened for Aizawa's voice, a mistake that she'd regret for a long time to come. Black. Before she could react, Fukayasu was buffeted by a mudslide of thick, viscous emotions. An unfamiliar place. A huge building. Mental images will teach you. Playground. Unfamiliar children. They were my friends. Disgusting. Wasn't chosen and became nothing. Aizawa wasn't focused on anything. Huge swathes of memories rushed forth. An unfamiliar house. A huge house and beautiful furniture. Adults. They wanted me to understand. You're a witch. That was chosen. The huge empty hole in my heart. Scars that never healed. Numerous nights spent nursing old painful wounds and crying. Everything was in vivid detail, as if she was experiencing it firsthand. Every place and time, no matter how many times I repeat, the end result never changes. A precious person. A person who disappeared. Alone in the depths of hell. Someone came to save me. Powerless. Fed up with everything, but unable to abandon anything. Millions of yesterdays, and the knife's tip. Lightning. Someone's kind voice. Crumbling vestiges of memories, almost like Aizawa herself had forgotten them. Like a dream from the night before, which slowly slipped out of your grasp as the day progressed until it became no more. Fukayasu resisted the urge to vomit as she drowned in regret. She had looked at something that never should have been seen. Fukayasu's tiny, innocent heart was a small boat in the middle of a storm, rocking dangerously as wave after wave of black emotion bursting forth from the girl in front of her assailed it. In an instant, the black images devoured every nook and cranny of Fukayasu's mind and dignity. Without a chance to resist, the small boat was swept away by the looming waves and sunk beneath the ocean's surface. She died. My precious person died. Reduced to a meaningless corpse, but her heart doesn't move. I should be sad, but I'm not crying. She died again. Endlessly dying. Watching until it makes me sick, the outcome never changing no matter what method I try, continuing to run towards the depths of hell. Continuing to struggle and writhe. Why do I have to suffer this? The tip of the fruit knife. Sharp, comforting, preparing the next iteration. Despair, and despair, and despair, nowhere to run, powerless, with no choice but to repeat, repeating again, repeating and repeating, with no end in sight. In the face of the raging storm of despair and abhorrence, Fukayasu's mind was paralyzed, like it had sunk to the bottom of the ocean. The life and oxygen was choked out of her, in the dark depths that marked her grave. Fukayasu turned her back and ran. Her heart was a chaotic mess. But it was nowhere near that black storm. She averted her eyes because she couldn't understand the reality sitting in front of her. Before today, Fukayasu was sure that she had Inaba figured out. The calm, composed Inaba who could get along with anyone. But when tensions flared and a small dispute arose, the peace-loving Inaba somehow ended up as her enemy. What the hell did I do? I should have known better. Fukayasu hated herself. But even more importantly, what the hell was going on right now? She got into a small dispute with her quiet, docile classmate. And when she tried to peer into her heart, she found a monster staring back. Who would have guessed that beneath Aizawa's innocent face lived a horrifying beast? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? 1 week ago, the Hawaii incident had occurred. Thinking back now, that seemed like forever ago. At that time, Aizawa had internally defended herself against the accusations. It's not my fault. I have nothing to do with her inability to score perfectly, was it? The realization left Fukayasu reeling in shock. No, Aizawa Ayaka, you're wrong. It was your fault. You didn't notice, But the teachers wanted to prevent you from achieving a perfect score, so they intentionally made the test harder. In an attempt to minimize the effect on the average, the very last question of the test had been an extremely difficult problem pulled from a private university's previous exam. That's why no one scored full marks. Except you. You probably didn't even notice it. Trivial matters like the difficulty of test questions didn't weigh on the mind of someone like Aizawa. For her, tests were routine chores, nothing more than a minor inconvenience. What did it matter if the high jump bar was 1.7 meters high or 1.6 meters high if you were tall enough to easily step over a 2-meter bar? Unfortunately, everything has consequences. As a result of achieving perfect score after perfect score, she robbed the self-confidence away from all the diligent prodigies studying day and night for that coveted perfect score. What good does studying do in the face of a test created for the sole purpose of ensuring no one can score perfectly? Like a natural disaster, one single girl, a witch, had bent reality with her black magic. Witches in old tales called down plagues, caused wars, and ruined harvests. They made milk spoil, compelled children to lie, and made tests more difficult. Her presence alone scattered curses everywhere. Fukayasu was nobility, which meant she was strong. That was her assessment of herself. She wasn't exactly wrong. She was half correct. Being nobility didn't make her any less prone to curses. When all was said and done, she wasn't so strong after all. Fukayasu didn't attend class the next day. When she thought about going to school, her stomach hurt and she couldn't take a single step past the door. After resting for half the day, she went to see a doctor, but he didn't find anything wrong. She spent the rest of the day lying in bed. In an attempt to find something to do, Fukayasu browsed her phone, but shadows of her friends followed her everywhere, appearing in social media posts and direct messages. The normal workings of mundane life were all too bright for Fukayasu, drowning herself in self-loathing. The next day was the same. Though she didn't go the doctor this time. It probably didn't have anything to do with the lack of a doctor visit, but that was when the abnormality manifested. She began to hear the thoughts of complete strangers throughout the town, and they refused to quiet down. Her curse didn't give her a moment of peace. This month, we sold XXXX products, so next month, we will buy. Whoa 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 whoa, someone dropped their wallet. What? There's 10,000 yen bills in here. Ribs, roast beef, tongue, tripe, horse meat, and then. I'm drooling already. She couldn't sleep. When she closed her eyes, she was forced to listen to mind-numbingly boring profit and supply calculations, compelled to stand by idly as a thief got away because some idiot had dropped their wallet, and on top of that, she had no choice but to imagine the delicious aroma of roasting meat and sweet sauce. The cacophony of voices and their shared senses meant that Fukayasu wasn't allowed to get a wink of sleep. Naturally. Because there was always someone awake in the town doing something. Her curse, which let her read others' thoughts, had grown disproportionately large, threatening to devour her entirely. She couldn't ask anyone for help. All she could do was silently bear it alone. On Thursday, she tried going to school, but again, her stomach started hurting like hell, and that was when Fukuyasu's mother became flustered. She made an appointment with a faraway hospital, and drove Fukayasu there at once. Fukayasu watched videos in the waiting room while she continued to hurt inside, alone. Life would continue even without her. The world didn't change if one person went missing, no matter who they were. The world would feign indifference and move on. There was nothing Fukayasu could do. In the past, Fukayasu had puzzled over that cruelty, that coldness, that mercilessness. How had it come to this? If she could return to the past, she would make sure everything went well. If only she could get just one chance to correct everything. Is there something about school you don't like? Her mother asked anxiously on the way back, gripping the wheel. Her mother was concerned for her. That was Fukuyasu's only saving grace, and she clung to it tightly. Fukayasu, sunk deep into her seat, answered. That's not it. More like, I had a fight with my friend. Something like that. That definitely counted as something she didn't like. Coming to the realization, Fukayasu smiled bitterly. Then apologize before you make things worse. What if it's not my fault? Fukayasu asked her mother, who had half her attention on driving. Doesn't matter. But don't apologize if you think your opinion matters more than your friends. Her mother's words left no room for lies. Fukayasu thought back to Chiron's right leg. Chiron had made the wrong decision. Fukaisu was convinced. Chiron was wrong, and she was right. But Chiron was also an irreplaceable existence in her life. She was more precious than anyone else, which was precisely why Fukayasu couldn't overlook the fact that she had harmed herself. For that reason, Fukayasu would not apologize to Chiron. She had made up her mind already. If Chiron never wanted to speak to her again, that was her problem. Chiron was in the wrong. So if anything, Chiron should be the one apologizing. Now that she'd clearly put her feelings into thoughts, Fukayasu felt a heavy weight lift from her chest. I'll apologize to Inaba. And Aizawa. And I'll forget about the black memories I glimpsed at that time. Thanks, Mama. Fukayasu felt refreshed. She felt perfectly normal, in fact. She had a feeling that everything would go her way starting from now. Mama, is being a hairstylist really that bad? Fukayasu followed that feeling faithfully. It's a difficult path. As your Mama, I didn't want to see you suffer. I know, Mama, but it's my dream. I don't want to live an easy life. But simultaneously, Fukayasu was reluctant to say it out loud. The girl who could read minds understood what that would entail. After all, once she said it, she could never take it back. I know, Mama. Therefore, she stopped there. Her mother stayed silent, and Fukayasu tensed. Not that she was expecting a quick, favorable answer. However, the silence stretched on. So long that she couldn't bear the tension anymore. Then, she heard a voice. Why is she so obsessed with hairstyling? I always thought she was a reasonable child. Wasn't it only natural for children to wish for their parents' support in pursuing their dream? And for parents, shouldn't they? Why can't you support what I want to do? Wasn't she allowed to ask for something that should have been obvious? It was a bitter realization that she had to go this far and plead for something that should have been a given, and her words came out in a garbled mess. Please, I'm begging you, Mama. Fukayasu pleaded while tears streamed down her face in an overwhelming display of emotion. How could a mother not be moved at the sight of her admirable daughter who held such great hopes for the future? In this case, words were power. And deriving from the same emotion, one other power was rearing its head. How do I convince her to give up on her silly idea? Is it even possible? The power of a witch's curse. The mind-reading witch, whose power had grown completely out of control, had gained the ability to affect the hearts of others. Unbeknownst to even Fukayasu, the curse had festered and developed within her, and the tendrils of its influence eventually made their way into the outside world. If she's so fixated on it, maybe I should just let her do what she wants. Every word of her mother's thoughts was clearly audible to Fukayasu. Her mother's firm resolution against Fukayasu's plans for the future was rapidly melting. Or more precisely, without the girl herself even realizing it, Fukayasu's power was melting away her mother's resolve and shaping it into her own desire. Of course I'll support you. I'm her mother, so of course I'll support her dream. The mind-reading witch grew, and acquired black magic that allowed her to control the hearts of others. She could rob others of their free will. No, even worse, she could overwrite it entirely. And without being aware of it, she had used that power. Only now, when it was too late to do anything, did she finally realize. Fukayasu's greatest desire was forever destroyed. All she had wanted was for her mother to voluntarily support her dream, and now, that desire would never come to pass. When she understood what she'd done, Fukayasu wanted to scream. When they arrived home and Fukayasu got out of the car, the sun was already halfway below the horizon. Fukayasu didn't enter her house, but began to wander aimlessly away from her home, her legs wobbling unsteadily beneath her. Her legs moved, but she didn't know where they were taking her. At some point, she realized she was searching for the path from school that she had once shared with her childhood friend. Her pace quickened. She walked past scenes of mundane life one after another, and one after another they all disappeared behind her. The only thing clear to her were the thoughts of others, and they all announced to her that she didn't belong anywhere in this world. After I clean the bath, I have to take Coco-chan for a walk, then I have to go shopping. I'm freezing. I forgot to close my window before sleeping yesterday. I'm so dumb. Fukayasu was aware of someone fretting about walking their dog, and at the same time, that someone had caught a cold. And then, she should have been far, far away already, but Fukayasu heard the voice of her mother at home. Her developed curse conveyed to Fukayasu the voice that she least wanted to hear. Oh dear, what was I being so stubborn for? A child's life is theirs to decide. I have to support her. Fukayasu couldn't bear to witness the reality that she'd forced onto her mother. You're so annoying. Shut up. The witch who could control hearts screamed, and the screamed was heard by the heavens. It was a magic that she put every ounce of her being into. Immediately, the voices all stopped, and she was greeted by a painful, deathly silence. The town, tinged orange from the setting sun, said nothing. The loud, annoying voices that never ended had perfectly and neatly disappeared. Fukayasu realized she was standing on top of the hill. The overlooking hill where she could see the entire town in one look, where Sharon had once proclaimed her grand plan for the future, and now Fukayasu was standing her utterly alone. She couldn't see a single other person. It was like the world had been destroyed, and she was witnessing the aftermath. As she began to settle into deep thought, Nakan, Shiren's voice called out from behind her. Fukayasu turned around. Along with Sharon, there was the witch herself, Aizawa Ayaka. Chapter 3, The Dreams Seen by the Wizard and the Witch. The 29th of October c. I'd gotten into a fight with Yuka, run away from home, and then, the next day, Fukayasu-san had made an unreasonable request of me. It was the evening of the 29th of October. The third time. As expected, Mine's Yuka came to my room without fail. She was a fickle cousin who usually came and went on a whim, but today was an exception. Probably because we had a fight yesterday. Being able to read her behavior made me feel like it was okay to forgive her, like it was trivial. It gave me mixed feelings. That being said, I'm busy right now, so sit on the floor over there. Okay. Yuka obediently complied. While she waited, I prepared the ingredients for the gratin: potatoes, onions, broccoli, and macaroni, mixed with white sauce, transferred to a dish, topped with cheese, and set on the fish grill. No timer required. I remembered perfectly how long 5 minutes felt. Turning around, still half conscious of the gratin. Are you sorry? I'm sorry. Monotone words. I didn't get annoyed. Because it was the third time. I don't feel your sincerity. Look into my eyes. These are repentant eyes. Ah, you're so cold. Aya-chan, there's an aurora falling in your gaze. Why don't you go home now? Or, you're being so distant. Tonight's dinner is gratin, right? How many servings did you make? She could see everything being cooked. No way, you're planning to eat that all by yourself. A piping hot, melty, creamy gratin. The crumbly texture of the broccoli, the aroma of perfectly grilled cheese. There was just enough for 2 people, and it was just getting ready to eat behind me. Yuka went foo-foo like she was making fun of me. My annoying cousin was at full throttle. Which is why I felt like forgiving her. It's fine now. What? I could tell she was deliberately trying to make me angry, so I wouldn't feel bored. Is it okay? It was a horribly abbreviated sentence, but I understood what she meant. Is it okay to not ask what your mother and I were talking about? For the sake of finding out, I'd pressed her relentlessly, even run away from home, but it was fine now. My head had cooled down enough. It's okay. Really? You made the judgment that it was better for me not to know, right? Then it's fine. I won't ask. Yuka's eyes widened. Her face said she'd never dreamed I would ever show such an understanding attitude. Her expectations of me were a bit disappointing, but if it was the accumulation of my childish behavior up until now, that was just my own fault, and there was nothing I could do about it. I'm the one who should apologize. Aya-chan, let's move forward, little by little. You were worried, weren't you? In the end, I think I was relying on Yuka. I was angry that she was keeping secrets from me. While feeling that way, I thought that if I was selfish and demanding, she would tell me. But that didn't happen. Things didn't go like I wanted, and I just got angrier. I was a complete child. Totally spoiled. No matter how many times I'd done it, I was reluctant to admit my own mistakes, but there was no avoiding it. I wasn't worried. Yuka's voice was refreshing and light. Because I believed in you, Aya-chan. What are you believing in a runaway girl for? Just that you wouldn't do anything dangerous. Idiot. You should worry more. You're my guardian, you know? I guess so. Yuka nodded in a light tone. I didn't like the feeling that I was somehow being rolled around in the palm of her hand, but sensing her deep trust in me warmed my heart a little. It was a good feeling no matter how many times I'd experienced it. The menu made with my perfect memory would always taste the same unless I consciously changed it, but dinner on the 29th of October was slightly more delicious than usual. After making herbal tea after dinner, before going into full-fledged relaxation mode, I took out an optical disc from my school bag. Are we watching a movie? Something similar. It was a past screening tape borrowed from the theater club. I took the disc out of the case and put it in the player. After adjusting the screen, a dim image started and, before long, the stage was brightly illuminated. The picture quality wasn't great, but it wasn't so bad that you couldn't see the movements of the performers. A play. Yuka leaned towards the screen. She seemed very interested. Yeah. I didn't really need to watch it. Because I'd seen it in the theater club room on the 29th of October. The content burned onto the optical disc was already in my head. I just wanted to show it to Yuka. It's not like I want to watch it with her or anything. Any of the actors seem good or memorable to you? Yuka had a discerning eye, so rather than watching and taking notes with my own amateurish eyes, it was better to hear her comments. Various interesting comments had come up yesterday and the day before. Even though it was the third time, I still wanted her to watch it. Well, this girl is pretty interesting. This is from 10 years ago. Then, isn't she older than me? Looking at Yuka's giggling face, I doubted whether I should really take it into consideration. The reason I made her watch it every day was because her opinions changed every time. Whether it was because she just happened to notice an actor's goodness or whether her preferences changed on a whim, I didn't know, but it wasn't bad if I could extract multiple opinions from one person. You said you liked this one yesterday, though. The one from 2 years ago? Don't feel like it today. What's going on in that head of yours? Maybe if you sliced it open you'd find little people throwing dice inside. What you said yesterday and the day before are complete opposites. It's like how you change the menu every day, Yuka said without taking her eyes off the screen. She had a casual tone, but it was very convincing. Could it be, Aya-chan, are you going to play as an actress? I'll definitely come see it. Yuka leaned forward eagerly. Her heavy breathing was a bit disgusting. Don't come. You're being shy again. How cute. Really, don't come. No matter what. Let's be very careful not to reveal the location or schedule of the joint practice sessions. While watching the performers on the screen, I secretly made up my mind. The 30th of October B. The theater club's practice was held on the stage in the gymnasium. Apparently, it was usually held in a club room in the special classroom building, but since it was just before the joint practice session, they were mainly using the stage to confirm the arrangements. Aizawa, your makeup skills are amazing. Your skin looks like a baby's. During a short break, Fukayasu-san praised me backstage. Fukayasu-san was in charge of the stage makeup. Thank you. When praised, it was best to just say thank you without anything unnecessary. It had taken me 5 months to realize such a simple thing. No, I should be thanking you. What? Fukayasu said her words softly, looking a bit embarrassed. But she didn't look away. For helping the theater club. You really saved us. Have I been that helpful? Really, thank you. No one has any complaints. I'm sure Sharon is grateful too. After being told that by Fukayasu-san, I looked around. The expressions of the theater club members were bright. It was a complete contrast to the funeral-like atmosphere when I first saw them yesterday. Once this is over, I want to reward you somehow. Reward? You don't have to. I wasn't helping them in exchange for something in return. Don't hold back. I mean, I can't promise you a trip to Disneyland or anything, but, could it be that we were starting to get a little closer to each other? My heart started pounding. It was my first time going out with friends and having fun with someone other than Michiu, and before now, being invited out was something that wasn't even conceivable to me. With Inaba too, let's go out with everyone. Wherever you want to go. Fukayasu said that, just like we were normal friends. So I told her my dream. Karaoke. Haha, is that okay? Yeah. Let's start by going to karaoke, then take Purikura photo stickers at the game center, chat about nothing in particular at a family restaurant, and talk about our favorite books at the bookstore. My next goal was to become normal. Having friends, living surrounded by my favorite things, looking forward to tomorrow. Fukayasu chuckled and said with a smile, "You're surprisingly down to earth, Aizawa. What did you think I was like?" Let's see. I thought you were selling paintings and moving large sums of money. What was that? I had absolutely no idea. The other day, you were carrying a really expensive-looking painting, right? Everyone was buzzing about it. Fukayasu-san was talking about the painting I'd given to Hameno for studying. Since it was something I made myself, it didn't have much value. Of course, if I tried imitating the style of a painter and selling it as genuine work, I'd end up behind bars. Maybe because I was talking to Fukayasu and the atmosphere was friendly, I was also approached by the theater club members. "Hey, are you a first year? Do you have any experience in theater? Are you a professional? Which theater company are you in? Here's the application form. I'll help you fill it out now." "No, thank you." Everyone was smiling. By the way, I don't get approached when I'm alone. I wonder if I give off a strong aura of rejection. Thanks to you, I'll be able to get through tomorrow. My preparations weren't wasted, and I think the president is grateful too. I hope so. Komikawa-senpai had a somewhat dejected look on her face. Crutches rolling by her feet, she monitored the rehearsal while sitting on a folding chair with her legs propped up. Well, I got the impression that it was more like she was just staring rather than monitoring. Is Komikawa-senpai always like that? I couldn't help but ask. Shiren-chan? Like what? She didn't really criticize anything, but I think there are probably lots of things I need to fix in my acting. Oh, no. Don't worry about that at all. The members of the theater club were all in a light mood. Despite the president being injured and the club being in a state crisis, there was no sense of severity. Yeah, it's going well. Something didn't sit right with me. If I left this feeling of discomfort alone, something terrible would happen. From my experience up until now, that was generally the case. Excuse me for a moment. Ah, Aizawa-san. Oi, it's because you said unnecessary things. Separating from the rest of the club members, I trotted over to the side of Komikawa-senpai's chair. She didn't look up even when I approached. Komikawa-senpai. Achem. What is it, our cute new member-chan? After briefly glancing at me, Komikawa-senpai replied in a light tone. I saw a melancholic look in her eyes for a moment. I'm not joining the club. It was a joke. A Michael joke, Dan. That was so outdated. How's your leg doing? It's itchy. This cast thing is a pain. So, Ayaka-chan, what's the main topic? After saying that, Komikawa-senpai laughed lightly. Why was she calling me by my name? There's something wrong, I think. With my acting. Why do you think that? That's when she looked directly at me for the first time. Because of your gaze, Komikawa-senpai. It seemed like you had something to say. Well, if you'd stopped calling me Komikawa-senpai, I might tell you. What should I call you? Shiren-senpai. Why did she want me to call her by her name? It's not cute, right? Calling me by my last name. Everyone calls me Shiren-chan or Shiren-senpai. Then. Shiren-senpai? Yes, Shiren-senpai here. But, Ayaka-chan, I do have some complaints about your acting, actually. Komikawa, or rather, Shiren-senpai seemed to be playing the role of Shiren-senpai, improvising her own opinions into lines. Which part, exactly? A lack of individuality. Theater is all about expression, you know? You're being too faithful to the role model. So you're just borrowing all of their good and bad parts. Perfectly imitating the performances of past senpais overnight makes me feel like you're a monster, though. Shiren senpai gave a forced laugh. So, what were the senpai's mistakes? There's no point in highlighting them. I didn't get it at all. Think about it yourself. Like I thought, something still felt off. Like something was being hidden. Fukayasu-san had asked for help on every 29th of October. The president of the theater club, Komikawa Shiren senpai, had broken her leg, and Fukayasu-san had asked me to substitute in for a play where the lead role was vacant. Every day, without fail. On the 28th of October, the day I was adopted, Shiren senpai had gotten injured. There was nothing strange about that. There wasn't anything logically strange about it, but something didn't feel right. Fukayasu-san had asked for help every time. There was too little deviation. The same thing had happened every day, and I couldn't help but feel like there was some kind of will behind it. Ayaka, let's resume practice. Michiyu came running over towards me. She'd been helping me with the finer details like a manager. Yeah, I'll be there right away. But I didn't know what it was, but I had a baseless instinct that told me if I didn't find out now, it would be too late. I quickly scanned my eyes, taking in everything within my field of vision. So I could remember it later. From the grain of the wooden floor to the shape of the folds on Shiren senpai's skirt. What's wrong? Staring at people's legs. Her right leg, extending from her school-compliant skirt, was fixed in a cast from the middle of the calf down. No. Are you captivated by your big sister's beautiful legs? Something felt out of place. A small sense of discomfort that couldn't be put into words intertwined with my thoughts like a tangled thread. Ayaka, you can just look at mine. It's not like that. If I had to explain the sense of discomfort, I could only call it intuition. However, intuition was the result of subconscious thinking, and the subconscious was the hidden mental structure created by forgotten memories, which was something that I, someone who never forgot anything, shouldn't have. Shiren senpai's leg cast. Something felt off about what was on the other side. Thinking carefully and deeply about that sense of discomfort, it felt to me like the injury wasn't just a random accident. If it didn't happen randomly, was it assault? Was she injured by someone? Or was it self-inflicted? There couldn't have been many times I'd seen self-inflicted wounds. I didn't think I could intuit something like that, but that feeling of discomfort couldn't be ignored. I couldn't bring myself to dismiss it as just my imagination. The 31st of October D. Saturday. The autumn sky was clear. The venue for the joint practice session was the civic hall within the grounds of the sports park. With the stage lights shining brightly inside, the theater clubs and groups from nearby high schools put on passionate performances. They moved their bodies as if to show off, and all of their lines were skillful rephrasings of "look only at me." When I wasn't performing, I sat on the hall seats and watched the plays of other high schools, which were interestingly slightly different every day. There was even a high school that ad-libbed for over 5 minutes. As Konohana High School's turn approached, Michiyu became restless. My stomach hurts. Why are you so nervous? Maybe because it's your big moment. That's weird. Maybe if you stroke my head, I'll feel better. Yes, there. It was obviously a strange way to seek comfort, but ever since she'd taken over as a helper, she'd been acting a little strange, so I thought I would ask her about it when she calmed down. I often saw her looking somewhat anxious. You're pretty relaxed, aren't you? It's seconds before your first performance, and yet our new club member is flirting with a girl. We're in public, you know? Shiren senpai, who was sitting right behind us, said with a smirk. The theater club members were gathered around, so it was quite embarrassing to be teased. I'm not a new club member. I didn't deny that we were flirting, though. Eventually, it was my turn, and I stepped firmly onto the stage. I wasn't worried. My heart beat slightly faster than usual from the nervousness, but it had a steady rhythm to it. It gave me a comfortable sense of self-confidence, made me sure of my footing. The play was an adaptation of The Tale of the Bamboo Cutter for the stage. The story of Princess Kaguya, which everyone knows. The thumb-sized girl from inside the bamboo grows up into a beautiful princess in a short period of time, rejects numerous noble suitors with disdain, and eventually returns to the moon with an embassy of heavenly beings. It was the oldest science fiction story in Japan. The Tale of the Bamboo Cutter. Indeed, it was the perfect play for Kinohana High School's theater club. As long as we nailed the role of Princess Kaguya, the play would mostly work. Even if the supporting roles were a bit exaggerated, we could turn them into playful characters because it was a fairy tale. I felt like I saw Shiren Senpai's calculating side. The play progressed at a good pace. Verily, I consider father and mother as mine true parents. While delivering the lines, I had the leisure to glance around. Fukayasu-san was nervously watching by the side of the stage. Right next to her, Shiren Senpai, sitting on a pipe chair, maintained a calm posture with crossed legs. I shall wed the man who grants my wish. Firstly, fetch for me the stone begging bowl of the Buddha. However, like she was worried about leaving it to an amateur after all, her gaze was focused solely on me. The play steadily progressed without any noticeable mistakes. What difficulty lies in this? If thou dost desire me, 'tis but a task most simple. My memory was perfect, and I perfectly imitated the movements of a seasoned actor. The common mistake of flubbing lines was absolutely unthinkable for me. On top of that, Shiren Senpai was working behind the scenes. There was no way I could fail. This joint practice session, a rare case of Kinohana High School not messing up, would become a topic of conversation for many years to come. Though I must depart with heavy heart, and ascend once more to the heavens, bid me farewell with a smile. The audience held their breath. The response had been great so far, and we were finally approaching the final act. Michiyu was a little to the right of the center of the audience, clasping her hands in front of her chest. Her tense expression was clearly visible even in the shadows of the audience. She was almost on the verge of tears, her eyes swirling with worry. It's not like there was anything for Michiyu to worry about. I was the one who would be embarrassed if I messed up. There was no need for her to be hurt over or worried about anything, yet she watched over me anxiously like she was in the spotlight herself. Really, she's such a worrier. Don't worry. Instead of saying those words, I just briefly met her gaze, letting the silence linger. Please believe in me. At the climax, as Princess Kaguya prepares to write a letter to her loved ones before she leaves Earth, the emissary urges her to hurry up mercilessly. It was a line from that scene. Believe in me, please just give me a little more time. Michiyu, who had been watching intently, looked like she was caught by surprise for a moment, after which her tension eased, and she regained her usual gentle demeanor. And so, Princess Kaguya returned to the moon, and the narrator wrapped up the stories of the people who were left behind. By doing what I could, I was able to fulfill the role I had been expected to play. I had a strong realization that humans were creatures that felt the greatest joy when demonstrating their abilities. It had been an amazing time. And yet, why? During the curtain call, I let out a low murmur. The only miscalculation was that Yuka was in the audience. I hadn't wanted her to see me here under any circumstances. At least she was sitting politely. It wouldn't have been strange if she was waving a glow stick. In this way, the joint practice session ended without a hitch except for that one miscalculation. The 2nd of November c. On Monday, the animosity from Miki-san and Sasaki-san reached its peak. I don't know what happened over the weekend, but they really hate me now, I thought while stepping on Miki-san's foot. Hesitation? Not in the slightest. If I'm exposed to malice, I'll immediately return to being a witch. If someone picks a fight with me, I won't even bother haggling. No matter who I had an argument with, Michiyu and I were the same as always. Even in the situation where I was about to be ostracized from the classroom's social circles, she spoke to me normally and stayed with me like always. Which is why, go home first. When she said that, I felt extremely betrayed. Why? I'll wait for you. I'm being called to the staff room. Okay. So, you don't want me to wait for you? Even though there shouldn't be anything wrong, even though it wasn't the first time she'd said that, even though it wasn't like she didn't want to walk home together ever again, I chased after her. The punishment was unexpectedly severe. Ayaka, you can be naturally heavy sometimes, you know? It hit right on the mark. I couldn't even groan. I'll go home. I felt like crying. I can't show weaknesses in front of others. With that determination, I moved my body, leaving the classroom. I desperately averted my eyes from my sensitive feelings. It felt like just facing the fact that I was hurt would hurt me even more, so I tried to distance myself from the situation as much as possible. I was rejected by Michiyu. Unable to face that terrifying reality, I foolishly wished it to be someone else's problem, which allowed me to do some objective self-analysis. I shouldn't have chased after her. Sometimes she might want to be alone. There might be times when she doesn't want someone like me by her side. My feet felt heavy. It hurt. It hurt. Michiyu had rejected. No, she didn't even reject me. Just kept her distance a little. We'd probably go back to normal soon. Even though I believed that, my heart ached like it had been gouged out. After changing my shoes at the entrance, I stepped outside to a dry wind blowing from the approaching evening sky. Realizing that I was deeply hurting, I thought that it was strange. No, it wasn't escapism. Thinking about it carefully, I'd believed that Michiyu would never hurt me. Because in the 1037 days since we met, she'd never hurt me like this a single time. She had always protected and defended me. It was definitely strange. Maybe this was what she meant when she'd called me heavy. Maybe I just wasn't used to ignoring these uncomfortable feelings. That's what I thought, but in the end, my feet wouldn't move forward. I turned around and retraced my steps along the hallway. Walking alone, I moved against the sparse flow of students on their way back home. I changed my shoes and returned to the classroom. The moment I decided to return to Michiyu's side, my steps became lighter. Inaba-san? She left the classroom with Fukiyasu-san a little while ago. It's unusual for you two not to be together, isn't it? Kotani-san, who was still in the classroom, informed me. Wasn't she supposed to be called to the staff room? Did she want to keep me away so much that she lied? Thank you, Kotani-san. Did I have to search the entire school now? It's not like we had to meet right away. If I still felt that something was wrong, I could secretly investigate it tomorrow and during the following repetitions. But I had a bad, uneasy feeling about it. Without realizing it, my fast-paced steps had already turned into a run. I dashed down the stairs, the hem of my skirt flapping, checking the special classrooms and empty classrooms, places that seemed suitable for secret conversations. Even though I thought I was checking efficiently, the school grounds were bigger than I thought. I was just getting more and more frustrated. Aizawa-san. I was stopped. I really wanted to ignore it, but there were very few people who would go out of their way to call out to me, and it felt awkward to ignore it when I could recognize the owner of the voice. Hamano-san. What's wrong? You don't look well. Have you seen Michiyu? I didn't have any expectations, but I couldn't help but ask. It seemed hopeless from the start, but Hamano's small lips gave me the answer I wanted. Inaba-san? I did see her. She went towards the gym. In the next moment, I was already running. Why? Aizawa-san. A bewildered voice flew from behind me, but I didn't have time to look back. In reality, the distance I ran wasn't that far since it was within the school grounds. The hallway facing the gym. As I was about to turn the last corner, I heard it. Michiyu's voice. Ayaka's always been like that. When my name was mentioned, I instinctively hid behind cover. It was totally eavesdropping. She's just not used to it, so she can be a little awkward. She was a little scary. Of course, the person she was talking to was Fukiyasu-san. I didn't know what they were talking about. Probably the incident I'd caused during break time today, but I wonder where the conversation had gone. Natsum-chan, please? Help me. Why? I didn't know why Michiyu was pleading with Fukiyasu-san in such a desperate voice. And Fukiyasu-san's response was also strange. Is she that special? Why do you only care about Aizawa? I didn't think Fukiyasu-san would care about something like that. I didn't think so, but there was a desperation in that voice that couldn't be ignored. Why? It's always the same thing, over and over and over. Everyone only acts for their own convenience. I'm sick of it. You want me to put up with Miki and Saki for Aizawa's sake? Absolutely not. Got it. I'm not getting involved with this. Let Miki, Saki, and Aizawa do whatever the hell they want until they're satisfied. Fukayasu-san shrieked. I had no idea what was making her so desperate. Everything was a mess. Natsume-chan, please reconsider. You don't actually hate Ayaka, right? You're acting quite out of character, Inaba. So are you, Natsume-chan. Didn't you dislike these childish things? I had a strange intuition when I heard Michiu's weak voice. Continuing to watch silently like this would invite tragedy. There was no basis for it. I just knew. A sense of crisis ingrained at a subconscious level was giving me a strong warning that it was dangerous. I had a sense of déjà vu. It looked extremely similar to the scenery I'd seen in my dreams. A nightmare I'd seen somewhere, a tragedy that had repeated so many times it had become stale, was about to unfold again, right before my eyes. You're so persistent. I jumped out. Michiu was about to fall. And, precisely where her head was going, there was a right-angled step, waiting. A chill ran down my spine, but I didn't have time to enjoy the thrill. With the momentum of my jump, I caught Michiu with my whole body. Of course, I couldn't catch her completely and ended up falling on my back, but it was a huge success. It might have looked awkward, but I didn't hit anything important like my head. I was still alive and well. As for my injuries, well, it was almost like I was uninjured. Fukayasu-san. Why did this happen? Fukayasu-san had shaken Michiu off. I'd only seen this 3 times. Our eyes met. Fukayasu-san's expression distorted. I knew that face. It was the face of someone who'd encountered a monster. Fukayasu-san's eyes and my eyes served as a medium, sharing our emotions. My subconscious thoughts, emotions, and memories poured into Fukayasu-san. In exchange, Fukayasu-san's memories also flowed into me. I'm going to become an actress. What's wrong with being a hairdresser? So, are you giving up, Natsume? Idiot. I won't give up. I absolutely won't. It was a jumble of many scenes of various times and characters. Fukayasu-san was there. Shiren-senpai was there. An unfamiliar adult was also there. Probably Fukayasu-san's mother. That's what Fukayasu-san's memories told me. What was that just now? My head was in a state of chaos. Fukayasu-san took 1 step, then a second step back, repeatedly opening and closing her mouth as if to say something, but no words came out. There was no third step. She turned tail and ran away. Are you okay? Can you stand? Yeah. Michiu, who was on top of me, stood up first and lent my floor-ridden self a hand. Thanks. For catching me. I must have been heavy. You're as light as a feather. Unlike me. I didn't mean to say something like that, but I unintentionally brought up being called naturally heavy. Oh come on, stop teasing me already. Even though I said something harsh, Michiu accepted it gently. She stood up, faced me, and let out a small laugh. After making up, we finally returned to being halfway normal. To digest the remaining half, we found ourselves in an empty classroom. The classes for the day were over, and the sun was about to set. But I couldn't go home yet. Even if I was aiming for the discounted soy sauce and had a reason to stop by the grocery store on the way home, I had to put it off. I'd intended to have a private conversation, but Michiu didn't start talking. I would help no matter what she told me. Come on, relax a bit. I pulled a chair nearby and sat next to her, side by side. I leaned in towards her. I thought I would be more nervous, but my body moved surprisingly obediently. Maybe because I'd become desperate after being called heavy. Michiu timidly leaned her weight back into me. I wonder if this is what you meant by heavy? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I just didn't want to let you see that kind of thing. That kind of thing. Whispering secretly behind others' backs. Something like that. Talking behind the scenes of our close-knit friend group. Calling it networking might sound good, but it was just plain insidious. Don't do it again, Kay? It was fine if it happened just once or twice, but it'd be unbearable if it happened every time. So, what was that outburst about? Both you and Fukayasu-san seemed quite worked up. Michiu's mouth turned heavy again. But this time, she didn't fall silent. Ayaka. She clenched her small fist until it turned white. What should I do? Michiyu asked in a trembling voice. A voice that sounded weaker than ever. It's okay, we'll definitely make up. That's not it. That's not what I meant. Michiyu moved away from me like something was pushing her. Before I could even feel confused, I noticed it. Her eyes were trembling desperately. If things continue like this, Ayaka will. Me. Michiyu suddenly covered her mouth, startled. Like her face was saying that her mouth had slipped. You can't say it. An awkward silence. It didn't feel good to know that secrets were being kept from you, but it felt even worse to find out that there were any secrets in the first place. Well, I thought it was fine. It was the same with Yuka. If Michiyu thought she shouldn't talk about it, if she thought it was better for me not to hear it, I'd trust her judgment. I believed we had at least that level of trust. I won't force you to talk if you don't want to. That's not it. I hadn't meant to push her away, but Michiyu reacted like a child who had been left behind. I recognized what was being reflected in those big eyes. They resembled what I saw in the mirror every morning and evening. In other words, both Michiyu and I were scared. I was afraid of opening up and being despised. I was afraid that Michiyu would start to fear me. Even though there's no way that would happen, that fear wouldn't go away. Maybe I didn't trust Michiyu as much as I said I did. Maybe I didn't trust anything in the world, not just Michiyu. You've gotten weaker, Aya-chan. Congratulations. It was different from the human weakness Yuka had pointed out, one that was more despicable. One that, like a witch, rejected the noble act of trusting others with a cold and calculating selfishness that lacked human warmth. We'd kissed, but we hadn't confirmed our relationship with words. It was inappropriate. I feel like I'd done something bad to Michiyu. No. That wasn't the real reason. It was a more selfish reason. In other words, I wasn't satisfied. I was a weak creature who, disappointed in the outside world, protected my heart by desiring nothing. But it's different now. I hope for a better tomorrow. I want to get closer to my ideal self. I want this person to like me more. Yes, now was the time to face my feelings properly. I like Michiyu. I like her, so I can't be satisfied until our relationship is clear. To be clear, it's selfish. But I will assert my selfishness with courage. As the first step to that end. Hey, Michiyu. Let's start by reducing my secrets. Did you know that this world repeats itself? I won't wait for an answer. I'll say it because I want to. Everyone forgets, but a day isn't just one day. Each day repeats, over and over again until I'm sick of it, until at some point the next day comes. So, only the events of one of the repeating days becomes the next day. It carries over to the next calendar day. And everyone forgets everything apart from that day. That day is chosen, or at least that's what I call it. Michiyu stared straight into my face, as if probing for my true intentions. And then, she slowly tilted her head downwards and rested it against my chest. Only Ayaka remembers. That's right. I don't forget. Anything I see and hear, I never forget. I was born this way. I had a vague thought as I said it. How many more times do I have to expose my wounds to Michiyu? Which is why I know what you're hiding, Michiyu. I heard it directly from your mouth. When I thought that, I found myself lying. Then, I don't have to talk about it. A muffled voice came from Michiyu in my arms. She sounded unsure, like a despondent child. I want to hear it from you again, one more time. Today, here and now. So that no matter which day is chosen, it will carry into tomorrow. But, even at a time like this, Michiyu surprised me. Surprised me, with a refreshing feeling. Ayaka, is this your first time today? Isn't this the first time for this development? Ever since we met, Michiyu had been the sharpest. Your right hand is still stiff, you know? It's a lie, right? That I talked about it. When she raised her face, Michiyu was no longer a helpless child. Our eyes met clearly. Her eyes were tranquil, beautiful, as if they didn't belong to this world. She had the appearance and voice of a girl her age, but there was an air of unworldly indifference around her. Sorry, Ayaka. There's something I have to tell you too. There was only one thing this atmosphere reminded me of. A witch. I knew what Ayaka told me. I just pretended not to the whole time. I wasn't particularly surprised. Since when? October 5th. Michiyu firmly declared. The 5th of October was a memorable day for me. Everything about it was unusual. I felt uneasy all day, and strangely enough, it was a day that didn't repeat. There was just one day. I didn't know the cause, only the results, but it wasn't like anything troublesome came of it. Because you became a witch. Yes, because I became a witch that day. Michiyu said plainly. I remembered everything. I'd been using magic to travel through time from the future and redoing the day I met Ayaka. And I didn't just go back once or twice, but many times, repeating it over and over again. You didn't remember that. Unlike Ayaka, I forget. Michiyu relaxed her shoulders and stuck out her small tongue. That's why I'm not experiencing all of this for the first time, but I remember it vaguely. I know what will happen from now on. Because she had memories of the future. So that's why you've been acting strange lately. Was I weird? I answered with a nod. In what way? Michiyu asked innocently, like she hadn't realized it. With her looking straight at me, I couldn't bring myself to evade the question. The sense of distance was strange. It felt too intimate, like you kept trying to touch me. My answer became too direct. Realizing what I was saying, my voice trailed off. Since the cultural festival, Michiyu had been seeking physical contact quite excessively. It made me blush just thinking about it. I'm sorry. In the future, Ayaka and I are closer than we are now. Did you not like it? I didn't dislike it, but, I just want to choose the right time and place. What was I saying? I could feel my body temperature rising. My breathing was erratic, and strange sweat ran down my back. And what does she mean even closer than now? Once I started thinking about it, I couldn't stop. I took a deep breath and steered the conversation back to the main topic. Hey, what's going to happen from now on? From now on, at those words, Michiyu's expression darkened. I couldn't imagine the specifics of what awaited us, but I could make a vague guess. Taking into consideration the fact that Michiyu and Fukayasu-san were having secretive conversations. It's related to Fukayasu-san too, right? Yeah. And then, at last, Michiyu began her explanation. Last time as well, we were always together. We'd solve all kinds of trouble. Since the cultural festival in our first year of high school, for some time, the both of us had been breaking the curses of various people. Curses? Right. A mysterious power that no one else understands. Like not forgetting things. I think it's a gift, but, well, it seems like that kind of thing started appearing in various people. Including Fukayasu-san? I mean, curses are basically psychic powers, right? Do they really exist? Are you really saying that, Ayaka? I think your memory's basically a psychic power already. Michiyu gave a wry smile with a hint of exasperation. Well, I guess so. Sorry for spoiling the mood. With a nod, Michiyu recalled her experiences from a different time. We worked as hard as we could to solve the incidents and problems caused by the various curses. But we can't do the same thing this time, right? At least, that's what it sounds like. It was a foolish question. If there were no problems, Michiyu wouldn't have gone back. Yeah. Ayaka. Her words trailed off, and Michiyu hesitated. Like she was searching for the right words, but that wasn't it. She was just hesitating, and she managed to squeeze out her next words. I lost you. What's that supposed to mean? With just those words, it felt like my whole body had turned into ice. I was just someone who didn't forget. Even if I was involved in a curse, I didn't think I'd be caught up in anything life-threatening, and even if it were dangerous, I could avoid it using a different today. I should be a bit more resilient than others. But she'd said it. You lost me? Yeah. That's why I went back in time. Wait a minute. I hastily interrupted Michiyu as she tried to continue. I hadn't heard the most important part. Why, did we become separated? I'll always be by your side. The words that slipped out of my mouth made me blush intensely. Kissing me suddenly, calling me heavy, this absurd girl. Michiu looked at me like she was about to cry. Maybe I'd reminded her of something unpleasant. You don't want to say it? No, it's important, so I have to. While we were trying to break a certain curse, someone appeared and took Ayaka away. Someone? The police? Did I get involved in some kind of crime? Various possibilities flashed through my mind in an instant. I considered the possibility of our memory and magic catching the attention of some authority. But Michiu's words surpassed my imagination. It was Ayaka. Ha! Someone who looked exactly like Ayaka appeared, and the Ayaka next to me was taken away. What do you mean? I couldn't make sense of it. Wanting to understand more, I looked into her teary eyes and asked. I think, maybe, that person was Ayaka from another timeline. Another timeline? I asked. I had no choice but to ask. After thinking for a moment, Michiu opened her mouth. November days were short, and the room had already become quite dark. It's difficult to explain properly, but, Ayaka, why do you think you experience multiple todays? Michiu returned to the starting point. I answered quite simply, because today happens multiple times. I guess so, but... She gave a small wry smile. Not just that, it's both today is repeating itself and Ayaka has perfect memory ability, right? Perfect memory ability, Michiu said. Not unforgettable curse. A combination, hair. Yes. Even a harmless curse can cause unthinkable things when combined with something else. Curses, the world repeating itself. Curses and curses. Suddenly, I wondered what would happen if magic and curses were combined. The unimaginable, the immediately understandable, two contradictory premonitions coexisting. Terrible things, like two of the same people at the same place? Yes. And then Ayaka disappeared. We became separated, and Michiu jumped into the past. She didn't remember how many times she'd gone back. With those hands that I knew so well, she'd chosen to repeat over and over again. My chest tightened at the thought. Repeating hurt. Even worse if it was a tragedy. I understood the feeling to a painful degree. That's why I don't think it's a good idea to get involved with other people's curses this time. So she tried to settle things secretly. I was asked by Fukiyasu-san to play a supporting role in the joint practice session. At that point, I was already halfway into it, but Michiu didn't want to involve me any further, so she tried to negotiate with Fukiyasu-san behind the scenes. When I imagined what happened and how it happened, I could understand Michiu's fear. But something was a little strange. I don't think there were any lies or mistakes in what Michiu told me, but it felt like something was missing. Why don't I remember that? If it's something that's already happened, I should remember it. Maybe because it's a future event that Ayaka hasn't experienced yet. Time leap magic isn't a magic that objectively rewinds time, but a magic that subjectively jumps into the past. It all made sense to me. If she weren't a witch, the girl called Michiu wouldn't use words like objective. The Michiu I knew wouldn't say something like, time leap magic is not a magic that objectively rewinds time. The only person transported to the past by Michiu's magic was Michiu herself. Ah, I see. That's what it means. Even a harmless curse can cause terrible things when combined with something else. For example, an abnormal situation where absolute memory fails. Can you send me back in time? Ahaha. I don't want to. So she could. Don't say stingy things. It's not that. I just don't want to burden Ayaka any further. It was sincere. She looked off into the distance. With a sad expression, tinged with regret, that she was hurt after we'd become separated, and that she recognized my worth. I couldn't just leave her with that look on her face. I'll be with you. I took Michiu's hand. To assert, even without words, that I was here with her. No matter what happens. That's why. Why? I couldn't continue speaking. No matter what I said, it wouldn't be enough, and no matter how I phrased it, there would be a better way to put it, so the only way I could convey my feelings was by pulling her clasped hand closer towards me. Ah. Michiu is together with me, so. Do you still feel lonely? When you put it that way. Ayaka, you're so unfair. She smiled through her tears, shook her head slightly, and rested her head on my chest once again. While stroking Michiu's silky hair with my right hand, I gently placed my left arm behind her. I didn't mind if she listened to my heartbeat. For a moment, if I were to speak honestly, I wanted to stay like this forever, but it only lasted for a moment. Time was fleeting, and the classroom grew darker with every blink. She was here, and I was here. I didn't need anything else. But I had to do something to protect this moment. Hey, Michiu. I'm going to get involved with Fukiyasu-san's problem. Were you listening? Michiu smiled softly. I've decided to live by getting involved. I won't give up anymore. I've decided to quit being a witch and live among people. If another version of me tries to take me away, I'll drive her away. Because this is where I belong. That spring encounter changed me. Hiding my cowardice behind a mask, using indifference to the world as a shield, I was selfish, doing whatever I wanted. But that happy childhood was over now. As long as I was next to Michiu, I could be strong no matter what. I guess there's no helping it. Because she said that. Then tell me about what you experienced last time. Michiu went straight to the point without hesitation. Natsum-chan's curse is the ability to read people's minds. Reading people's minds? Isn't that just a psychic power? I think Ayaka's plenty psychic. Just the psychic power of not forgetting. I think last time's Ayaka called it clever hands. I forgot the exact meaning, but a horse. Something about a horse doing calculations. Berlin's wonderful horse, her. On the 4th of September, 1904, the New York Times featured a male horse. When the owner showed the horse a card with a mathematical expression on it, the horse would solve it by tapping the ground with its hoof several times. It had an accuracy of over 90%. If this was true, it meant that the horse hands not only understood the meaning of numbers, but also the meaning of symbols like plus and dash and was able to perform calculations. Hands attracted attention, but also raised suspicion. Scholars conducted thorough investigations and initially acknowledged clever hands. However, his fame didn't last long. The final conclusion was that Hans didn't have the ability to do calculations. Hans was psychic. He achieved an accuracy rate of over 90% through intuition alone. The male horse read the subtle expressions and tension of its owner, using them as a basis for when to stop tapping its hoof. When the card read 2 plus 3, its hoof went tap, tap, tap. The owner was still tense. Tap, tap. The owner's tension was released. The tapping stopped. Hans was reading his owner's mind. So when the owner showed a card without knowing the answer, its accuracy dropped below 10%. The me from last time seems to have observed Fukiyasu-san quite a bit. And then I realized. Through observing others, in other words, their facial expressions, gestures, blinking, tone of voice by combining all sorts of information, she unconsciously converts them into auditory hallucinations, Michiu said. So Fukiyasu-san reads vocal tones and facial muscles? At first, yes. Michiu lowered her voice. It's like a crack in the world, gradually growing bigger and changing into strange shapes. Right now, Natsum-chan should be hearing voices she doesn't want to hear. What was initially a phenomenon explainable by science had transformed, without anyone noticing, into a genuine curse. At first, it was just reading thoughts by looking at people's faces, but it progressed to hearing the voices of their hearts without seeing their faces, without seeing their figures, even if they were far away, even if they were asleep. The ability kept expanding without limit. I remembered when I'd caught Michiu earlier. The moment Fukiyasu-san and I made eye contact, the boundary between our hearts disappeared, and her memories flowed into me. That was the curse expanding. Like a pathogen, it spread. If left alone, it would eat away at its owner and eventually begin to corrode its surroundings. So, how did you resolve it last time? When I asked, Michiu replied nonchalantly. Ayaka's memory won. What did you say? One was quite a ferocious word to come out. It's a bit complicated, but Ayaka acted in a way that made Natsum-chan want to read her heart, and when she did, Ayaka used her memory to keep remembering different events. Is what the previous Ayaka said. I don't really get it. What happens then? Natsum-chan starts to believe that her mind-reading curse has disappeared. Apparently. So if she believes it, the ability disappears. If we get to that point, we can erase it with magic. Only at the end, Michiu was clear. Truly, a magician from the future. The course of action was decided. On the 2nd of November I was finally able to confess to someone important about my perfect memory and the secret of the world. In exchange, the soy sauce I was aiming for was sold out and I couldn't buy it. I had a conflict with Miki-san and Sasaki-san 2 times out of 6. But it was this day, with the conflict, that was chosen. I didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The 3rd of November The next day, Fukiyasu-san didn't come to school. Every day was the same. It was clear that the cause was within the previous day. The messaging app on Michiu's smartphone showed red receipts, but no replies. There was no way to solve anything if we couldn't meet. The 4th of November This day too, Fukiyasu-san didn't show up to class. At this rate, she wouldn't come to school no matter how many times I repeated today. Between coincidence and inevitability, it was inevitability. The thought of her disappearing like this left a bitter taste in my mouth. The daily life that had accepted me was shattered in an instant. No, there was still time. I could still get it back. I couldn't give up, but I didn't know what to do. Not only me, who lacked experience, but Michiu as well, who was at a loss for what to do and just felt increasingly despondent. My cousin, who came to the dinner table as usual, didn't miss this change. Aya-chan, Chem, Yuka, who was sitting in her usual seat across the table, raised her eyebrows in suspicion. Today's dinner was salmon and mushrooms baked in foil. After eating and clearing away the dishes, Yuka brewed some rooibos tea. You seem absent-minded. Ah, in that case. Yuka moved next to me from where she was sitting opposite me and, "Hey, what are you doing?" She reached out and touched my forehead and neck. "You don't have a fever, right? I don't catch colds that often. Or rather, if I really had a cold, I'd pass it on to you, so don't sit next to me. Who would take care of us if we both fell ill?" We had muffins for dessert. The moist texture, nicely accented with diced apples and crushed walnuts, made them refreshing and delicious. I think I'll make them next time. Despite everything being perfectly satisfactory, my mood didn't clear up. I didn't think asking would solve anything, but with a sense of resignation, I decided to ask the more experienced person in right front of me. "Have you ever felt like not going to school?" "Never." She answered immediately. "There's no place more fun than school. There are no obligations or responsibilities, and when I go I can see my friends. I can spend all my time on myself. I want to go back to those days. I want to go back with the money I have now." My cousin, who hadn't been a working adult for more than a few years, was saying something like a tired old woman. There must have been things, like grades or school rules. No matter how bad your grades are, or how many times you break the rules, you'll just get expelled, right? I thought that was quite a big deal, but Yuka had a different opinion. No matter what mistakes you make, you're the only one who gets punished. You don't have to take responsibility, in a way. Aya-chan, you should make lots of mistakes while you still can. This woman, saying crazy things. But she had a point. Maybe. I couldn't tell if she was right or wrong. I think I'd be happier not knowing. Aya-chan, do you not want to go to school? What if I said I didn't? Sorry for returning a question with a question, but I was curious to find out how Yuka would react. It's fine, isn't it? It's not like you'll die if you don't go to school, Yuka said in a truly carefree tone. To my former self, school was no different to a prison. The rules were unnecessarily strict. I had to take the same class an average of 5 times, and the rigid system prevented me from studying what I wanted. On top of that, I didn't get along with anyone. It was just a time to endure. But it was different now. It's not that I don't want to go to school. Actually, it's fun. Because I could meet my friends. For that reason alone, school life was so much fun. I couldn't wait to go back during the long holidays. If anyone found out, they'd surely laugh. For Aya-chan to feel that way, your big sister is so moved. I wanted to tell her she was making a fool of herself, But I held back and said, "Well, school is fun and all, but recently my friend hasn't been coming." I finally voiced my concerns. Time leaping, a mind-reading curse. No matter how adaptable Yuka was, even though she was a trustworthy person, I couldn't just tell her about it and ask for advice. I don't know what to do, how to return to normal. I wanted someone, anyone, to tell me how to get back to my everyday life. What does Aya-chan want? I just want things to go back to how they were last week. Hey, what should I do to make her come back? The irony of me, who had always wanted change, made me laugh inwardly. I had been so tired of the repetitive days, wanting any new change of scenery, yet before I knew it I was wishing for the same peace as last week. That's not right. That way of thinking. Yuka spoke calmly. It was the exact tone of someone admonishing a younger relative. It'd be nice if she was always bothersome like this. I think, rather than what your friend wants, you should think about what you want to do, Aya-chan. What's the difference? It's difficult to change someone to be the way you want them to be. Those words echoed in my heart for a while. That day, even after the topic had changed, even after Yuka went home, even right as I was falling asleep, they stayed in the back of my mind. People can't change other people. All we can choose is what we do in response to the outside world, and how we feel about what we receive from it, that's all. If we desire to change others, we have no choice but to take it on with the resolve to destroy ourselves. I spent the rest of the 4th of November just thinking about that. The 5th of November. It had been 3 consecutive days. At this point I couldn't hope to talk with Fukiyasu-san at school today. There was still no reply on the messaging app. In addition to that, it didn't feel like Fukiyasu-san. Sure, there was nothing wrong with running away, and depending on the situation, it might be the only option. But it didn't seem like Fukiyasu-san. She struck me as the type of person who, if there were things she didn't like, would choose to fight rather than run away. What should I do? During lunch break, Michiu's chopsticks didn't move much. Even though we were eating together, she had a gloomy expression the whole time. And then we were hiding in an empty classroom again, having a secret conversation. It didn't go like this last time. Michiu was talking about before the time leap. What was it like? Of course, it wasn't easy either. She didn't seem reluctant to say it. Probably because it had been resolved successfully. When it was too late, I time-leaped together with Ayaka to after the midterm exams, and we lifted Natsum-chan's curse. But Michiu paused for a moment. It took a month to lift the curse, and during that time Natsum-chan's curse kept expanding, and we were just a hair's breadth away from it becoming too late when we finally managed to solve it. Wait a minute. What do you mean, too late? Just exactly what it means. Her abilities became stronger, and in the end, well, it's hard to explain, but she was swallowed by her abilities. Will it happen to me too? Ayaka's case is a bit special. It was complete from the beginning. Ever since I was born, my memory has never changed. It didn't get better or worse. Well, the question is, what would happen if it got any better? Perfect and flawless. If it's a past experience, no matter how long ago or how trivial the details, I could remember it with the same level of precision as something right in front of me. Whether I was dizzy from hitting my head or groggy from a cold, I could remember exactly how much my level of consciousness dropped with perfect clarity. Even the trial days that this world refused to record into history were no exception. Which is why I knew, like how to deal with unfamiliar phenomena, and so on. Did you make any major changes to your actions? For example, basic ways of thinking about repeating time. Michiu, with a face that said she'd seen something unexpected. Hey, Ayaka, aren't you being a bit too reliable? She pouted a little, like she was sulking. It was inappropriate, but it made my heart race. Maybe it was because she was flustered even though she was supposed to be repeating while I, someone subjectively going through it for the first time, was more composed. Because I'm used to it. Maybe the previous me was hiding her claws. After all, I'd been repeating the same day since I was born. If an unusual phenomenon occurs repeatedly, there must be a cause nearby. Coincidences don't really happen by chance. We only call it a coincidence because we don't know what the cause is, But if there were an intelligence capable of accurately measuring everything that happens in this world, then to them this world would be nothing more than a farce of falling dominoes. That might be true. Since you're good at acting innocent, you might have been pretending not to know. Am I really such an unpleasant woman? I think it's cute though. Michiru nonchalantly dropped a bombshell. When she said that, my head exploded, and I couldn't function properly. I didn't really care if anyone else called me cute, but when Michiru said it, my rationality got embarrassed and ran away. Let's get back to the topic. My face was hot. Did I change my behavior, right? I did. Because I didn't want to lose Ayaka like last time. No matter what happens, I'll be here. Michiru calmly accepted the embarrassing words that slipped out of my mouth. Yep, I knew you would say that. But still, I thought it would be a bad idea if we went around solving various curses together like we did last time. The same process could only produce the same result. If it produced a different result, then that was the manifestation of a curse. That's why you tried to solve it on your own. Even though you're a witch, you tried to do it the human way. Yeah. I failed. To keep me away from the problem, Michiru faced Fukiyasu-san alone. That's what happened after school on the 2nd of November. Hey, Michiru. I believe in you. So, you have to believe in me too. In that case, let this witch take care of the rest. Although the witch has decided to quit, she'll take on the role again, just this once. It's much better than making Michiru look sad. After school, we were in front of the second-year classroom. Michiru and I were standing side by side at the end of the hallway, in what you might call a waiting for someone to come out position. As the students left the classroom, they stared curiously at the pair of first years with different colored ribbons. A 1-year age difference in school carried a significant meaning. When it came to club activities, for example, it could even be said to be an absolute difference in status. I never understood why this was the case, considering our ages only differed by 1 year. The difference in the timing between births was at most 730 days, and at the shortest 1 day. On the cosmic timescale, it was like a margin of error. But the reality was, even peeking into a classroom a year above felt intimidating. Don't you feel like people are staring a lot? Isn't it because Michiru is cute? That's fine. Michiru was indifferent. I thought I had upset her and was feeling regretful, but when I stole a glance at her profile after a moment, I noticed a faint blush above her ears. I'd seen something nice. Just as I was suppressing the urge to smile, it happened. Oh hey, if it isn't Ayaka-san. Thanks for Saturday. I was called from the side, and when I turned towards the voice, a girl appeared from the classroom next to us. She was the theater club's lighting specialist. Did you need Shiren-chan? I'll call her for you. Without waiting for a reply, she called out into the classroom and then dashed off. All I could do was thank her as she left. Thank you very much. It seemed like the theater club was on break this week. It had been a busy period of time, from the school festival to the midterm exams and the joint practice sessions, but it was finally coming to an end. I hope they weren't taking a break because of failing grades. I went to see Shiren-senpai to get rid of the sense of unease I felt. After a while, Shiren-senpai appeared at the classroom doorway, with her crutches in one hand. And as soon as she saw my face, "Oh, Ayaka-chan, did you want to submit a membership application form?" "Sure. One for each of you. Just make sure it's the membership application form. A marriage form won't do me any good." She started teasing me right away. Why were all of the older people around me so weird? "Shiren-senpai, can I talk to you for a moment?" "What? Are you really going to make someone with a leg injury have a standing conversation? Then let's borrow a desk and chair from your classroom and talk. It's not like the content of the conversation will change." Shiren-senpai froze in place. Michiru also turned to look at me. It was probably because my voice was so cold. It was a kind of a bluff, but her reaction helped me narrow down the target. "Nobody's in the theater club room today, so let's talk there." I followed behind Shiren-senpai, who was walking awfully briskly on her crutches. The students after school were all lively and full of energy. They were filled with a refreshing vitality after the exams, but there were 3 people walking against the flow. The theater club room was on the second floor of the special classroom building. Thanks for Saturday. It really helped. Were you satisfied? Shiren Senpai plopped down on a chair near the entrance and casually leaned her crutches against it. Nope, not at all. I'm not satisfied. The flaws haven't been fixed. Being a perfectionist, Shiren Senpai spoke without reservation. But, well, the scene where Princess Kaguya ascends the heavens in the final act. That part was good. Believe in me, yeah, that was good. It gave me goosebumps. It was the scene where I spoke to Michiyu from the stage. It was a line I said, not for the sake of the theater club or the audience, but only for Michiyu. Shiren Senpai was so delighted it seemed as if she was about to start humming. So, shall we hear Ayaka-chan's story? Shiren Senpai sat up straight on the chair, crossing her legs so that her broken right leg rested on top. The cast that I found strange swayed up and down. It's not that long of a story. Michiyu was in a state of complete observation, keeping an eye over my way of doing things. When did you injure your leg? Last Wednesday. Are you sure? Why do you care about that? It was Wednesday night. Want to see the hospital receipt? No, I was just curious. You're a strange girl, Ayaka-chan. This was the worst. If I wanted to solve this with a time leap, I'd have to give up on so many things. The fact that I had a sleepover with Michiyu, the fact that I finally revealed my secrets to her, I'd have to act like nothing ever happened. And those things wouldn't be taken away from me, I'd have to throw them away. Rather than coincidentally not being chosen and disappearing within the repetitions, I'd have to erase them by my own will. I thought we were discussing joining the club. No way. Then, compensation for being a substitute. I don't need that. I brought the conversation back to the main point. The leg injury happened on Wednesday. Shiren Senpai, you gave up on the theater club on Wednesday too, didn't you? I could sense Michiyu hold her breath. Shiren Senpai remained calm. The silence lingered. Shiren Senpai had erased all emotion from her face, making her expression all the more eloquent. First Nakan, and now you, Ayaka-chan. Was it that obvious? I didn't answer the question. I didn't answer, but if I had to sort out my thoughts, it didn't seem like a wound inflicted by accident. It was slightly different from a wound inflicted by someone else. So self-harm was the only one left. I didn't know why, but the wound had an extremely familiar atmosphere. I think it was intuition. An unconscious calculation derived from a vast quantity of memories. Because I had seen so many self-inflicted wounds in my dreams. Seriously, are you out of your mind? Hey, why are you talking to your senpai like that? Shiren Senpai gently protested. I wanted to bury my head in my hands. Fukiyasu-san must have found out. With her ability to read minds, she'd have known what her best friend did and the conflict that caused it. It must have been a huge shock. So she lost her composure. And as a result, it led to the argument with Michiyu. If that wasn't the case, I couldn't explain it. If Fukiyasu-san, who had always been such a cheerful person, was so devastated that she stopped coming to school, then it seemed that something important, trust, had been broken. I don't give a damn if some 16 or 17-year-old girl tells me off about manners and respect. I was 75 years old. I didn't have the cuteness to be intimidated by a senior who was only a year older. I can't say I don't understand wanting to blame me for what I did, but what are you going to do after confirming it, Ayaka-chan? I'm sorry for getting you caught up in this, but I won't apologize. I thought she was being defiant, but at the same time, I saw it as an opportunity. A chance to bring Fukiyasu-san back. I don't expect you to apologize to me, but I want you to kneel down and apologize to Fukiyasu-san. With just those words, all of Shiren Senpai's composure vanished from her face. Nakan has nothing to do with this. She does. Because I'm not satisfied. Dragging me into this stupid farce is not something I can forgive. It was a complete bluff. Summoning what little acting abilities I had, I looked down on the sitting Shiren Senpai. How did it end up like this? Averting her gaze, Shiren Senpai said with an unamused look on her face. I vividly remembered Fukiyasu-san's desperate state when she burst into the classroom that day. She ran to save her best friend from crisis. She must have been frantic. Must have been prepared to do whatever it took to get the help of this witch. Like the mermaid who gave up her voice for the prince. I couldn't just let the girl who stopped coming to school disappear like foam. Because you didn't try your best until the end. Ha! That's none of your business, isn't it? Making you apologize is my business. Ayaka-chan, isn't that provocation a bit cheap? I gave Shiren-senpai a small, disdainful smile to ignite her anger. Just as planned, Shiren-senpai lost her temper. She tried to stand up forcefully, but lost her balance. She fell, and my body reflexively moved to catch her. She must have planned on using me to avoid falling. But before I knew it, I had dodged. A feint that no one had intended or anticipated. Amidst the slow passage of time, Shiren-senpai's eyes widened, and she skillfully teetered with her left foot, barely managing to maintain her balance. She was breathing heavily. Ayaka, you went too far. Like Michiyu said, I'd gone too far. I really wanted to apologize. But... What? You can even come up with ad-libs like that? Shiren-senpai muttered. She finally revealed her true feelings. Can a theater genius even do something like that? Perfecting a script after seeing it for the first time in just 2 days, finding your own style during the performance, and even such a cruel ad-lib. Once the dam broke, the words came flooding out. All I had was theater. But even then, even though it was my dream, what are you doing, someone like you? It's not fair. It was a tearful plea. A frail figure. Dream. To the me who had given up on it for so long, that was a dazzling word. I suddenly remembered something from middle school. A classmate who found security in painting lost all confidence when she saw something drawn with absolute memory. It was the same as that time. I've been given a chance to settle the regrets from back then. When I thought that, my mouth moved naturally. Hey, Shiren-senpai, I have a dream too. Will you listen to it? That day, all I could do was watch the back of a friend as she walked away. It's different now. I won't give up. I don't think it won't get through. I spoke to the downcast Shiren-senpai. To be normal, that's my dream. Having parents at home when I get back, talking about what happened that day and consulting them about my worries. Isn't it weird to have a dream like that? Ayaka-chan, why are you crying? Having friends when I come to school, talking about silly things, spending every day laughing. Living while looking forward to tomorrow from the bottom of my heart. Michiyu sent me a concerned look. Meeting my eyes, she reached out and gently wiped my cheek. And then she held my hand with just her fingertips. Become closer to her than I am now. That was also part of my dream. That's my dream. As long as I had this dream, I could confidently say that I was happy. As long as our hands were held together, we could move forward. No matter what's in our way, we'll push it aside and continue moving forward. So don't give up too. No matter what, don't give up on your dreams. The tears wouldn't stop. My whole body was trembling. I wanted to run away. I wanted to look down. But I didn't waver. Because the fingertips that held my hand were warm. Once I became aware of it, it was enough to stop the trembling. I was able to look forward. I will never give up. With all my heart and soul, I performed. I recited the words the girl had spoken in the scenery I glimpsed when our hearts connected. In the time the two had spent together, she had always shone brightly. Of course, the name of that character was Natsume Fukiyasu. If they were Fukiyasu-san's words, they could reach Shiren-senpai. They could resonate. What the heck is that? Shiren-senpai tried to smile forcibly with a face that seemed about to cry. Her voice was trembling, and she was shaking so violently all by herself, it was a pitiful sight. How difficult of a dream is that? That's just way too difficult. Being an actor is much more realistic. It was a performance of a fully revived actor, with all of her heart and soul. Truly, what a terrible actor she was. Section. Twilight, the town sinking into the orange light. A sloped road overlooking the town. It was usually a busy road, but it was strangely deserted. There should have been people there returning from school, work, or shopping. Neither me nor Michiyu knew where Fukiyasu-san was. There was still no reply from her, and if it was just the two of us, we would have been at a loss. But Shiren-senpai would know. She was the one who understood Fukiyasu-san the most. Nakan. Her back was small and unsettling. An expanded curse. The curse of reading minds. The curse had grown to the point that it was now a curse that devoured people's minds, one that would swallow Fukiyasu-san herself. Sharon, why are you here? And Inaba and Aizawa too? Fukiyasu-san was frightened. Nakan, I'm worried. Didon't come? Don't come. Shiren-senpai flinched at her fierce tone. The girl that was always brimming with confidence was no longer here. There was only a lost child. Leave it to me. Michiyu and Shiren-senpai nodded slightly. Of course I was scared. But there's no way I'd back down. After all, Michiyu was watching me. She'd entrusted it to me and was watching over me. That alone gave me enough courage to cover up my fears. Don't, Aizawa. Don't get closer. 1 step, 2 steps. She retreated like she was trying to run away from me. For every step she took back, I moved 1 forward. I had no intention of letting her run away, let alone abandoning her. Tell me, why are you scared? I know. You can read minds, right? It's okay, I've come to break your curse. It's strange. I can't hear anyone's voice, no matter where they are. Fukiyasu-san, who had become accustomed to reading hearts, was bewildered when she suddenly couldn't hear people's hearts. No, it wasn't something as cute as bewilderment. She was in a state of panic. When I rushed over, Fukiyasu-san had collapsed to her knees. Calm down, Fukiyasu-san. I matched her eye level and checked her condition. She wasn't injured, and she didn't seem to have a fever. Only her heart was abnormally agitated. How can I be calm after this? I can't hear anyone's voice. Everyone's gone. I erased them all. Reading people's minds. At first glance, it might seem like a harmless power, but there's no way it wouldn't have any effect on something as delicate as the human heart. Especially when it was strengthened to the extreme, it might even paint over the mind of the person it was trying to read. I've had enough. Shiren's stupidity, the class's stupidity, Mom, everyone just says whatever they want. I've had enough of it. Staggering to her feet, Fukiyasu-san turned her back. It was a weak back. The classmate I thought was an admirable, reliable person was, in the end, just a girl her age. To that back. Don't run away, I shouted. Running away wouldn't change anything. It might be the easiest path, but there was nothing at the end of it. Isn't it fine to complain? No matter what the curse was, if it was a supernatural ability, then it was power. It could push someone to courage, just as it could be the final push off the edge of a cliff. Taken to the extreme, they were nothing more than tools. Like a knife, it could be used to sustain life, but could also take a life if misused. The same went for unforgettable curses. With power came responsibility. If you're unhappy, then complain, I shouted at the top of my lungs. Demanding a loud voice that I normally never used, my throat felt like it was burning. Fukiyasu-san turned around forcefully and glared at me. Her eyes were burning with anger. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not like you, you loner. Those were her true feelings. Her most honest emotions that had been buried deep in her heart. She couldn't say what she wanted to say. She couldn't do what she wanted to do. She had to constantly discipline herself, or people would judge her as selfish. She'd lose popularity, and if it went too far, she could even be ostracized. If you're hated, it's over. If you're targeted, it's over. You can't keep acting rebellious forever. So she turned a blind eye, even if her friends were wrong. She suppressed her own opinions and just went along with the group. Even with her parents, she didn't confront them head-on. That kind of thing. I don't care. You're wrong. Fukiyasu-san, who was trying to escape, was wrong, and I was right. Say it to Shiren-senpai, that you're the one who's right. I shouted that Shiren-senpai, who had chosen the easy way out, was wrong, and that the hurt Fukiyasu-san was right. Go and insult that bitch. She turned around and pointed her finger. Don't be absurd. You can only say irresponsible things like that because you're an outsider. Yeah, I'm an outsider. I'll mock as I please. Now, read it. Read my heart and empathize with me, so I can remove that pain. Stop being so selfish. Too bad. I pay more attention to my surroundings than anyone else. About 5 times more. In the end, Fukiyasu-san and I insulted each other with hoarse voices. Coward, I insulted, and Fukiyasu-san stabbed back with loser. Fence sitter, I spat. Gloomy, Fukiyasu-san shouted with her eyes closed. The exchange of insults continued endlessly. I didn't think it was futile. Venting our pent-up frustrations at each other was a necessary rite of passage for us right now. In the end, we threw insults at each other that even elementary school students wouldn't say, like stupid or idiot. Really, I can't do this anymore. Read my heart. That's all you can do. I had always lived life thinking of myself as an outsider. For a long, long time, an extraordinary amount of time, I lived as a witch. The human heart is said to have a lifespan of 2 billion beats. This doesn't apply to just humans, but also to mammals like mice and elephants. Regardless of the species, the heart will reach the end of its lifespan after approximately 2 billion beats. For me, who sees tomorrow once every 5 days, when I reach the end of my life, my heartbeats will number 10 billion. In that sense, I am not very mammalian. The day I realized that, everyone around me looked like houseplants. Having memories that no one else knows, cherishing insignificant pasts until I entered my coffin. I wasn't human. My common sense and values were completely different. No one understood me. No one found me. Everyone had given up on me. But there was someone who made me human. Because I met her. Because she found me. Because she was the only one who could melt my frozen heart. For the sake of not making that encounter a lie, I will continue moving forward. I won't give up no matter how many times I fail. This vow was the treasure that this weak, insignificant, self-proclaimed witch finally obtained after 75 years of just enduring. I will never let go of it. And my cousin also said it, right? No matter what mistakes you make, you're the only one who gets punished. You don't have to take responsibility, in a way. Aya-chan, you should make lots of mistakes while you still can. I want to believe those words. If I fail, I'll keep trying until it works. That's why. You be brave, too. I stood up and reached out my hand. Aizawa, I'm begging you. Fukiyasu-san shook her head like she'd given up. Just let me go. It's noisy, your heart. The noisiest in the world. Just shut up, like in real life. Seriously. The wind blew. Just be quiet. The moment Fukiyasu-san threw a tantrum, all of her anguish flowed into me. The frustration accumulated over the years tried to wash me away. Unsympathetic parents, a classroom social environment where even the slightest deviations are not tolerated, an excessively bold childhood friend. Our hearts were connected, but the ability of the curse was invading and trying to paint over my heart. A storm blew against my face, trying to erase me from both inside and the outside. The story of the mind-reading which was trying to write over and paint over me. But don't think you can erase me. I faced the wind head-on. My heart won't disappear. My feelings were unwavering. Every time I was covered up, I kept reminding myself of my existence and my beliefs. A perfect and complete memory. Even if the world itself tried to erase it, it would remain untouchable. It took precedence over any other rule of the world. Because my role was currently that of a witch. Witches will do anything for the sake of their goals. Ah. Fukiyasu-san was shocked by the fact that she'd thrown a tantrum and tried to erase my existence. See, you should say it to Shiren-senpai like that. You're close enough that you can say what you want to say, right? Aizawa, you haven't disappeared. I can still hear you. How? Because I'm strong. Putting on a show of bravado with all my might, I consciously forced a smile onto my lips. Fukiyasu-san nodded twice like she was confirming something. I see. I understand. Aizawa is unreasonable after all. The queen of our class. She gave me a small smile with tears in the corners of her eyes. Queen? What was that? Section. All that was left was to pass the baton over to Shiren-senpai. At Fukiyasu-san's heartfelt plea, Shiren-senpai was completely overwhelmed. Her actions had indirectly helped push her younger childhood friend over the edge. She was devastated by that fact. Nakan. Sharon. Because Shiren-senpai was the only one who could heal Fukiyasu-san's emotional scars. Shall we go? Walking down the hill beside Michiyu, we left the two of them behind. The autumn evening breeze was chilly, and although it wasn't the reason, my right hand naturally sought out her fingertips. I wonder how Michiyu would feel if I held her hand. Thinking about what would have happened if I had failed to persuade Fukiyasu-san made me feel helpless, and it made me want to hold her hand even more. She probably didn't know what I was thinking, but Michiyu's left hand lightly touched my right pinky finger. Glancing at her, I saw a healthy blush on her cheeks, so I gently moved my right hand closer and our pinky fingers intertwined. When moved my fingers to reach out more firmly. Idiot. It was a scolding that seemed to reach the height of the autumn clouds. I inadvertently stopped and turned around. We both made similar movements, looking at the silhouettes on top of the hill. And Nakan? Why are you so angry? Because I care about you, obviously. More than anyone else. I admired you, I've always admired you, and I wanted to be like you. Fukiyasu-san closed in on Shiren-senpai aggressively, like she was grabbing her. That's why I didn't want you to do something like that. I wanted you to take care of yourself. She poured out all her pent-up feelings, as straightforward as could be. I wanted you to talk to me. Feelings won't be conveyed unless you say them. If you don't convey them properly, your feelings will remain in your heart forever, slowly seeping out as pain. It will never end. So you have to reach out, while you still can. Conveying your feelings to someone important to you. It seems like such a difficult thing to do. But avoiding it will only lead to an even more difficult path. What is this, a confession of love? Shiren-senpai accepted it all with a tearful voice. They were engaged in a cruel play, digging into each other's hearts. But it couldn't be helped. It was a necessary rite of passage for the two of them, something they had to overcome. Hey, Nakan. Do you know what I'm thinking? What? Try and guess how I'm feeling. But. The mind-reading curse had fully matured, and if handled incorrectly, it could end up painting over the other person's heart. It might even erase it. But even so, it's okay. Shiren-senpai gathered her courage and stepped forward. Okay. I didn't know what Fukiyasu-san saw in that moment. What she found in Shiren-senpai's heart, what kind of voice she heard, what emotions they shared. I'm not a mind reader, so I can only imagine. But it must have been incredibly noble and brilliant. The brilliance of Shiren-senpai's heart after regaining her dreams. The way she wanted to show it to her childhood friend must have undoubtedly touched Fukiyasu-san's heart. So it was okay now. We quietly left the area. Good work. While returning in the evening glow, Michiyu commended me. We left Fukiyasu-san and Shiren-senpai at the top of the hill and started walking. Holding hands tightly, we slowly descended down the hill. Really, I'm exhausted. Did we do this kind of thing every time? Yeah. It was an intense performance. Maybe because it's the second time. For me, it was my first experience. It still felt strange that Michiyu was more experienced than me. Ayaka, I really think you did great. It's because I got some hints. Well, more like the answers. While talking to Fukiyasu-san, I tried to keep recalling only positive memories. To induce a change of heart in Fukiyasu-san, knowing she would inevitably read my mind. I hadn't planned on having to confront the out-of-control curse directly, though. Ayaka is strong, huh? It's because Michiyu is by my side. Maybe it was because I was excited after having finished a task. But I could say embarrassing things. I have Ayaka by my side, but I can't do things like that. Turning back time, denying what happened, rejecting reality, that's all I've been doing. Michiyu looked down, still seeming unsure of herself. The girl who had chosen to time leap from the future to the day of the entrance ceremony didn't regret her choice, but she couldn't actively affirm it either. It's okay. I also think the same. Ha! Michiyu exclaimed in surprise. But I'd already strengthened my resolve. I had the power to change the past if I wanted to. So was I going to be satisfied with this conclusion and accept the reality that Shiren-senpai had broken her leg? No way. Hey, Michiyu. Let's pretend today never happened. Time, for a moment, stopped. Stood still. You can time leap, right? Why? I can, but something like that. Is it really okay? It's fine. Up on the hill, the two childhood friends were sharing their feelings for each other, rekindling their bonds again. That was exactly why. I had done everything I needed to do this time. There was no future ahead. All that remained was cleaning up. We have to act like it never happened. You know that, right? That's... I know. Fukayasu-san ate the hearts of people who weren't involved. And her own mother's as well. The mind-reading witch, whose curse expanded so much that she couldn't even pick up on the voices of her own heart. Just before that happened, the witch had acquired magic that allowed her to directly touch the hearts of others. She could even overwrite them with the mental image she desired. Erasing them was easier still. So this is what it means to be too late. Nobody knows if other people have the same conscious experience as themselves. It's unclear whether it's true or not, an ambiguous part of the world that we live in. Is what you see as the blue of the sky or the red of the sunset the same color for other people? Conscious experiences like color and temperature are called qualia. But it's only natural that qualia differ from person to person. Even the right eye and the left eye see subtly different scenes. How can anyone think that others see the same scenery as they do? Many world-famous philosophers had thought about it, debated about it, and the conclusion they reached was we don't know. Humans without conscious experiences have been termed philosophical zombies, but we don't know if these zombies actually exist. Just by looking at humans from the outside, it's impossible to tell if they have minds or not. But if an absolute mind reader existed, it would be a different story. Since there are no limits to her abilities, if she can read a mind, it exists. If she can't, it doesn't. If this timeline continued, Fukayasu-san's hell would only go on. She would have to face what she had done for the rest of her life. Even if it wasn't irreversible, the cruel stage called reality wouldn't wait for her. I refused such logical trains of thought. If there's a way to restore things, then I want to do it. At the very least, I want to help as much as I can within my reach. But, Michiyu said forcefully, if we go back in time, we'll have to do everything all over again, taking a deep breath, gasping for air, encouraging Natsum-chan, Ayaka doing her best too. Everything would be erased. The sleepover, speaking to Michiyu from the stage, conveying my feelings, everything would be gone. Even if we go back, there's no guarantee that things will work out next time. They will. I already know what I should do. Because I remember. Because I will never forget. Her suffering. Her wishes. The story of the mind-reading witch. And the sin that burdened the witch. I remember them all. I will take them to my grave. It's okay. If it doesn't work out, we can just keep repeating until they do. Repeating the same things is what I hate the most, and what I'm best at. Michiyu looked straight into my eyes. All that was there was trust. In her eyes, I was playing the role of the witch splendidly. Just being aware of our joined hands made my anxiety go away. All we wanted was the happiest ending. So we refused to let today be the same as today. Now then, shall we go? Shall we time leap? Not accepting what has happened. Doing anything for the sake of our goals. We, who are endlessly greedy for a better tomorrow. We, who will deny tragedy and aim for a possible world where we can live together peacefully forever. The journey of the magician and the witch through time and space has already begun. You'll take me with you, right? Holding hands, leaning against each other. We'll be together, no matter where we go. The spell she whispered next to me rang sweetly in my ears. Section. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew into my face, turning my hair into a complete mess. The next moment, we disappeared from the top of the hill. We spun round and round like a spinning top. Blown away by the merciless wind, we soared into the sky. What on earth? While I was confused, my body pierced through the atmosphere and started floating. I thought we had been launched into space, but the Earth was nowhere to be seen. It took me a moment to understand that, as a result of using magic to leap out of this dimension, we had been abandoned by the Earth's inertia. The people living in Japan moved at roughly 1,400 kilometers per hour, riding on the rotation of the Earth. That motion was lost in an instant. Living bodies wouldn't have been able to keep up with the change in speed, and without atmospheric pressure, deprived of oxygen, would have been destroyed after being exposed to the intense cosmic rays of the sun. But in that moment, our material existence was already gone. A sea of countless stars glittered, floating all around us. Some seemed within reach, while others appeared infinitely far away. Each of them was a parallel universe. Jumping through time, denying the material world, I looked at all of the possible worlds. Only my consciousness remained clear. The light of the countless stars filled not only the sky above but also space in every direction, instantly crossing light years, reaching nebulae, engulfing stars, passing by black holes as the flickering dust of the universe. A magnificent redo of time. Time leap was undoubtedly a magic that searched for possible worlds where the rate of progression had been slightly delayed. Eventually, soundlessly from below, which way was that again? In any case, a black wave approached from below our feet and swallowed us up. Inside the wave, the starlight swirled like liquid, gathering above our heads into one giant light. The light pulsed violently. I think the impact tore my body apart. No, at that moment, all matter had been decomposed. Living creatures, the sea and the land, everything remained as raw materials. As if remembering their original forms, they skillfully assembled before my eyes. The sea became the sea, the land became the land, and the town became the town. All living things were recreated in less than a single instant of time. The blurred outlines approached familiar scenery. Shifting perspectives from background to foreground, we approached the scenery of our hometown, and the familiar Kinohana High School came into view, with the blue sky and midday sun peeking in between the gaps of the clouds, and in the next moment. The 28th of October A. We were back at Wednesday's lunch break. I looked up, took in a deep breath. Michiyu was right in front of me. It was lunchtime in the classroom, and Michiyu and I were sitting around a desk, having lunch together. Today's bento was a 3-color rice bowl. I was confident that it was delicious, but this wasn't the time for that. I wouldn't be satisfied without talking to Michiyu about what I just saw. The scenery was amazing. I was tossed and turned around so much I was almost turned into mayonnaise. Chem. While chewing, Michiyu seemed all too normal. The disparity made me feel uneasy. Maybe for a witch, something like that was completely normal, or something. Were you sleeping, Ayaka? Did you have a strange dream? While putting a piece of sweet tamagoyaki in her mouth, Michiyu tilted her head cutely. Ihe. What? Michiyu chuckled playfully. You saw it just now, right? Was it unusual? Was it just normal for her? Or, do you not remember? I remember that Ayaka is someone who doesn't forget. Casually saying that, Michiyu brought the tamagoyaki from the rice bowl into her mouth, chewing it enthusiastically. I couldn't really focus on the meal because of the motion sickness though. You remember at least a little bit, right? I know you came back from next Wednesday with magic. It was now the 28th of October A. Before the time leap, it was the 5th of November A. I had gone back in time about a week, 41 days. Hey, Michiyu. Do you remember? What happened on the days that were chosen last time? What kind of days were they? I reflexively kicked the chair and stood up. The people around me turned to see what was going on, but I couldn't care less. I had a bad feeling. Ayaka. The sleepover, remember? Sleepover. Ahihi, really? It's a weekday, you know? Michiyu replied casually, really casually. There was even a tone that implied, do you want to have a sleepover so much that you're joking about it? What is this? I felt an irrational sense of abandonment, or maybe this was the natural reaction. An inexplicable feeling I was experiencing for the first time. Michiyu noticed my confusion immediately. Her face turned pale. Ah. Sorry, there's no way Ayaka would lie at a time like this. It's fine. I was used to it. Irreplaceable memories becoming non-existent was something that had happened tens of thousands of times since I was born. But this time, something that had been chosen and confirmed had disappeared. That was the only difference. It was the first time something like that had happened, and even though it was such a small difference, it hurt like my chest was being gouged out. When I time leap, my memories of the future mix with the memories I originally had at this point in time, and they become a strange, dreamlike feeling, or they sometimes disappear. Michiyu spoke quietly, in a low voice. I'm sorry, but unlike Ayaka, I forget. My heart ached. Michiyu made a small, playful gesture of sticking out her tongue, and I made up my mind. At least I would remember. The days that had become nothing, the events that had become bubbles in the sea of possibilities, I would hold them in my memory forever. So this was what it meant to time leap. As I tried to organize the memories that had stopped existing, a small headache started at the back of my head. Ayaka, I feel like I'm going crazy. What do you mean? Like I have someone else's memories in my head. I'd always managed the repeating memories of one day in a linear manner. It was like a skewer of dango. Each dango represented one day, and when it was chosen, I would dab it with sauce. That's how I distinguished between events that actually happened and events that had become non-existent. But now, the top of the dango was in a complete mess. Even though there was sauce on it, I couldn't share that memory with others. Like it never happened. Or rather, because it hadn't happened yet. And there was no guarantee it would happen again. The future was always changing. I know what happened and what could happen, but it doesn't feel like my own experience. That's how it would be from Ayaka's perspective. Michiyu seemed unaffected. She didn't seem to feel uncomfortable or anxious. How was she able to recall future memories without a perfect memory anyway? Well, shall we go? One more time, Michiyu said with a refreshed expression. She was her usual positive self, always looking ahead. So I couldn't keep my head down forever. Yeah. Michiyu stood up, and I followed suit. Of course, our destination was already decided. We would join the same flow of events as last time, but this time, we would aim for a different outcome. Yay. Michiyu cheerfully raised her hand. Feels like you're always together, right? Looking at us side by side, Fukiyasu-san smiled wryly. Friendship is a beautiful thing, isn't it? Sasaki-san agreed, and Miki-san nodded with her. Last time, I'd spent the second half of Wednesday's lunch break with Fukiyasu-san and the others. Sometimes there were accidents and sometimes there weren't. Sometimes I'd wait for Michiyu after school. Sometimes I got home a little early and ran away from home. Sometimes I stayed overnight. Sometimes I didn't. The sleepover that was finally accepted ended up becoming something that never happened. By erasing the bad future, I had to give up on the good past as well. But it's fine. I can just do everything again. Ah, so that's what it is. I understand now. What Shiren-senpai told me the day before the joint practice session. When I asked about the flaws in my performance, Shiren-senpai gave a vague answer. There's no point in highlighting them. The senpais I'd imitated from their performance tapes. There was no meaning in fixing their shortcomings. Because they were finished products, carefully thought out by each individual performer. Strengths and weaknesses are just two sides of the same coin. Which is why, if you just point out your weaknesses and fix them, your strengths will disappear alongside them. No matter what you do, the weaknesses won't disappear. You can only hide them. Conceal them by developing your strengths. To make up for the days that had been erased, I could only reach for a better future. Then, let's fulfill our obligations first. Hey, Michiyu. There's something I want to ask you. Sure, go ahead. Even if I told Fukiyasu-san to read my mind, she probably wouldn't take it seriously. In that case, can we kiss? The whole classroom buzzed with excitement. I thought I'd said it in a whisper, but everyone in my field of vision turned to me simultaneously, like they'd been given a command. They've been eavesdropping too much. Sure. Michiyu didn't seem too surprised, but rather calmly accepted. Fukiyasu-san's eyes widened into perfect circles, staring in my direction. Her gaze moved as if trying to find out my true intentions, her expression tense, her brain trying to activate its hidden functions. As her ability to read minds was about to exert its curious power, I recalled a week's worth of memories. Help me, Ayaka. So I had no choice but to drop it from shoulder height, right? I thought I'd done everything I could to crush that shitty stage, but you ruined it. I knew I had to do something. Hey, Natsum-chan, please. Help me. You're so persistent. I've had enough. Shiren's stupidity, the class's stupidity, Mom, everyone just says whatever they want. I've had enough of it. Go and insult that bitch. Don't think you can erase me. The images ran rapidly through my mind with the same clarity as if it was happening right before my eyes, and through her mind-reading ability, it was also reproduced in Fukiyasu-san's mental experience. The regret and despair she'd felt last time, crossing time and space, painted over her mental image. Carrying over third-party memories into the past shouldn't have been possible with time leap magic. This was a little magic that the Unforgettable witch had prepared. It was just the ability of not forgetting, but when combined with other magic, it could create a special solution. Aizawa, is that for real? Yes, it's what will happen from now on. I asserted with complete seriousness. You don't believe me? I believe you. Fukiyasu-san ran out of the classroom. The future that her mind-reading ability had read was too vivid to overlook. The emotions that were suddenly brought in too intense. She was, of course, heading to Shiren-senpai. I imagined. The president of the drama club whose face I didn't know yet getting a thorough scolding from her younger childhood friend, the figure of Fukiyasu-san saying everything she wanted to say without holding back. I believed. One day, when Shiren-senpai is about to give up, Fukiyasu-san will help her regain the sparkle of her dreams. A truly exhilarating sight. After school, it was cloudy outside and the ground was covered in a sticky humidity. I stood by the entrance, waiting for Michiyu. Then I heard a small voice from the back of the hallway. Sharon, I'm telling you, if you drop that dumbbell, we're done. Ahaha, there's no way I would do something like that. Ha ha ha. I'll kill you even if it's an accident. I thought we would be done. The voices drifted away towards the gymnasium. I ruminated over the faint sound several times to confirm it. While savoring the faint warmth that was ignited in my heart, Michiyu returned from the staff room. Sorry for making you wait. Thank you for your hard work. I managed to get permission for the supplementary lessons. At the overjoyed Michiyu, I made a small suggestion. Hey, why don't we go to the gymnasium now? The gymnasium? Why? The theater club is having a rehearsal. Want to watch it with me? During those days that have now disappeared, I was invited to join them as a witch. Which is why, this time, I want to be involved with them of my own accord, as a person. From the very bottom of my heart. It was the season of first frost, right after the end of the midterm exams. Epilogue, the promise to a tomorrow yet unseen. The 9th of November A. The day of the parent-teacher conference. Students, parents, and teachers gathered together to discuss their choices in humanities or sciences for the second year onwards, based on career aspirations and regular examination results. The homeroom teacher, a middle-aged man, offered a seat to me and my guardian and immediately started speaking. For Aizawa Ayaka-san, well, there's nothing much to say, right? In terms of academics, no one would complain about these grades. Ha ha ha, we laughed lightly, as if to ease our tension. She seems to be making more friends little by little recently, so all that's left is the choice between humanities and sciences. Whether we liked it or not, humans, as creatures brimming with individual differences, had aptitudes. For example, Kotana-san could get eye-opening scores in memorization-based subjects, but her math results were so bad that you'd wonder if she had an allergy to numbers. Should you choose a career based on aptitude, or based on your aspirations? We can't force it, but we recommend choosing something that can make the most of her strengths, the homeroom teacher said. Because if you want to change your aspirations in the future, it's better to be in a field where you have aptitude. It's more likely you'll become better at the subjects you're good at rather than becoming good at the subjects you're bad at. Choosing a career based on aspirations could lead to a lot of difficulties if your dreams are shattered and you end up in a field where you have no aptitude. Whichever one Aizawa chooses, it doesn't seem like she'll have much trouble. I'll choose humanities. Alright, the meeting's over. This is the easiest career guidance I've ever had. The conversation went smoothly, so we had some extra time. Aizawa's mom looks quite young, right? This is. I'm her fiancé. It was Yuka who took over. What an idiot. I tried to lightly hit her head, but she dodged it with perfect timing. She's my cousin. Oh, your cousin. I see, but what about your parents? My parents. They're not coming. Explaining my family to others was just a pain and didn't help anything. It usually wasn't understood, and I didn't want sympathy or help. What do you mean, they're not coming? Confusion appeared on the homeroom teacher's face, mixed with slight irritation in his voice. Well, that was understandable. Having an interview with a student's parents, only to find out that that wasn't the case, would make you feel deceived. We had a fight, so we're living separately. What the heck is that? Has it been long? Just 5 years. The homeroom teacher's movements came to a halt. In that brief silence, the teacher quickly came to a conclusion. Well, you. Neglect. That's right. The world wasn't so easily deceived. My parents had done something they shouldn't have, and they were still doing it. It wasn't something that could be justified as socially responsible adults. If I raised my voice, I could go home that same day. If I asked for outside help, adults would persuade, or even force, my parents to return me to the life I should have been living. But what was the point of going back to the main house like that? I would have simply gotten the result, and I wouldn't have grown at all. It would just be repeating. Hurting the people I care about again. It wasn't just pointless, it could even be harmful. I'm not in trouble. Looking directly at the homeroom teacher, I declared. It's like having a separate children's room. The children living there just happen to be able to take care of themselves. They can clean, do laundry, and cook, just like their mother taught them. The homeroom teacher smiled wryly. He didn't understand, it was written on his face. Aizawa, raising children isn't like that. Education is very important, especially for children your age, and living with parents, spending time with family, it becomes your greatest asset even after becoming an adult. I hate to say this, but your parents are irresponsible, a word I wouldn't let others say. Irresponsible. If my parents are irresponsible, then I'm an accomplice. Of course I knew that. After all, I'd lived for 75 years. I could tell that much. It's called the right to self-determination, right? I don't want someone else to change my current life for me. It was different from a powerless, innocent child raising their voice. I was a sinner who drove my mother into a corner. I had power. I should have the power to settle my past mistakes. For example, there are boarding schools, right? Boys and girls the same age as me living away from their parents. What's different between them and me? I piled up my words, pressing on. Or let's say 500 years ago, or 1,000 years ago. At my current age, I'd already be an adult. We live in modern times. The homeroom teacher couldn't help but give a wry smile. I wasn't trying to be funny, so I didn't know why he was smiling. I'll decide my own things for myself. If I want to, I'll change it with my own power. I said proudly. I have the ability to do that, and it's pointless if I don't. There was a moment of silence. The homeroom teacher said no more, and Yuka didn't add anything either. It'd be bad if the homeroom teacher didn't accept it and brought it up to child welfare, so I was thinking of doing makeup to make Yuka look older and preparing a dry wig for her to wear from tomorrow onwards. You're thinking about a lot of things, Aizawa. You're mature. I'm still a child. Only adults say that. You can see yourself objectively. I've been a teacher for many years and seen all sorts of students, but this is my first time seeing someone like you. I could only smile wryly. If there were 2 or 3 people like me, it would be the end of the world. All right, the homeroom teacher nodded. Let's wait and see how things go. I'll cooperate with you. The teacher was so kind that I felt bad for thinking outrageous things. It could be a fatal mistake as a teacher. I couldn't complain even if he'd criticized me for ignoring the neglect. But he believed in me. He believed in my side of the story, had expectations for my abilities, and came to the conclusion of observing the situation. That was my parent-teacher conference. I might have been a somewhat unusual student, but well, I was probably one of the less troublesome ones. When I left the classroom after the conference, there were 2 female students waiting for me. One of them was a familiar face, Fukayasu-san. Thank you, Aizawa, for telling me that this idiot was going to do something strange. No problem. The other one, standing next to Fukayasu-san, was Shiren-senpai. I wonder how it got exposed. Well, I guess it turned out all right in the end. I was helping out with the joint practice session, even in this timeline. Not as a substitute for Shiren-senpai, but as a different role. And then, how has it been? Since then, I'm okay. It hasn't relapsed. I can't hear it anymore, Fukayasu-san said with a bright smile. During practice, we had successfully removed Fukayasu-san's curse. After returning the emotions with time leaped back from the future to Fukayasu-san, she wanted to give up her powers, and Michiu knew how to lift the curse. It was a simple task. Thank you so much for everything. I feel like I'll never be able to repay you, Aizawa. You don't have to worry about it. To begin with, Fukayasu-san was the victim. She didn't even know why the curse manifested, and she was the one who had gotten caught up in Shiren-senpai's rash behavior. As for Shiren-senpai, the drama club will always be waiting for you. She hadn't learned her lesson. Well, maybe that's what's good about her. I'll think about it. Isn't that just a rejection? Puffing out her cheeks, Shiren-senpai pouted. It was clearly an act, but there was a natural charm to it that reminded me that she was a born actor. Or, Sharon, don't trouble Aizawa. We're leaving now. Well then, Aizawa, see you tomorrow. Yeah. While being dragged away by Fukayasu-san, Shiren-senpai muttered, I guess I have to win over Michiu-chan first, or else this won't work. It seemed like Fukayasu-san would have to bet her future and face her mother from now on. But I'm sure she'll be fine. She'd gained the strength to face reality, and she had her best friend by her side to support her. And if she wanted, I was here as well. Aya-chan. When I turned around, Yuka was making a perfect I saw a ghost face. I'm astonished. You have other friends besides Inaba-chan. People change, you know. When I answered, Yuka returned a broad smile that showed her heartfelt joy. At this moment, she was a guardian playing the role of a parent, watching over the growth of her witch-like cousin. The 2 of us walked to the entrance and stopped. Stopping in the middle of changing my shoes, I turned to look at Yuka. I have a meeting, so... Blinking her eyes once, Yuka pursed her lips. Geez. I can imagine, so I won't ask, but your big sister still hasn't given her permission, you know? Even so, you won't stop me because it's useless, right? If you understand, then that's fine. Really, who does this girl think she is? Even though she could wear high heels gracefully, her words were like an unreasonable child. Make sure you're back before dinner time. I'm the one who's cooking though. That's why. I'll starve to death. Okay, wait for me with an empty stomach then. A 24-year-old child, really. I bid farewell to Yuka's back and headed to the meeting place with a wry smile. The one who had a hard time during the parent-teacher conference was Michiu. We had decided to meet at the seaside park next to the school, but I ended up having to wait for a whole hour longer than planned. The setting sun in the western sky was peeking through the gaps in the large branches of the trees in the park. Sorry. Looks like you've been thoroughly bullied. Hey, wait a minute, whoa. She ran up to me and threw her arms around me with all her might. Naturally, I couldn't catch her, so I ended up falling on a pile of leaves. She didn't understand the law of inertia. Because she failed physics. Sorry. I am fine. Did you get hurt? I'm the one who should be asking. Ayaka, you aren't hurt, right? Yeah. Michiu, who had gotten up first, reached out and helped me. Our bodies were pressed against each other like never before, and my heart pounded inappropriately. Thank goodness Michiu didn't read minds. If she'd found out, I would have been too embarrassed to live. Did you really choose the humanities? Yeah. I hope we'll be in the same class next year too. I was fine either way, so I decided to go along with Michiu. Although she got pretty terrible grades, her scores in Japanese were decent and stable. As we walked towards the bench, We engaged in silly conversations. It was as if we were constantly avoiding the main topic. In our 3rd year, we'll be divided into classes based on our preferred fields, right? Will you be okay? It'll be easier for us to be in the same class, as long as our academic abilities were similar, sure. Or rather, although it was a little different, Michiu was also repeating like me, so I wonder why she can't score well on tests. I sat down to Michiu's left on the bench in the park, and the two of us watched the sunset on the water together. I'm glad for Natsum-chan. Yeah. Michiu had said this before the time leap. Even a harmless curse can cause unthinkable things when combined with something else. Indeed, something unthinkable did happen. Perfect memory, mind reading, and time leap magic. By combining those 3 things and using my memory as a medium, I was able to send Fukiyasu-san's mental images into the past. I think this is the best timed resolution we've had so far. We weren't too late, no one was hurt, and no one lost anything. What would have happened if the curse caused a catastrophe? You mean, if it gets worse than Natsum-chan before the time leap? I don't know if I can explain it well, but I think it'd be worse than death. She'd be consumed by the curse, and her abilities would become unstoppable. Michiu took a breath and said, "Normally, a safety device would kick in before that happens." That word bothered me. Safety device? This is hard to explain too. They'll die. The world. Fate. Something like that leads them and takes their life before the curse holder's supernatural abilities manifest. Because this world doesn't tolerate foreign things. A chill ran through my entire body. It wasn't just because of the cool autumn evening. Magic, worlds, curses. Michiu probably wouldn't talk about this with anyone other than me. But it wasn't really what I wanted to talk about. The main topic both of us were avoiding was something else. You be brave, too. During the time that never happened, I'd asked Fukiyasu-san for courage. That courage was what I needed now. Ayaka. I moved away from the backrest and gently leaned my body to the right. Our shoulders touched. Can I? I was so anxious my chest felt like it was going to burst, but the hellish time ended quickly. Michiu also leaned into me. We were so close our hair tangled together, and I took the opportunity to reach out and hold her hand. Our fingers intertwined. It was just cold, you know? Don't get the wrong idea, okay? Why are you in such a good mood? I pouted my lips and then realized. We were holding hands. No matter how tough I pretended to be, or how clever a lie I could think up, Michiu wouldn't be fooled. The stiffness in my fingertips confessed everything. Fufu, were you really just cold? There was a teasing tone in her voice. I was such a simple creature, feeling so happy when she teased me. What am I to you? It was a foolishly cliched phrase, but I couldn't let it go without knowing. At the same time, I felt like I couldn't get away without telling her. Which is why. My feelings belong to you. The moment I pronounced the last syllable, I realized there was no turning back, and the beating in my chest turned into something completely different. Our shoulders separated, our bodies separated, and I was scared that even our feelings would separate, but when I raised my head, the one I yearned for was there with a radiant smile on her face. Her large, clear eyes shimmered. Her long eyelashes gently moved up and down once. I know. I couldn't take my eyes off her slightly flushed cheeks. I won't forget their roundness for as long as I live. Even if the day comes when I break this curse, I will remember it for the rest of my life. And your answer? Hey Ayaka, wanna have a sleepover this weekend? What does she mean? A sleepover, in this context. But, well, I guess it's fine. Sure. I nodded, and she closed her eyes with a look of satisfaction. Then she said, "It's a promise, okay?" End of Volume 2.